All right, guys, this is Tom. It's about 10:40 Eastern, which explains why Nathan's here. He's on the West Coast. Where do you live, Jason? It's not too
Georgia,
personal.
Atlanta.
Okay, that's right. Of course, we've had this discussion in the Slack channel. That's right. So we're here doing we're just hanging out during a SOMIFA family of leagues at SOMIFA SSFA SOMSFA football ratings preview fireside chat. Because that was the only name I could think of when I was posting it. Group chats, it seemed a little. It seemed like it was minimizing the importance of it. Don't you think, Nathan?
Yeah, it's a big day, and it came early.
That's right. Christmas in July for STRAT football fans. Big news, of course. Max Williams is getting a 6. He's the first guy. Well, maybe not. Big. Well, I'm glad for my STRAT team, but he actually has that reputation. So he was probably going to get it. J.J. Humphrey's a 5'4". Did I trade him? No, he's still on my team. That's right. So this is just going to be like a thing where we just shoot the breeze, talk. Anybody who's here who has a microphone or a video camera can talk if they want. If you don't want to show your picture, you can click to hide your picture. If you're a Slackophile, like if Tim Bollier is still awake. Tim has been on also, but if you're a Slackophile, you can shoot me a Slack message with any question or feedback or whatever. So let's start. I would like to do this as a community thing, get everybody involved. It's not as much of the Tom Cook monologue show that we used to. That gets Nathan to those long, lonely drives when he's got a long trucking haul or something to do. So what do you got? What do you guys think so far? Let's start with you guys. What do you think so far, Nathan, Jason?
I was pretty lucky, I think, in a lot of my guys. I didn't have anything too terrible. Leighton Vander Esch, I have in 2 leagues, and I did not expect him to get only 5. So that was a big one for me.
And Leighton dealing with a lot of injuries, I think, second half of the year.
Well, especially with not very many linebackers getting good ratings. I guess maybe that's part of it.
The combination of those things, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think he's supposed to be back fine. I think if they ever play football again or professional sports in this country again. So they're gearing up for it, but who knows? That's an interesting thing, because it's like, as I already get off track, the baseball's supposed to be starting up, basketball is coming back, hockey and football was technically only 2 months away from the first NFL games. But like these teams are getting multiple guys showing up positive for COVID-19, and they're not even in camp yet. And what happens when you're sweating on a guy going, boxing out, going for a rebound? And basketball, especially, they don't have like uniforms that protect their whole body. You're literally you're boxing a guy out. I mean, you're literally like sweating on the guy's shoulder. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that doesn't sound too good. And then football is a contact sport. You tackle a guy, you roll handle the football. I don't know. I don't know. It's a weird situation, and it's certainly unprecedented, I think. And I guess we'll see what happens, right? That's really kind of the way it's been for all of us since I think it became clear. Okay, we're not going to lose like 1 million people or whatever. Since then it's just always become like, all right, well, I guess we'll wait and see what happens. You guys have any thoughts there or what? Don't get too controversially political, but any kind of any thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. Basketball, especially because you're playing 5 guys on the floor, 11 on a roster. You get 3 or 4 guys in a playoff series, that changes everything. I mean,
you look like the Golden State Warriors in the finals last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely big for them. But this is
2 years ago, rather.
Good news for football fans is at least we get this ahead of time with baseball, hockey, basketball. We kind of get a little bit of a roadmap before.
Yeah, we let the lesser sports serve as guinea pigs, while the big sport waits 2 months away and can learn lessons from what they do. So,
and I think college football is in a lot more precarious situation than pro.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I haven't read too many of those articles. I've seen the headlines. I'll be honest, I'm not really a college football fan. It's kind of an odd thing, Jason. Jason, you from down that part of the country originally?
Yeah, Georgia. Yes, Georgia.
Yeah, it's kind of an odd thing. Like New York, I'm a New York guy. New York City, Northeast. It's always the pro game.
Right.
It's just like it's always been about the pro game since unless you go back to like pre-World War II and the Fordham with Vince Lombardi in the 20s and 30s or something like that. But since like World War II, it's always been about the pro game. Where in other parts of the country, like especially down south, I mean, the college game has always been huge.
Yeah, I've always been much more interested in pro football, but in this region, college football is everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the SEC is, not that far off from the NFL in terms of talent, and like Texas and Oklahoma, I think. So it's funny. I think there's a lot of reasons for that. I think maybe, I don't know. The southern part of the country where they were lagging behind the north economically, I guess you could say. And then like in the 50s and stuff like that, and they started really developing the college football, late 50s, early 60s. When you do that and you succeed, now you're competing or beating, those things become an extra source of pride, and it just took off down there,
Yeah.
And then in the Northeast,
and high school football here and the weather. They play football here year round, especially Florida and Alabama, Georgia. And the high school football is huge in Texas and in the South. So those communities and players go from their high schools to the college, and that's a big part of it.
Yeah, that's right. I've heard that mentioned even with baseball from down south and probably even out in California, that the fact that you can pretty much play year round, your 14 and 15-year-old athletes, they're getting twice as many reps and playing the game twice as many hours as they are in the colder parts of the country, Northeast, Midwest. And of course basketball, that's not the case because you can play indoors.
Right.
But yeah, there might be various reasons for it, but for whatever reason, it's developed. Certainly, I would say, since like the late 50s, early 60s, college football is king in the South. In the Southwest, and the pro game in like the Northeast is really all they care about. Midwest is kind of a hybrid. Midwest probably maybe a little more college, Michigan, Ohio State, but then you also, well, maybe not, because then you also have teams like the Chicago Bears and the Green Bay Packers with huge following. So maybe a little bit more 50-50 in the Midwest, and on the West Coast, I have no idea. West Coast, I don't know. I don't know anything about West Coast culture, Nathan, outside of the normally laid back stuff and all the easy stereotypes. What's your view? You're in California, right?
No, I'm up in Washington State. That's why I'm wearing a sweatshirt in July.
Oh, okay.
Raining for 7-8 days now in a row. So
indoors.
Well, not indoors. I have the AC on too. I like to sleep with it cool.
Tom,
okay, I'm saying you're wearing the.
I was just thinking about what you were saying, and one fact hit me. We didn't get pro football in the South until later. I mean, the Falcons started
That's right.
in 68.
Yeah, 68 to 66. I forget. You would know better than me.
68, but I don't think we had a lot of pro football here before. I mean, most of the teams,
the Cowboys,
in the South, came along later.
Yeah, the Cowboys were the first Southern. What's odd is that I believe for most of the South, before the Cowboys, the Washington Redskins were like the team in the South, and that's because they're close to Virginia.
Right.
The Cowboys came along in 1960 or 61. I think 1960. They came along, and then later 60s you got the Falcons, you got the Saints, and it was and of course the Houston Oilers with the AFL. Then the Dolphins in the late 60s, and then through then it grew from there. But yeah, so
put that number one on the list is just when it came about.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. We have Michael Reeves with us too. Hello, Michael. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
All right. And this is a free for all, Michael. It's not a, as I said to Nathan, it's not a Tom Cook monologue special. So, oh no, Michael, what are you doing?
What's up, buddy?
You cut your hair. Don't you know?
Okay.
Don't you realize that that when we get to this age range, the hair is not going to grow back, my friend, the way that it was before. You're not concerned?
I've got good genes.
I thought Kenny Loggins. Popped.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. So yeah, I'm fearful. I'm fighting the war and I'm losing. Okay, I think I'm probably up to about, I don't know, 33% baldness maybe in the receding hairline business, and we're holding tight. We're losing badly for about 5 straight years. Now we're kind of holding firm for a while. See what happens.
Well,
but I would never get my
4 rating instead of a 0.
That's right. That's right. And we're hoping we can. By the way, I would never get my haircut too short on top because I don't know when or if it would ever return. And I've noticed I have not needed a haircut as frequently lately, which is a sign of hair not growing too quickly, I suppose. Not that I'm obsessing about it, Michael, but then I remember when the first time I saw Michael, you had a full head of hair, like you were in high school or something. You know, like you were. I was like, look at this guy. Anyway, excuse me. Every now and then I'm going to cough. Let me clear my throat. Hold on, I'm mute my mic. Hold on.
Nathan, what are you packing under that hat, hair-wise?
I've got hair. I just got a hair. My wife just gave me a haircut.
There we go.
Stuff going on.
Had to do haircuts in quarantine.
Man,
You got the right look for it though. That's a good
we
look.
got the hair team going on.
That's right. So I've got my sister's boyfriend. I mean, he's practically like family because they've been together for over 10 years and he's here all the time. But he's fully bald, and one of those guys who would be about 90% bald anyway and just shaves the rest. And he's been telling me for years, "Oh, you got to shave it all, Tom. Shave it all." But I don't have the face for it. Like I feel like my face is too round and fat. I feel like I'd look like King Kong Bundy if I shaved my head. And I'm like that. That's not a good look. No one wants to look like King Kong Bundy.
I thought you were
going to disagree.
Towards the Animal Steel.
Well, it's not. He's probably a little worse. So I guess I'd settle. If I was forced to gun to my head, I guess I would go for the Bundy look over the George Animal Steel look. Now, there's not a lot of difference there. You're getting like the 0.4 instead of a 0.5 at defensive end. But I guess I'd still go for the.
Wait. Would you say you'd be splitting hairs?
Yes.
Oh no!
Did it?
There we go.
Did I actually say that? I don't know.
By the way, King Kong Bundy demanded the 5 count, so I would go with King Kong Bundy before I would go with George the Animal Steel.
He demanded the 5 count in the ring. Didn't want the 3 count.
I know my wrestling. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Michael, I'm a pretty wrestling guy myself.
I will defer to you on that subject, gentlemen. I used to watch it growing up, but then I didn't watch it too much when I became an adult. Have you guys seen the Netflix TV show Glow?
Yes.
No, I have not.
The Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling.
That's correct.
It's a comedy. It might be a little edgy for some. I forget that when I mention things at times. I'm your classic, heathenistic New York liberal, so we forget sometimes that other people actually have morals. We forget about that sometimes. But it's funny. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's fictional. There was an original Glow apparently, and it's about it's a comedy, and it's about a woman's professional wrestling show. Mm-hmm. And it takes place in the 1980s, and the episodes are about 22 minutes each.
Am I embarrassed to say, but during this COVID crisis, I've actually watched a lot of early and mid 90s wrestling.
There you go.
Who is this? Is this James Owens?
That's just Jason Owens.
Jason, let me ask you. I don't want this to devolve. We're just lads just having a chat. But
we're all just chatting.
Have you, by chance, checked out a show on YouTube? I subscribe to it. I actually, this is crazy, but I actually give money to them. I'm crazy and give them once a month money. I never thought I'd do that for anybody who's creating content. It's called OSW Review.
No, I will though.
Please check this out. If you like anything from like 80s and 90s wrestling, they're basically going pay-per-view by pay-per-view. They're up to WrestleMania 11. They've got about 90 shows. Do yourself a favor and look up OSW
I'm
review.
writing it down right now. That's my
You
heyday.
will
I was
love it.
Bret
Absolutely
Hart
love it.
was my guy.
Who, Brett?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The guy who created this is just got the biggest man crush for Bret Hart. He's the greatest wrestler and the worst promo ever.
Okay. Yeah.
Probably my favorite wrestler growing up was Randy Macho Man Savage.
Oh, they love him. They literally worship him. He actually Savage is in the logo of the OSW review logo. I
feel like as far as I know, he kind of created a certain wrestling voice that got a lot of guys tried to impersonate afterwards. I mean, of course, Hulk Hogan had his own distinctive voice, but
there was nothing like him. This show, and it's funny you hit on Savage because this show just nonstop just dumps all over Hogan and how he basically ruined Savage's career. I mean, the show is brilliantly funny.
No, I wrote it down.
If I'm a wrestling fan, you would really like this show. It's about an hour and a half. It comes out like 6 times a year, basically. And
like I said,
Michael, he ruined his.
But I do love wrestling.
Oh,
nothing wrong with that. We all, But you said he ruined Macho Man's career.
No doubt, because Hogan had what was called.
The fights are fixed, right, Michael?
When therein lies the problem, because wherever Hogan went, he had in his contract built-in creative control, so he was able to hold the belt, only dropped it to whomever he wanted to, and he held Savage down for the 10 years they were wrestling together. It's really the whole culture is just fascinating, but they just dump all over.
Was there
the worst?
So why did he do that? Did they have personal beef or what?
Money.
What about it? Do you feel like the Macho Man's shtick would had the potential to get more popular? Was that part of it?
Savage had a couple reigns as champion, and the only reason why that is because Hogan went out to Hollywood to start his so-called movie career, and so Savage had the belt for a year, and that was only to create an angle so that when he stunk in Hollywood, he comes back and takes the title back from him. Basically, he was basically holding his place while Hogan was making bad movies. Came right back, took his title. Just kept him down the whole time. Anytime that he won a title, it was only to hold it in place until Savage would in eventually. It followed him not only in the WWF, but also in WCW too. It's the craziest thing. Poor Savage. And the worst is when Savage was finally put in the Hall of Fame, who did the induction speech? Hulk Hogan. It was just the nuttiest thing. Crazy.
Nathan, I never would have expected unfairness from the world of professional wrestling.
Yeah, no kidding.
It seems so on the up and up, you would think, right?
We
guys will love it.
Wait to watch this Saturday morning, sure. Who was the Macho Man's girlfriend? The beautiful Elizabeth? Was that him?
Yes. Miss Elizabeth.
Okay. Miss Elizabeth, okay.
I was in graduate school. I was in graduate school in '93 in Florida, and I actually met her. She was on a volunteer board. I worked with Special Olympics in Miami while I was in grad school. And we had a volunteer. We had some sort of big time charity tennis tournament, and she sat on the board. I got a chance to meet her. That was like 2 years before she died of an overdose. Yeah.
Oh, how did you make a move, Michael? You didn't want the Macho Man coming after you.
Well, at that time it was, and Jason will get this. It was Lex Luger, and I don't think you really want to mess with him.
No,
you don't want to mess with any of those guys.
Tom,
no,
half of those wrestlers lived in the South in Atlanta.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Oh,
probably
yeah.
more than half.
Yeah.
I always liked the Mouth of the South, the promoter, the manager. Who's the guy?
Hart.
Jimmy Hart, the Mouth of the South. I always liked him. He was good. So
he was
we have
a nice guy too. They say he's a real class act. A lot of the music actually that the WWF came up, he wrote a lot of it. He's a good singer too. On top of that.
All right, Michael definitely knows his wrestling. We have the mighty. No, that's all right. So this is all fun. We have the mighty Dan Thorauer with us, but he's muted his microphone. So Dan, you can slack us any questions. This is just a group chat, hangout type of thing. Fireside checks. I couldn't think of what else to call it. Ask not what you can do for your country. Or I know it's JFK, not FDR, but okay. At least they have 3 initials. It's not too bad. But yes, so we're talking about ratings. So Nathan, you were happy with your team. You didn't get any your teams. You didn't get any real negative surprises, which is I guess that's really the first thing. Like kind of like what is it? The Hippocratic oath. First, do no harm. You don't want Strat to hurt your team with you're hoping for a 5-0, but you got some good ratings that you liked. But overall, like, did you see anything overall where you were like, oh, that's interesting, that's surprising, here's a trend? Anything? Oh, I was really surprised about this. Anything of that nature?
I didn't notice off the top too many nickel corners rated high, but I haven't seen the actual numbers yet. And I only saw 2 nose tackles that were 6s and 5 DTs that were 6s. That seemed kind of low, but maybe it's been like that for a couple of years. I'm not sure.
The nose tackle 6s there. Let's see. So that guy from Denver, I believe.
I saw Purcell. What team is he on?
That's Purcell is on Denver. And don't tell me the other one. Let's see.
DJ Reader.
5. DJ Easy Reader. That's right. Yeah. Don't tell me the name. He's on my team, but don't tell me the name. So
what team?
Who's Bob Franklin? He's on.
Must be
he's on my SOMIFA team.
Yeah,
in my SOMIFA team.
I've got him in the 2 spring leagues, SSFA and SOMIFA.
Yeah. Don't you remember that year Nathan I drafted every nose tackle in SOMIFA?
Well, I think I have like 6 nose tackle and a bunch of 5 DTs in all my spring leagues. It seems like.
And not only that, but I had Corey Peters for a few years. He's one of Strat's most favorite guys. I'm not sure what he did to get the 5 nose tackle this year again. But who is Bob Franklin? Anyone? Well, I guess not. Okay. Oh, it's a YouTube comment. Someone named Bob Franklin is listening, and he remembers Hulk Hogan used to take on 2 wrestlers at a time in handicap matchups. He's just a Stratomatic fanatic. That's no problem, Bob. And I'm actually seeing his comments. I've been telling you guys for like a year. I can't see your comments during the broadcast, but I guess because he joined through YouTube, I'm actually seeing his comments right there. Welcome, Bob. We are a bunch of guys who play in 24-team online keeper Stratomatic football leagues, 1 in the fall, 2 in the spring. We're also in some other leagues that are up to 28 and 30 teams. We draft the same players. So we have the same team every year, theoretically, and then you trade and draft rookies and stuff like that. So if you're ever looking to join, you should just email me on the YouTube thing. I think that works. As you can tell, I'm not technically the most computer savvy. That's how Michael Reeves, who's here, found us. So by all means, Bob. Otherwise, just listen and enjoy, even though you might not know why we're obsessing about things like why, this guy's a 4 and instead of a 0 and nobody else would care unless he was on the Strat team. But so I should probably not start a major controversy, Nathan. I should know better. But you've known me for quite a few years now. Do I seem like the type to hold my tongue, Nathan?
No.
That is ding ding ding. That is the answer that I think is accurate. Just ask the Shaq Barrett. Just ask the Shaq Barrett owner over there, Mr. Reeves from Mike. I forget. Mike, you live in Kentucky?
Yep.
Did you grow up? Did you grow up in Kentucky? Did you grow up down in Georgia or something? Also, I think you told me you grew up down south more.
Actually, where I live is where Ohio, Kentucky, and West Virginia touch. That's our tri-state. So I lived in Southern Ohio pretty much throughout my life. I went to grad school in Miami for a year, but I've lived here all my life.
Oh, so you've been in that triangle your whole life. Okay. So now that we've told the entire internet where they can find Michael. But okay. It's like we're talking. It's mostly just us. Like we never get more than 100 views, but I do worry about that occasionally. Like, gee, maybe we shouldn't be so using our real names, or whatever. But you guys live in more rural areas. Hopefully, you have weapons in the home. You'll be all right. So, let's see. Of course, I mean firearms, not a slingshot. But anyway, we have a dog that works. Unfortunately, she'd probably run up to the intruders and lick them and try to make friends with them. But what are you gonna do? Okay, Nathan, would you like to read to me the final paragraph of this ratings preview from the website, or did anyone here read the the write-up, the little paragraphs, and did anything leap to your mind when you read it?
I couldn't even get on the website. I'd have Dennis send me a link.
Are you Nathan 53 now in the forum?
Yes.
What happened to your old one? Did you get banned or something?
What was I before?
Well, I don't know, but this guy didn't have a lot of posts. Weren't you like Nathan Baylor 10 or something like that?
No.
Okay. It must be the other Nathan Baylor. No.
Maybe.
Okay. I don't know why I thought you had a different forum name. And then I was like, this one. I was like, this is Nathan, but he doesn't have as many posts. But okay, anyway.
We really don't
I'm gonna
post
read you.
outside of our leagues.
Sure. Which probably saves you a tremendous amount of time. All right, so this is the bottom paragraph before it says click on the click to download the ratings preview. It says, and I have it on the screen now. Am I still sharing my screen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. It says some players listed as cornerback. Let me start again. Some players listed as quote unquote cornerback under defensive player substitutes on their team's defensive rating card have higher ratings than one or both of the starting cornerbacks. These players were the team's primary nickel cornerbacks. For realistic play in both stock team and draft leagues, we recommend that they be used only when the defense is in a nickel or dime formation, a formation with at least 5 defensive backs, and not in place of the listed starting left cornerback or right cornerback. Did you hear that, Nathan?
I heard it.
Now, I read this, and right away I was like, whoa. For realistic play, we recommend. So I was like, well, did they get rid of the rule that they just put in last year where the backup starts, he gets the -2? That's how that's the first thing that came to my mind when I read that.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
And will is the computer game now going to play without that rule? Michael Reeves says 1 year too late. I had Marlon Humphrey last year. WTF?
Yeah.
What on the defensive rating cards last year? What title did they have? Was it slot?
Yeah,
It just said cornerback last year too, I think.
Okay.
I think the year before it might have said something different for some of them and then corner for the other ones.
let me look into that. That was something I thought of as well, Jason, but I get sometimes you think of something and you just get too lazy and you don't bother actually looking. So
Yeah.
that's what happened. That's what happened with me right there.
Yeah. Me
But since
too.
you brought it up, yep. Marlon Humphrey last year just said cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have other guys that say first defensive back. How about, let's see, Nickel Roby Colvin? He said cornerback. So it looks like they were cornerback onlys last year as well. Okay.
The year before,
All right, so
they had the variety. I think they had some that actually said slot corner.
Mm-hmm.
I think you might be.
Different groups.
I think you might be right. That was the 1 year with the exceptions and the
Like
Bradley Roby exception.
Because, like for instance, Desmond King was a 5, and they let him play.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So, and then last year, both years there was controversy. So I saw this and I was like, "Whoa!" To me, this says they recommend.
Right.
So now it's become like on the old roster sheet. For those of you who played dice and cards, it would be like, "Oh, we recommend that you follow running back usage. Use the players realistically to get the most realistic results." But there was nothing in the game stopping you from taking a guy with 40 carries and running him 300 times. If you play dice and cards, besides house rules. So I immediately emailed Glenn Guzzo. Of course, I emailed Glenn Guzzo, and I said, "Glenn, what's up? Is this a change in last year's rule?" And he told me that, and he told me that as far as he knew, there was not supposed to be any change. And he fired off an email. I started an email chain. He fired off an email just to confirm things. Okay. So there is no rule change. So I guess the computer game is going to play the same way it did last year, where if you take that backup cornerback only 5 and try to play him as a starting left corner, he'll be a 0, -2, right?
Tom, did you see any cornerbacks listed as a 5? I went through it earlier. I didn't really notice.
There's a couple.
I've
got Darkasey Denard In SSFA, he's a
That's right.
5.
Do that one.
I believe the Rams.
And-
had one.
Yeah, Nickel Roby Coleman was probably a 5. Which what's his name?
Yeah.
Brian Poole on the Jets, a well-deserved nickel corner 5, I might add. So there was at least 3 that I saw. I do think there weren't as many as there were in previous years. I'm not sure I saw a single 6.
No.
Where's the Kendall Fuller / Desmond King type of guy?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah, but there's only been 1 or 2 of those each year so far anyway. So
Okay, maybe this year no one was worthy. Okay. So anyway, so it looks to me like this is just the rule here. So I guess if you're getting your dice and cards, that'll be the language, because obviously you're playing dice and cards. They can't stop you from putting the backup corner into the starting lineup. But so allegedly, from what I see here, there is no rule change from what Glenn has told me with an emailed STRAT to confirm, and so the computer game will play as it did last year. Okay. I was excited, and I couldn't tell whether it was good for me or bad for me. Probably bad for me, Nathan, because I draft some corners earlier. They're more likely to be boundary corners. Anyway, getting ahead of myself, but okay. Let's go. Does anybody, before we go maybe team by team and look at things, anybody have any other general comments they want to bring up? Nathan already said not really. Jason, do you have any comments you want to bring up? Besides the slot corner guys? He's walked away. He's pulled the Dennis Crowley on me. Michael Reeves, do you have any other comments you want to bring up, or should we just go into the team by team?
Let's go team by team, please.
Okay. Otherwise, you could just revisit your text to me and get a little excited about that AW team and Bilal Nichols getting the 5 after the trade.
Yeah. There you go. Another Chuck Barrett one's the one that really paid off.
Yes, well, we knew that he was going to get a great rating after the way he played. Nichols, we didn't know he was going to get any rating.
Yeah, but we were hammering him
for
a 2nd-round pick.
Yes, we were. And Michael,
I traded him away for a 2nd-round pick in SOMIFA too, thinking I got a total deal. Now I wish I had him.
Well,
yes,
I don't think that was actually a 5. I think that was an error. I believe that was a 0.5, actually.
What are you talking about?
Below pal.
Well,
I think that's an error. I don't think that was a 5. I think that was actually a 0.5. And I'm just joking, but all kidding aside, I know that Pro Football Focus isn't like the be-all, end-all, and every time you talk to Glenn, he'll tell you that. But Pro Football Focus has to play some measure of role in that, and you can't possibly explain to me how a guy ranked 110 in interior defensive lineman is going to get a 5. That makes no sense. I honestly wonder if that was an error.
Well, I think that's a good point about this set that I have kind of noticed so far is it does seem like they've done more of a mix between the PFF grades and, kind of what you know about players. Like, I was kind of curious. What did Marshawn Lattimore rate out at last year?
6. Last year's.
What's that?
He means the PFF. I've got my PFF spreadsheet here. Dennis and I work on something. I force Dennis to work on this with me every year, immediately after the NFL season ends. All right, Dennis, I know Christmas is here and New Year's, but come on, let's go. We need to get these spreadsheet going for SSFA. And so we have this pretty much going. But Marshawn Lattimore in coverage anyway. He was not high here. There we go.
So that's why
he was a 68.7.
When
69 in coverage.
During the season, I follow him closely because I drafted him highly and I really like him. And I mean, he's the kind of guy that just shuts down Mike Evans. Seems like one game a year, they just shuts him down. And he was shutting down some big players. And I didn't see his rating as that high. And I didn't really understand why his rating wasn't high based on following a lot of their games. But I was pretty happily surprised to see him get a 6. And I wasn't necessarily shocked by that either because of Tre'Davious White, I think, had a similar situation the year before.
Last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 things I think to talk about there. Number one is when PFF kind of first blew up, whatever that was, 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, now we talked to Glenn, and I'm grateful that Glenn comes on with us. and he gives a lot of good information on what he's thinking, and you see why STRAT is doing some of the things they do. But sometimes I've asked him some questions of some things that seem pretty obvious to me, and he said, "No, that's not the way it is." So, but it's hard. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to I don't know, Glenn. Everything looks like it's heading like that way, but he says, "No, it isn't." But so I don't know. I believe him. I'm just saying it's you look at you believe him, and then the next year comes out and you see the same thing. Like, I know he said they don't do it that way, but boy, it sure looks like they do. So I would say that there was a period there. I'm going to say 3 seasons or 4 seasons. And Michael, you probably came into our community right about that time, where if you ignore like Pro Bowl, like true Pro Bowl, not like third replacement, if you ignore like the Pro Bowl and All Pro guys for a minute who are going to get good ratings, that like more than 90% of the rest of the ratings really seem to have a very close correlation to the PFF grade. And it was that way for, I would say, a good 3 years. And then last year, there seemed to be some significant divergence, okay, including with Tre'Davious White either 1 or 2 years ago when he got, I think it was last year, when he got the 6 and did not have a good PFF grade and was not Pro Bowl or All Pro. So this year, I feel like I'm seeing even more divergence. Kyle Fuller comes to mind. Patrick Peterson comes to mind. You have reputations for guys. Joe Hayden, I know some of those guys are on my team, so I know their numbers better. Kenny Clark, who looked like he'd be a 4 at best. So
Kevin Byard was one also that I was kind of, that same situation. I believe he didn't have that great of a rating, but he's got a good name and he's on a really good defense and all that.
Yeah. So this year. Yeah. So I think that STRAT was dovetailing for a few years. They went away from it some last year, and I think this year they've gone even further away from it. And you might be back to more of a system, Nathan, that we had before PFF, where like reputation really seemed to help. Like Kyle Fuller's like, oh, he was a first-round pick. He was a really good corner the year before. He's not going to get a 4. He's going to get a 5 or better. That seems to be the way that we would kind of operate and trade like 10 years ago, wouldn't you say?
Oh, absolutely. You had to read all the magazines and the articles and all that, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that Mark LePage does a really nice job with his preview. He puts it together by teams, and then also he's a member of Autumn Wind, and so he'll do the breakdown for Autumn Wind. And, it gives us something to do basically in the winter until the ratings come out here in July. And he's pretty close on it. Everybody looks forward to it. Everybody's real excited, and he'll answer questions as how he came to this or that. And in my team in particular, my front line has Eddie Goldman at the nose, which he thought would get a 4. And I thought maybe he was a borderline 5, and he winds up getting a 5. And then Joey Bosa, who was an All-Pro, he gave him only a 4, and I argued and thought he was going to get a 5, and he winds up getting a 6. And if you look at the PFF ratings, if we're basically calling a 6 what it is, and that's run defense, he was not nearly at the top, according to PFF, in stopping the run. I mean, his run stop was basically around like 73.
That's exactly right. 73.1 here, Michael.
Okay, so explain this to me. So he winds up getting a 6, and maybe it's the Pro Bowl effect. I don't know. I mean, again, maybe they're running to the other side. Maybe his reputation is such that the offense is going clear the other side and not even messing with Joey Bosa. I don't know. I don't see the Chargers play 16 times a year. But J.J. Watt, who we all know is on the downside of his career, is still rated among the top 12, I think, in edge defenders, maybe top 15. But his run defense was maybe 68 or 69, and he winds up getting a 4. Not only does he get a 4, but his sack rating is only a 4. I mean, he's a useless player.
Well, yeah. Well, a couple of things there. Number one, with Joey Bosa, obviously they just wanted to make Mark look bad. So that was the main reason for that.
Hey, it's my team. I'm happy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but yeah, no, I know, but I would say that in the example you cite, if you make All Pro, and you said he was All Pro, if you make All Pro, that really means a lot. Even if you're getting them mostly for your pass rushing, maybe he's got a good reputation even in the run game. People speak very highly of Joey Bosa. Maybe they didn't run him as much. I don't know what type of things like that factored in. We are supposed to do a show, Dennis and I, with Glenn Guzzo on Tuesday afternoon. All right, and I'll open up the forum to try to collect some questions. So, Michael, if you get a chance, email me with any questions like, "Hey, Joey Bosa, what's up?" or Joey Bosa vis-a-vis JJ Watt. I will say that, I mean, Watt has been injured a lot the last few years. Only had 469 snaps last year. As far as pass rush goes, he and Bosa pretty much had the same numbers here, according to what I'm looking at. But, you know, in STRAT, pass rush is a sack or no sack game. So even though J.J. Watt had the same PFF pass rush grade as Joey Bosa put whatever number of sacks on the table, and J.J. Watt didn't. So, you know, I'll give you an example. Brandon Graham is a guy who, before this year anyway, always seemed to be like 80s to early 90s, 80s to low 90s rather, in PFF pass rush grade, but would only get like 8 or 9 NFL sacks a year. So he would always be like top 10 in the NFL in PFF pass rush grade, but he's never getting like the 10s, 11, like 12 asterisks like a lot of the guys around him, because he was, I guess, applying pressures and was good at pressuring the quarterback, but just wasn't getting as many sacks as the guys. And the Strats, it's a sack or no sack game. So if J.J. Watt had only 3 or 4 sacks or whatever low number he had, but had a great pass rush grade, Strat's just not going to give him, you know, a big pass rushing number. You know,
that's a shame.
Yeah. Now I was going to say that the other thing I wanted to mention, Nathan, we talked about Strat not dovetailing as much with PFF last year. This year, I think they've really moved away from it, and they're getting more. Now, Glenn told us, we asked, you guys really seem to be correlating with PFF a lot. He's like, well, they're a source. They're a source. So I don't know if it was intentional or not, but they seem to have moved further away from PFF.
I think Kevin Byard was another really good example. He had a 73 rating in coverage, and he's a 6.
Oh, wow.
Watt, which their top 10 guys they had rated highest in coverage did all get 6s. And then you had Byard and I think one other guy down there somewhere.
Do you know if Byard was first or second team All-Pro? Because as soon as you say that, it's the first thing I think of.
Well, that was the thing, is I always thought he might get a 5 because of the rating, but him and Lattimore in my mind all year, I'm like, that maybe, if anything, that might be a question for Glenn. Do you guys, you know, what do you think of some of these guys that are clearly, like, in my opinion, Lattimore is the best example, but they're not getting rated that highly by PFF? Why do you think that is? And how they might take that into account when they're doing their ratings?
Yeah, if you can, when you bring up an issue like that and you want some feedback from Glenn on those specific names, just jot down a note for yourself and shoot off an email at your convenience. I see Dennis is with us. We'll have him on in a moment, so that I remember it, because you know it's harder for me to write. I can't write anything down, to be honest with you. So if you email to me, I work well digitally. And now, Michael, we lost you from the stream. Michael, someone else disappeared. We're going to add Michael back to the stream, and now we're going to add the one and only Dennis Crowley.
Hey. You got me for just a few minutes. My wife's sister called, so we're watching a show, and so I stayed there for a while, but as the conversation lingered, I figured I could sneak away for a few minutes. So
that's a good
one. You guys covered
wife.
Yeah. And then, well, now, Dennis, should we talk about the Strat football ratings, or should we talk about Dungeons and Dragons, Dennis?
I think everybody who's watching this probably wants to hear. Well, the majority would want to hear about Strat football. But tell me about your adventure briefly, if you haven't touched on it yet. How did you do as the Dungeon Master?
I performed brilliantly as always, Dennis. That was not an issue. No, I don't know the actual combat rules that well yet. It has been 37 years since I played, until about 4 weeks ago. But as far as like the world I created and this stuff, it went well. We had my mom playing with it. We had my mom, my brother, and my niece, my brother's daughter. So my mom is 77, and it was her first time playing, Dennis.
Excellent. So what was her character? Tell me about her. Was she a rogue? Was she?
She's a druid, but she's a rather reserved woman, and it was a little difficult to go kind of goad her into wanting to get in there with the combat and start whacking people around with her weapons, you know. But and actually, she got a phone call in the middle, just like your wife did, and she had to leave, and the action picked up considerably.
So just imagine the adventures going on, and the Drew just takes a seat and does their own thing for a while. That works. We could bring Dungeons and Dragons elements into these shows. Roll for initiative. Whatever one of us gets to go first gets to put their point in, and then the others can respond.
That's right. But as for what we've covered so far, Michael Reeves has a encyclopedic knowledge of 80s and 90s wrestling. Jason Owens is also a big wrestling fan. It's cold where Nathan lives. New Yorkers have no morals. I can't think of what else we've covered. As far as STRAT goes, we talked about if you read the write-up of the final paragraph, Dennis, on the link on the STRAT-matic page, it gives the impression that perhaps they were changing the nickel corner rule that they put in place last year. But I emailed Glenn, he emailed the company, and that's not the case. There's wording in that looks like the rule has been changed, but actually this wording is probably just applicable to cards and dice. They're just kind of reminding you, hey, we don't recommend you use these backup corners on the outside. But as far as I know, and as far as from what I got from Glenn, the rule is staying the same. But if you get a chance to read that.
Glenn did mention in your email that astute Stratomatic football players may notice something that kind of alludes to a surprise or a rule change. He's called it a tease. So what do you think that is based on what the ratings?
I think it is listing a couple of players, most notably Chucky Clark from the Ravens and perhaps Patrick Chung from the Patriots as starting inside linebackers with a second position of safety. That's my guess, Dennis. If you go to the Baltimore Ravens, so nothing as exciting as you were hoping for. If you go to the Baltimore Ravens, Chuck Clark is rated as an inside linebacker 54-4. By the way, Jelon Ferguson is a first-round pick coming to a draft near you, as he's a 54-6 at outside linebacker as a rookie. Chuck Clark, inside linebacker 54-4, also safety 44. Okay? Nice. Brandon Carr can still play for now, though. And then on the New England Patriots.
Yeah, I saw Chung. I noticed Chung. I didn't notice Clark. I was also thinking it could have been something like they're doing more of those positions where people are playing dual at defensive tackle, defensive end. I thought I noticed a few more of those. And it seems in general that there's more backups carded. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but there's a lot. That would be an easy thing to compare to last year. But it seems like it went a little deeper in some of the positions. Buffalo has 4 backup defensive tackles. Does that seem typical to you, or is that just me grasping for straws?
I took a once through the set. As you know, I was busy dungeon mastering during the day today. I took a once through the set. Well, from about 8:15 until I finally came on the air close to 10 as I was eating and listening to classic rock and roll. I was listening to The Who tonight mostly.
Yeah. All right.
There you go. All right, good man. But I didn't. I could not say that I noticed more backups, but I also couldn't. The list looks kind of similar to me, but I couldn't say that. I couldn't really say. Someone like Mark would be the guy to probably ask. Hey, Mark, are there more backups here? By the way, real quick, Patrick Chung's inside linebacker 44-0 and a strong safety 44. Deron Harmon getting the starting strong safety 54, quite traded away, Dennis, as you know. And we talked about. Go ahead, Dennis.
No, to me, right? That was it. You sent him to me in one league. Pretty sure.
Well, I said, and then I traded away from the team that we both had together. As we oh no, it was only limited to 6 people on the screen at one time.
Oh, I thought it said 10. I thought try to.
Well, I'm removing Dan Thor off the stream because he's not going to speak. And I get back to so we have Islands in the stream. We have Jason Owens is back with us. And we have Zeb Strong, Dennis, just joining us from the West Coast. Zeb having a hard time waving hello. His hands are weighed down by the championship rings. So, can you? I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me, Zeb?
Yeah, I got you, Tom.
Okay. He's waiting for something worthwhile to comment about, I think, is what's going on. So,
are you on the Patriots now?
No, we're not on the Patriots.
Just jumping around.
We're jumping. Well, yeah, Dennis asked a question about what the Glenn Guzzo had issued a tease to me and Dennis that astute Stratomatic football players might notice a change in the ratings or whatever. And Dennis was asked what I thought it was, and I told him I thought it was some of these NFL safeties getting listed as starting inside linebackers with a second position of safety, most notably Chuck Clark on Baltimore and Patrick Chung on New England. And Dennis thought he noticed more backup players being carded and maybe more movement in terms of guys playing multiple positions. I know they did a lot of that for the Patriots where 3 of their 4 outside linebackers can play a separate position. But I told him I didn't know if I could say whether or not there really were more backups. As far as you see, the Bills got 4. Bills got 4 backup defensive tackles. So he said.
Yeah, Buffalo has like a bunch of backup defensive tackles. I mean, nobody noteworthy, but yeah, I'm not saying that. It just seemed I was just looking for what could it possibly be. You're right. The Patriots is an interesting team to look at. Maybe if you wanted to just point to them real quick because they're starting left outside linebacker, like you said, Kyle Vanoy is a 5'9", but he can also play on the line as a defensive end 5'9", replacing a left end 4'4". So who in their right mind is going to ever put Lawrence Guy on the field in a stock league? At least at defensive end, you just move Kyle Vanoy down to defensive end and stick Donta Hightower out there, who's a 5'8", as the starting left outside linebacker.
Well, then you lose Hightower from inside linebacker, and you got to play 44-0 Jawan Bentley.
Oh yeah, you're right. So I didn't see that.
You know, so.
And Hightower drops from a 6 to a 5 in pass coverage.
Good point. So that's right. I guess that's just an interesting team where you can really move pieces around. I don't think we've seen anything of that with 4 starters also eligible to play other positions.
Sure, I think the Ravens have had a little bit of that with the Michael Pierce, Brandon Williams, or one of the guys who preceded Michael Pierce, and Terrell Suggs when he would get the splits, but probably more in the Patriots than we've seen in some time. Certainly, they get plenty of press. Let's start it up on top here. We also talked about how didn't see any slot corner 6s and not as many slot corner 5s as we thought were in the past. But this is all like naked eye just seems to us. No one's done a hard count yet. We'll leave that for someone like Mark Lepage if he's going to do it, hopefully. So we're going to go through, I think, team by team. Now, if anyone's there who is listening but, has not been added to the stream and has some comments for me, just send me a Slack message, question or comment, and I will get that right away and respond to it, okay? Those I see right away. Don't do your comments in the StreamYard comments because I don't check those. Or apparently, if you're listening on YouTube, I do get the comments here because the guy who's not in our leagues, Dennis, is listening to the show. He was as of a half hour ago. Who knows if he's still with us? Yes, he may have found greener pastures elsewhere on YouTube. I'm not sure. Okay, so we'll start at the top. Obviously, that's the most important thing in the set as I led the show with. Max Williams gets a tight end 6, Dennis. I think we're all waiting to see if that was going to be the case. All right, we'll go through team by team. I am glad for that, Jeb. We'll go through team by team here. Arizona Cardinals. DJ Humphries gets a 5.4. Charles Clay's a blocking bag 0. Not a lot else to get excited about or to really even comment upon. Defensively, Corey Peters getting the 5.3. I don't know all these guys' PFF grades off the top of my head. But one time I looked at them a little more closely, so there are guys who I feel like, that seems like a surprise. Peter seems to be one of Strat's favorite players. He's getting a 5 off and on for years, although it doesn't seem to maybe deserve it. So that was a surprise. By all means, just interrupt me and say something, and I'll be quiet. Chandler Jones getting the 0-6-12-12, much to Mark Long's chagrin. And people playing in double counting leagues. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, what do you guys think about Chandler Jones 0-6-12-12, specifically the 0 against the pass?
I think he'll be rushing the quarterback a lot.
Yeah, I think that's that's where you want him. You want him on the line of scrimmage, and I think that's what Strat is kind of forcing you to play it the way that he actually plays in the NFL. He's rushing the passer on almost every down for the Cardinals. So I don't see anything wrong with it either.
Yeah, we've covered this in the last couple of years. PFF has credited Chandler Jones with a total of 62 coverage snaps in the NFL season, which is actually more than most of these other edge rushers, but that's still fewer than 4 per game. So
I guess what I would, if I was a Chandler Jones owner, what I would have a problem with, Dennis, is that he didn't get rated at multiple positions like someone like Kyle Van Noy.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
He would be a good candidate to be like a 4 defensive end.
Yeah.
And a 0 outside linebacker or something like that. You don't want to put him on the line as a 6 defensive end because that wouldn't be right either. He's not Cameron.
Now remember, Dennis, when we've done shows with Glenn, he's talked about putting in the team context. The starting left end for the Cardinals is Jonathan Bullard is 0-2. So as you were originally alluding to the Patriots, if you give Chandler Jones simply put defensive end on his card, Jonathan Bullard will never see the field.
Right, you could balance that out with having Chandler Jones be a 0 defensive end, 0-12-12, and then the backup outside linebacker would be a 0-2. So do you want to start the 0-2 at left end, or do you want to start the 0-2 at outside linebacker? Some kind of choice like that.
Dennis, would you rather have
you know what else is strange about that team is that none of the backup are rated at nose tackle.
Oh
wow. Corey Peters has got a heavy load to carry.
He better not get hurt.
That's right.
Isn't that the way they normally do it, though? I mean,
that's that way. That's right. That's actually right, because I remember mentioning this a few years ago. The starting nose tackle for Baltimore, wasn't that Brandon Williams, maybe?
Right.
Well,
yeah.
So Pierce was listed as a defensive tackle, either a 5 or a 6. And in some leagues, I had him in a 3-4, and in other leagues, I had him in a 4-3. And I thought, well, wait a minute, I'm getting punished because I'm moving him to his natural position of nose tackle. But they never, never fixed that. They've never turned him into nose tackles ever.
Yeah, so that's it. It's a weird. There are some teams that do get backup nose tackles, but I think normally, or usually, I should say, I think they do have guys with backup tackle only, and that Baltimore situation is really just. It's very tough to stomach and to understand, with the Pierce. And 1 year, one's a nose tackle, the other one's a defensive end. The next year, it's flipped. And if a guy gets multiple positions, he's got like defensive tackle instead of nose tackle. So I don't know what's going on there. Just to
let you know, there's no one on the ratings preview with a position of nose tackle as a backup. They're all the backups are listed as tackle, not nose tackle.
And then I have to go back and look. I don't know that that's been the case every single year in the past.
No, it hasn't. There have been times.
It has not. Absolutely. Pittsburgh used to sometimes have a backup nose tackle 5, I think, one year. So there definitely have been backup nose tackles. Mm-hmm. But we were just saying that usually the majority of the backup 3-4 tackles seem to be tackle only. And Dennis is saying that this year there are none. And that definitely has not been the case in the past. There's usually been at least a few, I think,
Yeah.
Dennis, can I ask Dennis real quick a question? Dennis, what did you say? He's teasing a ratings change, or was he teasing a rules change? What did you say again? What Glenn had said?
It seemed to me that it was something. It was just a tease that that astute Stratomatic players would have noticed a change. And I think Tom's nailed it. I think it's the strong safeties starting at, you can start them at strong safety or inside linebacker or outside linebacker. That hasn't happened before. We have, there's been guys in the past that have started off as a safety, but they play almost all the time on the line of scrimmage. And Strats probably kind of didn't know what to do with those players. So they didn't get ratings that reflected the way they played. I'm trying to remember a guy on the Cardinals or
Deion Buchanan.
Yeah,
exactly. There have been guys that have had both the ILB and safety rating. It's been few and far between. Very few and far between. This is the first time that I think you're seeing a guy who's got a very good inside linebacker rating, Chucky Clark, who also plays safety and who in the NFL is sort of as a safety, but Strat's going to do them both with some ability. So
Adam Archuleta had a 6 safety rating, and they rated him either a 4 or 0 linebacker 1 year.
Okay. And who was that undersized guy with Peter Bulware back in the day?
Yeah.
Who had been a safety. He might have got a dual rating that was pretty good 1 year early in his career. One of them was his brother, I think, right? Well, I think his brother's a defensive end.
Rusher.
One of them, I had probably the first names wrong.
Michael Bowler, maybe.
I think one of them was an edge rusher, and the other one was a safety who became a linebacker. That's my recollection, but I could be wrong. None of them were on my strat team, so you know.
Bowler was a stud, an outside linebacker. I had him my first 4 years.
Yeah. So I think that's what we're looking at, Michael. But we won't know until for sure until I guess I email Glenn and confirm it. Yeah. Someone said something. All right. I guess not. Okay. Let's see. Moving on down to Arizona. And we're going to that Chandler Jones thing, Dennis. Even though they don't play stock leagues, and if they have a 12-12 at defensive end, no one's going to play him at linebacker instead of a 0-2. Yeah, they're automatic 12 with no coverage responsibilities at 12-12. So, Michael, you were saying something?
Yeah.
One thing about Chandler Jones, I mean, being a 12-12 like that, and Shaq Barrett's that way. I mean, from a 0 to a 4 is not a real big difference, but if you had those guys on the line, they wouldn't have that 12 asterisk rating. It's going to be significantly lower.
Right.
So
Jones had 19 sacks. He would have been close to it.
What's that?
Jones had 19 sacks. He would have been like a 12-7. He would have been pretty close to a 12.
What was Strahan rated when he had like 27 or whatever it was? He wasn't even maxed. I don't think. How many sacks did Strahan have when he broke the record?
Someone could type it in and find out, I'm sure. So
I'm just saying they significantly limit the defensive ends. Like, okay, I guess Aaron Donald. What did Aaron Donald have for sacks this last year? I think he was
12. He was a 12-7 in one of the last couple of years. I think J.J. Watt got a 12-9 a couple of years ago. But those have been the high end in recent times.
Those are really, really high sack numbers. And I don't think Chandler Jones would end up with a 12-12. I mean, maybe
he wouldn't have got a 12-12. But I don't think with the 19 sacks. Of course, if you want to go back in the day, the 60s and 70s, there was quite a few guys who were 12. Deacon Jones and Bob Lilly, these guys who went 12-11s and 12-10s and 12-12s and 12-9s and stuff like that. But yeah, the outside linebacker is going to get a higher number for the same number of sacks as the down lineman in strat in general. All right, so let's see. Moving on with Arizona, Patrick Peterson gets the surprising 5. We know the reputation, but his PFF grade. Okay, we talked about this earlier. Strat seemed to go more away from PFF a little bit last year, a lot. When this year, one thing I meant to mention there, Nathan, you mentioned it regarding Marshawn Lattimore, and Mark Lepage mentioning in great detail last year when he gave Tre'Davious White his projected 6 and he got it, is the amount that a guy is thrown at. So you can have the PFF coverage grade only factors in plays that they actually throw at you. So if they really throw at you a lot less, you can still get apparently that good coverage, that good rating from Strat, even if the PFF grade is a little low. And Mark has been ahead of the game, being on the top of that. Although I told you, Mark, that Jamel Dean might not get this 5 you were touting, but hey, look, you know, to be 100% right. Mark does a great job, like Michael always said. So the Patrick Peterson is in that category of, we know the reputation, we know all the Pro Bowls he made in the past. There was some talk even before this year that he was slipping. This year, he really seemed to slip, coming back from a PED suspension. So maybe all those great years before that were PED inflated, and then he gets a 5 from Strat. I own him in SFA, and I was pretty surprised in a good way by this. Were you guys surprised by this Patrick Peterson 5 or reputation?
I'm not surprised by a 5 when he's been that good, and I haven't followed him that closely. I don't have him.
Yeah, I'm the same spot. You know,
Darrell Reeves had one of those.
Names, that's like Richard Sherman's last year's. His 5 last year. I mean, injured, banged up, missed some time. That kind of stuff. So, but
it sounds like you have. Yes, it sounds like you have a bit of a sore spot there, but that Sherman 5. Would there be any reason for that?
Oh, not at all. I think that he deserved that totally. I think that if anything, if he was going by reputation, he might have gotten to squeeze the 6 out. But his play certainly deserved a 5. And I'm saying Peterson's play also deserved a 5 this time.
Yes, I was teasing Dennis because we had made a bet about the Sherman, a wager about the Sherman rating. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
So no,
So
he earned it.
Yeah. Okay, but the 6th this year is the 6th this year, I believe. So, all right, moving on. Arizona. This guy didn't they have it? Oh, I think of Tampa Bay. I think this guy Byron Murphy was a 2nd-round pick, but he only got a 0. Sam Reddick looks like a bust. Let's go on to the Falcons. This offensive line, you've got 2 guys who are high draft picks. Caleb McGarry, the right tackle, 4-3. Chris Lindstrom, the guard, 4-3. Now these guys will be high draft picks in SOMIFA, but maybe they've got good futures. Alex Mack hanging in with the 5-7. James Carpenter, how the mighty have fallen, 0-2. Jake Matthews, 4-7. I was hoping 5-7 or 5-5 is an SSFA, but I can't say that he deserves it. Anything like that. Not a lot to talk about there. Defensively, Vic Beasley getting the 4-8 I thought was nice for any Vic Beasley owner because he's considered to be pretty bad against the run and hadn't even done a lot of good work rushing the passer since that huge year he had, I think, as a second-year player. So you're a little surprised by the 4 instead of a 0?
I was.
Open question. Okay.
I definitely was. I know they, and again, some of this stuff is basically based on reputation, like we just talked about. Peterson having an off year a bit and still ended up getting a 5. I was surprised that he got a 4, especially in lieu of the fact that Atlanta's not decided to pick up that 5th-year option. I'm just surprised that he wound up getting that number. I thought he was headed for a 0 again. He's turned out to be a massive bust.
Yeah, and we talked about reputation. Dennis, we feel like we might be going back a little bit to the way things were before PFF grades, where once a guy got a good reputation, he was getting that 5 or 6 for STRAT almost every year, churning them out. And sometimes the people complaining this guy's 32 and he missed half the game and he's not the same player. And like you get a 5, like next year he'll be out of football. So who knows if we're going back towards more that style? Who knows? Grady Jarrett is a 6'8". Very okay, Dennis.
They just got tired of watching us predict all the ratings based on the PFF rankings, and they had to switch it up. Like, no, we don't just use PFF. We've got other sources. See?
That's right. That could be. So, Grady Jarrett, the 6'8", he's really strong every year. Deion Jones getting the 64 middle linebacker. As fans of the SOMIFA Jeffs are glad to see, even though my team's not going to be good. Desmond Trufant gets the 5. Rest of this Falcons secondary doesn't do anything for you. Ricardo Allen getting a 0-4 coming back from injury. Dennis, he's on our S28 team. Bleedy Ray Wilson with a 0. Carolina, okay. Greg Olson with a 4 as a veteran. Taylor Moton, 5'5". Trey Turner, 4'5". He dropped off in the last couple of years. Matt Paradise, 5'3". Greg Van Roten, the generous 4'5". Dennis Daly, I'm not familiar with him, 4'3". He's probably in the draft. Christian McCaffrey, the 4'5". You're a Christian McCaffrey owner, as I am, in multiple leagues. You're happy with that, certainly. Gets a good pass blocking.
Well, as a Jets fan, there. You have to be happy with the Greg Roten 4-5 rating, don't you?
Zeb, you don't have to bring up all the Jets' bad offensive line signings just because I'm cursed with having been born a mile away from Shea Stadium and growing up in a family of Jets fans, which has led to a lifelong, a lifetime of misery. But I don't know. We'll see. Supposedly the word on the street, Zeb, by which I mean like on websites like theathletic.com, is that Greg Van Voten is a smaller, more athletic guard, and that's the type of guard that our stupid head coach Adam Gase wants and he likes in his system, rather than someone who could actually like straight up block somebody. So he's good. I guess he's good at running away from the defender. I'm not sure how that works, but his reputation is not strong. If you're a Greg Van Roten owner, you're probably happy with this right here.
Me.
I hope it works out. I'm excited, plenty excited for Mekhi Becton, though, Zeb, I'll tell you that much. He looks pretty good. And I don't mind McGovern. He's a step up, and he's at least like an NFL player. Like, he should be starting in NFL, even if he's below average. But Van Roten, I'm not there yet. We'll see. The Van Roten, George Fant, and the perpetually injured Alex Lewis. There's 3 of the guys. I don't know. I don't mind Josh Andrews. His backup costs like $1 million. All right. Carolina's defense. Brendan Butler, 0-5. Don Terry Poe as a nose tackle, 4-3. Gerald McCoy, going for the 4-3 defense of 3-4 is now a defensive end 5-4. Bruce Irvin gets a nice 40-12-1. Luke Kuechly gets a 66-0 in his last rating. Shaq Thompson 45-7. Mario Addison 0-12-3. He's on at least one of Dennis's teams that I've seen play.
I was actually expecting Mario Addison to be rated as a defensive end. He's another player that could be a combination in reality.
It's so weird when you have these guys. We have these teams where STRAT says they're going to be a base 3-4 because it's weird in the NFL. These guys almost always rush 4 guys anyway.
Yeah,
even when they're base 3-4. And Mario Addison has always been a defensive end, but there are some things that I guess the game is stuck in the restrictions of the game. Is limited by the restrictions of the game. And again, you have a situation like you had with Arizona. You have the starting defensive end 0. So if you give Mario Addison any defensive end rating, and he's going to be better than Vernon Butler's 0.5.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't change things too much to make Vernon Butler a 4.5 and Mario Addison a 0.12.5, and then you've got a reason to play both of them.
Yep.
True, but I think Glenn has said that they're not just going to bump up a guy they think is a 0, so that it's a little better to make Mario Addison a defensive end. I don't know how many snaps Vernon Butler had. Blah 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 blah. So they want to get the guys in the field that they feel are supposed to be on the field. And again, if you're playing a 3-4 in strategy, they want you blitzing these outside linebackers like they do in the NFL. Dante Jackson getting a 0, I thought that was a surprise. I was not a huge Dante Jackson fan, but I would have thought a 4 might be what he got. I don't know. I'm not sure what his PFF grade is. I need to sort this out a little better. It looked like it was pretty bad.
Not just a PFF grade, but the overall performance of the secondary.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah, and his I'm down there about number 90, and I don't see him yet. So unless I three, so I guess I should not have been surprised. Again, he's a guy like not on any of my teams. So not on any of my teams. His second round pick for last year. I guess I sort of figured he'd be a 4 again. So maybe that's more of just an ignorant speculation as opposed to anything else. So.
I
was surprised
back year for Bradbury. I thought because didn't he start out as a 5? His rookie, I think this was his 3rd season, and last year he winds up with a goose egg, and then to bounce back with a 5, that's pretty impressive. That guy could have been labeled a bust pretty easily.
Well, I think this is now at least his 4th year. I believe I could be wrong about that. And whenever there's any uncertainty, if one of you guys who likes to type can quickly do a Google search and give us the right information, that would be helpful for everyone. Like such as what year this was for James Bradbury. He was a 5 as a rookie. I think he went down to a 4 and then a 0, and now it's back up to a 5. Say it again.
I said that sounds right to me.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like I don't see him. He's down here at a 63.2 coverage grade. So, but again, we can't go just by coverage grade. Maybe he was avoided more often. Of course, if Dante Jackson was struggling, why not just keep throwing at him instead of throwing at whoever's on the other side? So,
Bradbury was a 5 his first year, then a 0, and then a 4 last year. So this is his 4th season.
I have it mixed up.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. No big deal. But okay, that's good to know. Thank you, Zeb. But yeah, I was surprised to see him get the 5 from nowhere. Trey Boston, safety 6. We have a resident Trey Boston owner over here in Nathan Baylor.
I own him in a couple of leagues.
What can you tell us about Mr. Boston and his 6? 6-0.
Well, I got about 100 offers for either him or Harris or probably not Bayard because he would have been more expensive, but I kept them all mostly because I was pretty sure they were going to get at least a 5, obviously, but I thought they were probably going to get a 6. They're like number 1 and number 3 in coverage grades, I believe.
Okay, let me see what I got here. I'm not sorted by coverage grade. Let me do that. Hold on. Justin Simmons is a guy that I didn't really care for that much. Now 3 years later, he's a 66. I'll point out when there's guys I don't like who get good ratings, certainly. What am I looking at here? Coverage grades, coverage snaps, coverage.
I just traded for Boston in the league. He's only I think I looked earlier. He's only 28 years old.
Yeah, he seemed like a pretty good player, and then he kind of disappeared for a year or something. 90.6 coverage grade for Boston, 4th in the NFL. And you said Anthony Harris, number 1 in the NFL, 91.6. I think that's one of Dennis's guys. Dennis is Anthony Harris, right?
I've got those two in SSFA. I don't have Anthony Harris. I don't think in the right we go.
Yeah, I don't think I have Anthony Harris anywhere. But one thing I will say about Boston is that he kind of suffered a little bit from the, I don't know what it was, the bargain basement of safeties in the NFL. There was guys that just weren't getting signed till the very last week or two before training camp opened, and they were getting signed for a bargain. It was like the new, safety was the new running back, where you could get a good player for $2 or $3 million a year. And I don't know how that doesn't really relate much to STRAT, but I will say it makes Boston look like, okay, he went from one team to another just because he wasn't getting the contract that he thought he deserved.
That's right.
Well, he started off, I believe, in LA. I traded for him.
Okay, guys, I'm out of here now. I'll talk to you later on.
See ya.
Hey, Dennis, what show are you watching?
We are watching The Last Kingdom, Utrecht of Bebbenberg. It's a Netflix show. The Last Kingdom.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I know it. I know the show. Okay, I've seen a couple episodes, I think. All right, Dennis, later. Okay.
No, I just noticed too, Tom, Boston, when you had that other graph up, he played more snaps than anybody as well that I see on there.
Yeah, well, 1,000 snaps is always a number like, oh, this guy was out there like every play. Anything in the 900s and above, really. And yeah, 1104. What's interesting to me, I just looked here, is Adrian Phillips. I know it's a 54 or something like that. For the Chargers, only 282 snaps. I'm not complaining. He's on my SSFA team.
I have him on in the league too, and I was surprised at that happily. But because he usually gets a 4. I've had him for years.
Yes, yeah, I've had him for years too. You get that young player who you draft late, he's a 4, and he keeps getting them. You just kind of keep him around. What the hell, right? Why trade him? So, I've been the same way. But I was surprised at his 5. I knew he had a good grade. I didn't realize the snaps were even that low, so it makes it even more surprising, I would say. Brian Burns, the rookie first-round pick for Carolina, gets that OLB 0-12-1. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes in the drafts. I think he's probably going to be top 20 in SOMIFA. Guys like the draft and pass rush rating. Go ahead.
I think he's the new Chandler Jones.
He's the new Chandler Jones. We should go in the top 10 then.
Well, I mean, as far as he lines up and at defensive end, I watch a lot of Carolina games. It's strange with the positioning sometimes.
Yeah, and I think Carolina's switching to a 4-3 this year, going back to the 4-3, even though Kuechly's gone. So Burns for the future might be a defensive end as long as they're in that 4-3 front. Matt Rule, I believe, is the new head coach down in Carolina.
Yep.
Former Temple coach, did great things at Temple, which is not exactly recruiting the best talent in the world. And he was allegedly the Jets. No, I'm not a Temple fan. I don't know much about them, but he was allegedly the Jets' first choice to be head coach last year before Adam Gase. But they didn't want to give him final say on his own staff. I'm like, you expect that? You expect this guy to leave college where he's got and come to your program? You're going to judge me on wins and losses as a head coach, and you're going to tell me who my offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator is? You're going to judge me on wins and losses. You hire me, I hire my staff, and judge me on the results. That to me, that was crazy and idiotic. And I just get a feeling, maybe he'll be one of those guys who becomes a real good coach. Some of these guys, you come from a smaller program, you've got less to work with, you've got to do more coaching. It's I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but it's like that with a lot of NFL quarterbacks in the last 25 years or so. There's a theory, and I haven't looked at it in too great depth. And Zeb is always great at pointing out about 15 examples that prove the rule wrong. Not that it's a rule, but there's a theory that like coaches who come from like real power programs, like top 5 programs that are all, like playing for national championships and stuff, up until recent years, because now Deshaun Watson and Tua Tagovailoa, if he becomes good, we'll go against that. And let's not forget Joe Burrow, right? But up before those three guys, anyway, for a long time, like the schools that were winning titles and were competing for the titles, like Alabama, like Ohio State, they weren't really putting good quarterbacks into the NFL. And a lot of the quarterbacks were guys who came from schools that weren't quite that level. Big Ben Roethlisberger from Miami, Ohio, and Aaron Rodgers from Cal Berkeley, and stuff like that.
Tom Brady
And
from the University of Michigan.
Well, but he's an exception because he wasn't even really starting hardly in college. It's hard
They were winning national championships. They were a good team, but
yeah, but I don't know if I don't follow college football enough to know if they were still a top 6, top 8 like they have often been in their history. So you would know better than me. But yeah, and again, it's not 100% thing. It's just sort of a general trend. And the theory was that when you go to Alabama, you get all the pass protection in the world. Your running backs got huge holes to run through. You got a great running game. You got receivers who are tremendous. Your defense is destroying the other team. It's real easy to play quarterback in that environment. If you're going to a school like Miami of Ohio, Cal Berkeley, Wisconsin, Purdue, where Drew Brees went, you know what? You don't have as much time to throw the ball. Your receivers aren't nearly as wide open. You've got to make quicker decisions. You've got to respond under pressure more quickly, and that is so much of what NFL quarterbacking is about. It's like I tell guys, like I've got an uncle, and he's always like, "Oh, he's got a really strong arm." I'm like, dude, they all have real strong arms. Outside of the Chad Pennington types, 90% of these guys, if you get drafted as a first-round quarterback in the NFL, you generally have a very strong arm, or you generally have a strong enough arm. It's very rare that a guy like Chad Pennington, who did go in the first round, gets drafted in the first round without having a very strong arm. So it's so much about the decision making. The process.
Even after college, losing the Arena League and losing NFL Europe, those were both really great places for developing quarterbacks to go and get better.
Yeah, Kurt Warner is the number one example, but Jake Delhomme also came out of NFL Europe. I'm sure Zev might be able to name a few others.
Not off the top of my head, but I know there were others, and I know that a lot of them pointed to that as a great experience and a chance for them to do exactly what you're saying, learn how to play quarterback under less than ideal conditions.
Yeah, maybe Jay Fiedler might have spent a season over there. I'm not sure, but yeah, because it's about you've got the arm strength. Hopefully, you've got good accuracy, but it's about how quickly can I figure out what to do and then execute. And that you have to be put under pressure to really do that. If you have less time to throw the ball, if your window is tighter to get the ball to your receiver, you've got to be better in college than you do when your team is up 40-7 and your guys are running 20 yards behind the defense down the field.
John Kettner is another one.
Say who? Who?
John Kettner, and Brad Johnson.
There you go.
Two other guys that play in Europe.
Yep.
Yeah, Tom, the reason I asked you about Temple was their coach was Jeff Collins. He's the coach of Georgia Tech now.
Okay. And how
we were best friends in middle school and high school.
Ah, nice. Okay. And how is he doing down there with Georgia Tech?
As good as you can do. I mean, whatever height they can reach, he'll get them there. He's a great guy and a great coach.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that, like you said, they kind of have a little bit of a limited ceiling,
right?
Where you don't expect them to end up in the top 6 in the country or something like that. So, but you do good things there, and then maybe next thing you know,
correct? Yeah,
somebody's got to hire a coach at a bigger school, and that's the way it goes for some of these guys, right? Like, where did Urban Meyer come from before he went to Florida? He was somewhere.
Bowling Green.
Yes.
There you go. So, like, these guys can come from whatever you want to call them, these mid-majors or lesser Division I schools, and they can do a good job. And you never know when a bigger school comes calling, and now you're, making a name for yourself and doing good things. All right, so let's move on to. So, I'm not saying.
I just wanted to mention about this. I don't play stock teams. You just mentioned Burns. and where he's going to go in the draft. And I agree with the asterisk pass rating. PFF really loves him. I saw a lot of scouting on him, but I don't play stock teams. How is he going to play? How is he ever going to see the field if you have a left outside linebacker and a right outside linebacker that are both 12? When is he ever going to see the field?
Again, it's the limitations of the game. If you don't play with injuries, okay, he'll never see the field because he's inferior to the other two guys. But again, they have a starting defensive end 0. And Zeb, like the same way you posited, well, just make Vernon Butler a 4. It's a big deal. Like I've asked Glenn about that a few years ago, and he's like, "Well, we don't think the guy's a 4. Why make him a 4?" So that's what
whether he's a solid 0 or kind of a fringe player who could be a 4 and a 0. Whether you're, if he's a solid 0, I wouldn't want to bump him up. But if he's somebody, they have guys that are kind of they've got to debate back and forth, which way to put them that are kind of sitting right on the fence.
Sure.
And if he's on the fence, I could see a good reason to push him to a 4 to give you reasons to put both of them in the game.
Sure. And like I was saying, like I said earlier, I said a couple of times now, if you guys have specific players in situations like this Vernon Butler, Brian Burns situation that you want me to ask Glenn about, email me those things and I'll collect them because I can't write them down now. And I promise you I won't remember them all, or maybe hardly any of them because I'm getting older. Okay. But if you email them to me, I have a record there. I don't have to remember anything. I can just put them in a folder and look at my emails and say, Glenn, why is this? And see what happened. But again, there are limitations to the game engine, right? They think Carolina plays a 3-4. They're going to give them 3 guys. Addison ended up with a 0-0, even though he rushed his pass all the time. So you're going to blitz him, and Burns never sees the field. So that's a problem. Dennis asked a couple of years ago, well, he thought about like a pass rushing fatigue system. And I think that, I think there are things that Strat's not willing to invest the resources in for football.
Yeah.
Because it's just not the moneymaker like baseball is. And baseball is, is Strat's huge product. And I get the impression that everything else is second tier, and they'd probably they'd have to redo code for all these things, and and do guys who play the game. They talk about playability a lot. How many guys really want to be sitting there substituting pass rushers in? Like every series in the second half of the game. Zeb might like doing it. I might like doing it. As if I don't play slowly enough. But but Glenn talked about playability, and you see this team, and you're like, oh, come on, I got Addison, Irvin, and Brian Burns. I can have a nice 3-man rotation. You get me there, so all right, great. But what about when you play the Falcons? And now because of pass rush fatigue, you're like rotating like Tyler Davidson, defensive tackle 4-1, and Jacob White D. Mariner, defensive tackle 4-0, and it's like, why am I doing this? This is pointless and just taking up time playing the game. So I don't know, or other situations like that. So the playability is always a consideration, and the limitations of the game engine are things you got to watch out for when you think about these things. I also was surprised that Bradbury got the 5. Joe Golden's happy. He took my first round a couple years ago. Chicago Bears, let's see. Cody Whitehart, center 4-5. James Daniels, guard 4-7. And they play the other positions where Whitehart goes to guard 0-5. Daniels goes to center 0-7. Now, Zeb and I talked about these players when James Daniels was in the draft. I think you had white hair on one of you. Do you have white hair on your SOMIFA team, Zeb?
No.
Okay. But maybe you were considering him or whatever, but you weren't sure. Maybe in the post-draft game, you're like, I wasn't sure about where he's going to end up or something like that. So
I thought that hurt his draft position, the fact that nobody was sure whether he was going to be a center or a guard.
Yeah. And, it's one of those things where if you need both, fine. But you'd rather know the guy's position, certainly. He still got drafted pretty well. I don't know exactly where. You'll probably find out quickly for me. It'll make me look bad. But I know James Daniels was a college center, and he was supposed to be playing center last year, but according to this, they played both again, so who knows what's going to happen. But, center 4-5, guard 4-7. But just interesting to look at. David Montgomery's a starting running back. Defense, Eddie Goldman, 5-1 nose tackle. The Bears defense didn't play as well last year. Michael Reeves was hoping for the 5. Mark had projected the 4, but he gets the 5. The big surprise was Bilal Nichols over there, defensive end, getting a 5-0. I thought he might even get rated.
Yeah,
much as
that was
5.
good for me in S28.
There you go. Then Roquan Smith getting the sophomore 54-5 to people who took him last year.
Another
We're very
good one.
happy with that.
Yeah.
Does the great Nick Kwiatkowski getting a 44-6 as the
I
backup
was waiting for that name to come up.
before signing a nice contract with Oakland to potentially be a starting outside linebacker over there for Vegas now, the Raiders. Not a great contract, but for him, right? Khalil Mack 46-12-1. Kyle Fuller's 5 was a surprise to me. That could be an issue. They're throwing it to the side, which we talked about, or the reputation, or reading other sources, because the PFF grade was not great. One of the reasons I traded him in SSFA, and I got a late 1 this past year. Well, I had a bunch of good corners, and he had a bad PFF grade, but he still ends up with a 5. Eddie Jackson 6, another guy who did not have,
surprising to me.
Did not have a great PFF grade in coverage by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think he was first or second team All-Pro. I don't know the Pro Bowl team, but I'm pretty sure he was not first or second team All-Pro, but I could be wrong about that. But I was very surprised to see that, okay? And so Eddie Jackson fans will be ecstatic with that. Clinton Dix gets a solid 55 in his first year in Chicago. Prince Amukamara falling down to a 4, hurting Dennis and I in Strat 28. Any backups worth mentioning? The Dallas Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? Jason Witten getting the 4. He's still playing. Didn't he sign somewhere else? He's not with the Raiders, didn't he?
Yes.
It's funny. It was Gruden's first year with the Raiders, first year back with the Raiders. They signed like 1 million veterans real cheap. And I was like, is he trying to do like a George Allen 2.0? And then, of course, they started getting hammered once the games played because he signed a bunch of 31-year-old mediocre guys. It wasn't going to work out. They didn't have the A-level talent to let those guys come in and help out. And this kind of reminded me a little bit of that. You remember they like Jordy Nelson?
They have guys like talent already with Darren Waller.
I think.
Say it again.
I said the Raiders already have A-level talent at tight end with Darren Waller.
I think what Gruden's plan with that is, I'm a huge Raiders fan, by the way, even though I'm from Atlanta. I think he's bringing those guys in for the young guys.
I got you. Show them how to do things the right way. You need a second tight end anyway. Darren Waller does have a history of drug suspensions. So, and that, presumably the contract is cheap. But but now at least they've got some young talent coming along, and you want to bring some of these guys onto the roster. It makes a little more sense than a few years ago where, like, all they did was sign a bunch of, like, mid-level veterans. And it was like, well, where's the beef? You're giving me the gravy, but where's the beef? Lael Collins with the vaunted 6'7" at right tackle. Zeb, he's on my SOMIFA team. Go ahead.
Stepping away from the ratings a little bit, or just like kind of talking about the Cowboys overall, do you think that Ezekiel Elliott owners are going to be disappointed in his card just because it may be downgraded because their run blocking is going to be so good?
Well, I would say yes. I would say probably, which means probably not, because we're talking about running back projections, which is a nightmare unless you had an obvious chunky like Barkley last year. But I would say probably for 2 reasons. I would think number one would be Dak Prescott's season and how well the Cowboys pass the ball, and that statistically they were a pass first team last year. Let me bring up the Cowboys stats. You had a team that dropped back to pass at least 500. Well, if you include the sacks and not the must runs, 620 times compared to 449 carries. So right away, that's going to hurt your running back.
Yeah.
Secondly,
the 20-plus yard runs were his lowest he's ever had.
Secondly, the entire offensive line practically looks like a 6. And then third, his average was only 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
So there's three factors competing there to say, that Elliott card, probably should be a disappointment. I would guess. We haven't looked at the chunk factor. Jason just told us like 4 carries, 20 yards or more. I think Elliott's card is usually disappointing, and I haven't thought about it, Zeb, but that's a good point. I mean, for this year, I think there's even more reason to be so. Prescott had 5,000 yards. They threw the ball 620 to 449 runs, and they got a whole bunch of sixes on the line. I don't know what their strength of schedule was like. The Giants couldn't do anything on defense. The Eagles, I don't know how they were against the run last year. Whatever. So yeah, I think the recipe is there for guys to be disappointed in Elliott's card, particularly if they're going on the name, right? Because he's Ezekiel Elliott. He was like the number 4 pick of the draft. He's a good NFL player. Everyone knows him, but that's not always the way it works out in Strat. Not that he'll be awful, but I think he's been a guy where generally Cowboy fans have been a little disappointed with his card. Not like he's been bad, but wanting more.
Maybe
and
underwhelming.
I think not quite as bad as Sean Alexander, right? In the underwhelming department, because I think Elliott's cards have been not bad at all. I know Michael Reeves has got him now. I think they've been not bad, but just like when you think of the type of player you think of him as in the NFL, you think of him as someone who's going to give you better than what you've been getting a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You guys agree with that?
Well, actually, sometimes when if the quarterbacks stepped up a lot in their passing games a lot better, sometimes the card's not. It's different, so it can be better but in a different way, because the way his cards have been they're not really what people would consider really good cards. You just have to run it nonstop to get those numbers. Right. So sometimes maybe if I could see it happening where Dak's card's pretty good and Zeke's card's pretty good, and basically it's just a guessed wrong, guessed right, more of a extreme difference than what in the past.
Okay, that'll be interesting to see and look for. And I don't know why I can't help but feel like maybe it's because Strat makes their game with the stock teams in mind, but I can't help but feel like the run blocking doesn't seem to kill the running back cards or aid the running back cards as much as we seem to think it's going to do when we look at these numbers every year. So I've kind of gotten away from projecting that in my head. I mean, it's only a month that you have to worry about it. But I don't know. We're talking running back cards. Who knows? Throw a dart on the wall, basically, pretty much. Connor Williams is the back sheep of the family there. 4'4" left guard. 6'7", 6'7", 6'5", 6'7". Travis Frederick getting a 6'5" in his last year in the NFL. I wonder if that was a bit of a going away present from Strat. And Tyron Smith is a 6'7". He's been injured off a lot in the last few years. He's been a 5 a couple of times. He's got the bad back. I don't know how much time he missed this year, if any. But I don't know how long he's going to be getting those 6'7". But then again, we could be getting back to a little bit more of a reputation era. And also, you'll see a lot of this. I'll comment briefly since I see Blake Jarwin. I think we saw this last year, maybe before it. See a lot of the blocking back 0, tight end 4. And you even see a greater spread at times. Because you do get a benefit from the blocking back offense. And, I guess they don't want you to.
He has a fullback who is a 5 run blocker.
There you go. Jameez Olawale. Olawale. Thank you. I'll take your word for it. So, okay. So I think your point, Zeb, is they could make Blake Jarwin a 4 and it wouldn't be as big a deal because when they want the blocking, they might put the 5 in there anyway.
Yep.
Perhaps. Okay.
Well, 5 as well. So they can actually, they've not just the offensive line, but they've got good blocking at the blocking back and extra tight end positions too.
Sure. And not to potentially start a YouTube show war with Zeb, but with stock teams, of course, the run blocking isn't nearly as important because you've only got 8 units of run blocking, I believe, on the defense's card. Whereas in our leagues, it's considerably more than that. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but it's probably in the neighborhood of, let me guess, let me think of a line column, like 6, 9, 11, 12, probably at least like 14, something like that. So defensively, and maybe it's more. Defensively, DeMarcus Lawrence, 6'6", not as many sacks this past year. Dallas has been getting zeros on the defensive line for a couple of years. This year, not 6'4", 4'4". Robert Quinn, 4'12", 1. That's nice for someone. I think a lot of people were thinking he'd be a 0. Leighton Vander Esch, Nathan touched on him earlier because he's got him 54-3 despite missing some time with injury and a drop-off in performance. Jalen Smith.
That was surprising to me.
Me too.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I think we all would have expected at least a 4 just because it's like,
Sure.
wow, is he really a 0? But the Dallas defense was a little spotty at times last year. I don't think he was playing as good last year. Neither him nor Vander Esch were playing as well, and Vander Esch at least was related to injury more. So I wasn't surprised. That could be one for me to ask Glenn if someone wants to email me a reminder, or you make yourself a list and email me all the names at the end. Byron Jones gets a 5 at right corner. Xavier Woods gets a 5 at safety. That's going to help out the people that drafted him last year.
Finally.
Jeff Heath with a 4 at strong safety. Chidobe Awuzie with a 4 at corner.
Jeffy's still cranking out the ratings for you.
That's right, baby. I think I've got see, now this is your fault, Seth, if I start talking about my own SOMIFA team. What's to talk about? I don't have much of a quarterback. I had to give up, I traded stuff to get Darnold.
You've got 2 quarterbacks.
No. Only in the with the most liberal application of the definition. None of them. Who knows? Maybe Fitzpatrick gets a decent card. I don't know. I can't see it, but what in the world was I going to say? I got like 3 corner 5s, and I got like 3 safety 4s.
Talking about Jeff Heath.
Yeah, Jeff Heath is a 4, Ronnie Harrison is a 4, and Bradley McDougall is a 4. So I got 3 4s. I got 3 5s at corner with Joe Hayden, Malcolm Butler, and Bradley Roby. We'll see what happens over there. But that team is just the Andrew Luck retirement really hurt me. And drafting and horrible coaching last year. That team was very good on paper, and they should have been a playoff team, and I did not coach them well enough because of throwing the ball too much. But I've learned the Arrowhead ways, Zeb. I've been running the ball in SFA, behind the good run blocking, and we'll see what happens on Monday afternoon, 3:30 Eastern time, when the Jets take on the Kansas City Chiefs in the SSFA quarterfinals. Will Tom Cook run the ball in the postseason and advance for the first time in many years? We'll find out. Jordan Lewis back in corner 4. Some guys like him. I'm not that big on him, but some guys like him.
As I look at their defense, I see Joe Thomas got a 4 in pass coverage, but he's only an outside linebacker, which is nice. So that you can't sub him in to cover for Jalen Smith's 0.
That's right. And I like getting these 0-6. I mean, if you have to have a bad pass rating inside linebacker, I'm coming around to, if I'm playing a 3-4, to liking the run rating on the inside linebackers more.
Yeah, you can still use him.
And who's that guy that got a couple of them 0-5, 0-6 to Stuart Bradley or something like that? Was that the guy's name a couple years ago? It was a guy's last name was Bradley or something like that. It's like a veteran player. I was thinking Minnesota, but maybe
that would be Jasper Brinkley.
Maybe it could be him. There's somebody who was like a 0-5 or a 0-6 like 2 years in a row, or 1 year 0-5, 0-6. But those guys, but Jalen Smith's not a guy you can get cheaply, unfortunately. Like if you play a 3-4 and you get a guy like that cheaply, it's not that bad, But Jalen Smith's not the type of guy you get cheaply. Go to the Detroit Lions. Jesse James is a 4. Hold on. Top 10 NFL pick. T.J. Hawkinson's a 0 blocking back, 4 tight end. Ricky Wagner 4-3. Graham Glasgow with a 5-4 is pretty solid. Bounces back, plays 10 0-4. I forget where he signed. Frank Ragnow was disappointing to me. Zeb 5-5. I think a lot of us thought he was going to get a 6. There was a lot of good write-ups about him. I don't recall if he made the Pro Bowl. Nothing wrong with the 5-5. I think a lot of people are thinking 6-5. And you guys thinking a 6 for Frank Ragnow?
I was hoping.
Got a good name.
Yeah. Well, none of us were looking at the blocking highlights, so I guess but just from like having read stuff, it seemed like he might get the 6, but he didn't get a 5-5.
Joe Dahl is a name that jumps out to me here. I mean, he's a guy who I've been kind of kicking the idea of picking up in drafts for the last couple of years and never did, and now I'm kicking myself for not having done that.
That's right. Well, 4-7 is nice. He was a guy that seemed like he was going to be the mix to start, and I guess he finally broke through or something.
Yeah.
But he is a 4-7. Taylor Decker down to a 4-5. That's a little disappointing if you drafted the first round a couple years ago, but he's,
I'm just surprised that Dahl is the only 7 on the line. When you've got other bigger name players.
That's true. Pretty much every other player is a bigger name player than Joe Dahl. So, that's true.
Rick Wagner's kind of a journeyman.
Yeah, he is. See, but you had that 7 a couple years ago. I think people got excited he'd be more than that, but it hasn't worked out.
I think if
Defensive-
they have Stafford for the whole year and adding Swift to carry on Johnson coming back, their offensive line should improve next season.
Yeah, I think they also might have they signed someone and drafted a couple of guys like after the second round.
Well, they signed the guy from the Eagles whose name I can't pronounce.
Oh yeah, yeah. We all know the guy. It's HV, the initials. And I think they were talking about hoping they're thinking and believing that their offensive line would be better this year. I don't know if it was bad last year. I'm not a Lions fan, but of course this is a time of year where everyone says these things. And I think did somebody leave? Graham Glasgow left, but okay. How many sacks did they yield last year with Stafford only playing half the season? They gave up 43 sacks. David Blau's got to get rid of the football to have 14 sacks in 5 games. Come on, David. The Driscoll kid, he might have lost a job on this. 11 sacks in 3 games. Get rid of it, Jeff.
Sacks back on the quarterback card.
That's right. Jay Villing wouldn't put up with this. But Jeff Driscoll uses him in SSFA this year in a rebuilding team. Started out like 3-1, but then maybe even 5-3. But then all the 0s and 4 defense came back.
Isn't that the worst when Thanksgiving rolls around and you're treated to the Lions, and then on top of that, to like their 3rd string quarterback, and this is going to drag on for like 3.5 hours before a good game comes on, and you have to actually start paying attention to your relatives?
But that is tradition, Michael.
I know. Once the game gets out of hand, you got to actually start having conversations with family.
At least this time, it's the 3rd string quarterback who's bad, as opposed to watching Chuck Long or Eric Hipple. But you could at least say, well, they could add somebody. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Hey, fun fact actually about them. Do you know where I live, or where I grew up? Actually, in Southern Ohio, down the road from us, Portsmouth, Ohio. They had a professional football team in 1930 and 31, and that's the team that actually eventually became the Detroit Lions.
I am familiar with Portsmouth as an NFL franchise. I did not know exactly where it was. I just seen the name. So, okay.
Southern Ohio. Mm-hmm.
And they probably still didn't have a good quarterback back then.
No.
So they have Stafford, but okay. They've been waiting since Portsmouth to Detroit. They have Stafford, of course, but Ashawn Robinson's a 4.2. He's a pretty good player, I think. Damon Harrison, 4.2. John Atkins, 4.0. Trey Flowers, 5.7.
There's kind of a surprise there. I mean, Damon Harrison has been a 6 for about five years in a row.
That's right. And I don't know what his run block rating looked like this year. And I'm probably going to pick up the pace a little bit, guys, because I don't want to stay on probably past 1 Eastern if I can help it.
Part of the problem is with these really crappy teams is they're going to get anything that they're close on, they're going to get bumped down.
Yep.
Kind of like with the good players, like, why I held out hope that Byard might get a 6. Other than his reputation is he's on a really good defense,
That makes sense.
Yeah, and there's a lot of players there, like you talked about, like you mentioned, Damon Harrison.
I don't have a problem with it. I was just pointing that out as worthy of mention.
Yeah, because Adrian Robinson, I really like him, and I think that I'm excited he's on the Rams now because I think that he could be a really good player.
Who is that?
He's a good player.
Ashawn Robinson, he's a 4. I think he might have been a 4 last year too, but he's been a 5 before as sort of a backup.
Yeah, I liked him when he was in the draft. He looks the part, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What was I going to say was, like there's some guys like if they're not on your team, you haven't followed them, you might not know their ratings. Like I don't have Snacks on any of my teams. He was only 67 money fans. But I know you're saying is that absolutely when you see a guy who's a 5 and a 6 every year, in his case usually a 6, all of a sudden you see a 4, you're like, hey, what's up? Devon Kennard, 44.10. Gerard Davis gets a 44.5. That kind of surprised me because his numbers are pretty lousy, and I think they're kind of disappointed in him, but he gets a 44. instead of something zero-oriented. Darius Slay with a 5.
5 years in a row, Harrison has been a 6.
Nice. Darius Slay with a 5. Rashawn Melvin 0. Nice safeties here. Tavon Wilson 5. Tracy Walker 5. He was probably like a 3rd or 4th round pick in a lot of leagues last year. I think he was a 4 as a rookie. Yeah, I think he was a 4 as a rookie. I think he was an NFL 3rd or 4th round pick. And he's done a nice job there. Nothing much on the bench to get too excited about. Green Bay. Mercedes Lewis is a 5. Zeb's intrigued. Zeb, bad news over there in Dallas, SOMIFA land. You did win the title, though, so you can't be too upset. Robert Tonyan down to a 4, Zeb.
Well, I have a theory on that. Robert Tonyan's a converted wide receiver. He should not have been rated a 6 as a tight end blocker last year. But I think that when they were watching the game film, he looked like a 6 in comparison to Jimmy Graham, and I think that's how he slipped it in there last year.
There you go. That's good. That's a good theory. But he didn't look like a 6 compared to Mercedes Lewis, who was actually a legitimate blocking tight end. So there you go. Brian Balaga, 6'7" on one tackle. David Bakhtiari, 6'7" on the other. That's nice. Billy Turner, 4'2". I'm very disappointed, Zeb. I was hoping, come on, give me a 4'4", something I can at least play with. Corey Lindsley, 5'4", solid center. Elgin Jenkins, only a 4'4". I thought he might get a 4'5".
I think a few people are a little surprised at that. I was hearing good things about him.
Yes, and he's a second-round NFL pick. So if he would have got a 4'5",
in the league,
you would think so. So if he got a 4, I know it's only one number, but if he got a 4'5", you'd be like, oh, probably first 2 rounds, not first round, but probably second round SOMIFA pick, maybe slips into the early 3rd. But with that 4'4", he's probably not going in the second round. He's probably almost certainly going to be. Say what?
Maybe he'll last to the end of the 3rd round.
It could be, So, but he does seem like that type of guy. You get these guys who are like NFL, like second round pick as a guard, like as a decent rookie year. They say good things about him, and I think he was a fairly high second round pick. A lot of guys they go on to become pretty good players. And sometimes you get guys who are first round picks who don't play much as a rookie, who don't play that great, and you may draft them in the 2nd or 3rd round, and they become good players. So, offensive line is a position where guys can develop sometimes, and I don't mind taking a chance with some of these guys. It's worked out well for me when I did it back in the day with Riley Reif and Rodney Hudson and David DeCastro. Now I got to replenish. Green Bay defense. I was really surprised that Kenny Clark got a 5.6. Again, this is STRAT, I think, going away from the PFF grades because the PFF grade was not that good. I know his PFF grade was really good in previous seasons. He was getting 6s a couple of years in a row. I thought he was in jeopardy of getting a 4, and they probably would get a 4. But he has a good reputation, and they know. I guess people think, well, he's a good NFL player. And we were talking earlier. I think STRAT might have given him the bump there. What do you guys think? Any other Kenny Clark owners out there? He's on both of my.
Sell while you can.
You don't like him long term. You're just teasing me. I do a Vita Vea.
I know you've got DJ Reader on the roster too. You're fine.
Yeah. So, but I've got him in both the SOMIFA and SFA, Kenny Clark. Then you have Tyrion Lannister at the right end. He's a little short for the position. He's a Game of Thrones fan. It's Tyler Lancaster. Preston Smith, 44-12-6. He's a SOMIFA Cowboy, isn't he?
He is.
BJ Goodson, 040. I kind of like BJ Goodson, and he's done nothing since I liked him. Blake Martinez, 45. Mike Reeves says, that can't be right.
Oh, it's not.
That's kind of funny because he was 5 and 6 run. Yeah, he's been a 5 and a 6 in run defense the last couple of years, and this year he's a 0.
Yeah, he was the guy that I did not like when he was a rookie. I thought he looked too slow. And I think I said stuff like he'll never do good in pass coverage. Then he had 2 very strong grades in a row, like 55 and 56, like Zeb was saying. And then now John's with 45. And he's not there anymore. He's signed somewhere, right?
Yeah, I don't remember where.
Someone will Google that.
In a second.
And Nathan was I think, was it you, Nathan, or was it Mick on the forum? It was Darius Smith, the 56-12-8. Man, oh, Shevitz, that looks nice.
Martinez
Jay
went to Giants.
went to the New York Giants. That makes sense. Thursday, I don't know. Gettleman, I don't think he's doing a very good job. Daniel Jones looks like he might be pretty good, but I don't think Gettleman's doing a good job. I'm not a Giant fan, so I don't care. I'm just saying I see what they do a little more because they are here in New York. So, Jair Alexander, a solid 5 as a sophomore. Kevin King, this shocked me. I was a big Kevin King fan when he came into the league. I loved his college tape, but the guy was injured all the time and remains like injured all the time. Last year he played a lot more, but his PFF grades, I think, were pretty bad. Like, hey, this is convenient. 62.3 coverage grade. You know, and you've got Jair Alexander on the other side, so I don't think it's a matter of them avoiding Kevin King to throw to Jair Alexander. And he gets a 5. That'll be one. That'd be one to email me for me myself to remind me that I want to ask Glenn about that. I'm not complaining for what a win. I got with him and Shaq Griffin, but that just surprised me a lot. I would have guessed a 0, or if you're lucky, a 4. I certainly would have guessed a 5. Adrian Amos gets a 55. Darnell Savage gets a free safety 50. Surefire first-round pick in SOMIFA. I will have to update a mock at some point and see what it's like. The previous mock, I think I had him in the top 10, so I wasn't expecting too many good ratings out of the rookie class. I think the rookie ratings are a little better than I thought maybe. So Savage could slip, will probably slip then into the second 10 of the draft, but you never know when it comes to a 5. Some guys grab him. And we won't spend a lot of time on Montravius Adams 0-0. It's a travesty. He's on a couple of my teams. Rashawn Gary, he looks like, I haven't scouted these guys yet, but he looks like a bust waiting to happen for some reason. I think you're ready. He's one of those like, a natural athlete guys and combine guy, but even the college numbers maybe weren't great or something that I don't recall. Is that we know better than me? But I don't know. It seemed like
I think his combine numbers are good.
Yeah, his combine numbers.
Freak athlete.
His
he came out with Devin Bush, right? Both of them were very highly touted.
Yeah.
This guy was a freak athlete.
Yeah. His combine numbers were very good, and his athleticism is supposed to be very good. I was saying his college numbers.
Oh yeah,
performance. Wasn't matching the athleticism, and it's weird. That often concerns me. But I've noticed, I think in last year, that some of these guys, you have those issues about they do seem to come around by year 3, year 4. But I don't like drafting a guy like that. We'll see what happens where he goes. I feel like he might be a bust. I haven't scouted his tape yet, but because I remember during the NFL draft when he got drafted, there was surprise from the talking head experts that I guess he was projected to go a lot later. So
here's the one thing I'll say. This in some ways reminds me of a couple years ago when I picked up D Ford at the end of the 4th round in SOMIFA. He came in as a first-round pick, and he didn't play much his first year, but he was sitting behind Justin Houston and Tom Bahali. And you look who Rashawn Gary's playing behind
for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you look who Rashawn Gary's playing behind. I mean, he's got some pretty good players ahead of him. So it's a little harder to say he's a bust just because he's not getting those opportunities.
And these guys just came over to Green Bay with nice contracts before last year. So just like Ford, it might be a couple of years before he gets the opportunity. I was just saying more from.
I wouldn't see him going in the first 4 rounds in our league though.
Well, I don't know. The fourth round seems to be a very comfortable round where guys take those first-round picks who've done like absolutely nothing.
End of the 4th round, maybe.
And sometimes those guys can go in the 3rd. I'm saying more not so much for what he did as a rookie, just from like what I read when he got drafted, more of a combine warrior and a great athlete who didn't have the college production. But D Ford was a similar type of guy from those things. But also, I think I read a lot of underwhelming things just about the way Gary was looking in camp and stuff like that for the Packers and stuff like that. I know what you're saying with these other 2 guys, but sometimes you can still look good in limited action or whatever, I don't know, but I haven't scouted this guy yet, so I haven't scouted any of these guys yet.
To pay a lot of attention to when you're scouting.
Say what?
He's somebody you want to pay a lot of attention to.
Well, yeah, I pay attention to all the players, Seb, as you know.
Well, I mean, there's some guys like Nick Bosa I'm not paying any attention to.
You already decided he's no good?
Well, I'm not gonna get him.
I know, it's easy.
I mean, and then those other players that some of these guys who are really good. It's not. I'm not going to spend much time.
You're not going to go in. You're going to go in deep into the woods on Kyler Murray.
No.
Yes, no, I know what you mean. Some of the quarterbacks I do because I want to have an opinion on some of them, whatever.
Actually, somebody like Jarrett Stidham, I pay a lot more attention to than Kyler Murray.
Sure, I understand because Jarrett Stidham will be there for you and Kyler Murray won't. I got you. So, but no, that the D Ford comparison is a good one because actually there's a lot of similar questions about him. A very good athlete. I'm not sure if the college production was where it was. Didn't know anything as a rookie year for a couple of years and then got going. So maybe that'll be the future for Gary. And I just got him yet. So the LA Rams, Rob Havenstein down to a 0-7. Michael Reeves says, that's not right. You have him too, don't you, Michael?
Yeah, I do.
David Edwards, 4-5. Brian Allen, 55. Austin Blythe, 4-7. Andrew Whitworth, time waits for no man, down to a 4-7. Still gets the 7, though. So that's what happens when you're 53. They finally take away the 5 or the 6. So Todd Gurley is 0-3. Not a lot here to talk about, I would say. The Rams defense, Michael Brockers. Only try to. Of course, Michael Brockers are now done all the defensive ends. Of course. So Michael Brockers 6-3, and Donald 6-12-1. Sebastian Joseph Day, nose tackle 4-2. That's a lot of syllables for a 4-2. Clay Matthews 0-4-12-1 at outside linebacker. Donta Fowler 0-5-12-5 at outside linebacker. And Minnie Chandler Jones there. I guess you plant him on the line. Corey Littleton with a nice 64. Do you have him too, don't you, Zeb?
I do.
Now we got to take a look at these SOMIFA Cowboys. I think and get away from this for a minute because it sounds like there might be some very good things happening over there. Who's the quarterback this year for? Not that you need one, but who's the quarterback this year for the Cowboys?
Maybe Ryan Fitzpatrick. We've got to talk.
Oh, he might not be available. He's good at stewarding Darnold.
We'll see. My quarterbacks are Marcus Mariota and Cam Newton.
I got you. So you need a quarterback. Okay. But you get Derrick Henry and Dalvin Cook, so you can just hand the ball off 50 times a game.
That's right.
But the ratings look good. You got Armstead, Brooks, Kelsey, Marcus Cannon. Joe Haig, I think, got a decent rating this year, didn't he?
No.
All right. No, never mind.
He's backup.
Got Brandon Williams playing defensive end this year. Zeb's kicking the dirt on that one. Jonathan Allen's a 0-7 this year. He's an interesting player. I liked him coming in, and we'll see what happens. I mean, you talk about talent. The Washington defensive front seven. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen, and of course Chase Young. Right, that's the guy's name.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Montez Sweat.
Mm-hmm.
They even still have a veteran Ryan Kerrigan out there. I think they have another out. Matt Ioannidis, who gets after the quarterback. And I know you and I both kind of like Tim Settle, even though he's a backup. You know, but there's also some depth there. They might have another edge rusher who's decent. I'm not sure. I said him already. I thought they might have another one, but there's plenty of talent already. So,
yeah.
You know, so interesting. Unfortunately, you know, if they're going to ride with Dwayne Haskins, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm not a big fan of him so far, but we'll see what happens. What else you got? You got Jan Brown. What is he this year? He's got a good rate, doesn't he?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, he's a 6 as well.
All right, so you got Jan Brown, Corey Littleton, you got Preston Smith, D Ford. Kyle Van Noy will be defensive end for your team, so that looks good.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we tried to trade. We tried to trade for. We had a trade offer for Kyle Van Noy last year from, I think, the Jets, and we wound up not making a deal.
Well, I don't think you did have a trade offer, did you? I thought you had hey, I'm interested in Kyle Van Noy, and you give me Bradley Roby, and I was like, well, I don't really want to give you Bradley Roby, and you're like, well.
So how do you feel about that non-trade now? I mean, I'm kind of on the fence still.
I'm comfortable with it.
I'm happy to have a 5 linebacker, but I could use a 5 corner too.
I'm comfortable with a non-deal. I think Van Noy might have been a 4 last year. Yeah, it was a 44.6. I think I was looking for a cheap linebacker 4. Bradley's been a slight disappointment for me, but I liked him enough to say, he might bounce back with a 5, might play better. He's still the same player that I liked it a few years ago, and he did, and he's okay. And that was really more of like a last year. Let me get kind of a cheap linebacker 4, but also a guy that I maybe kind of like. I liked Van Noy when he came into the league a little bit. Yeah. But I wasn't looking. So I wasn't looking to I wasn't looking to give you anything decent. I was like, I wasn't trying to steal Van Noy from you because I was like, well, I mean, like if Van Noy was on Cleveland, we might have been able to make a deal. But he's on the wing, and I was like, well, the England's good with these guys. Let's see what happens. So, I think that was part of what I had to deal with there.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with it. Also my team's not going anywhere right now, so none of that matters. I guess, and I'll probably keep Roby right now on that team. In a vacuum, I probably have taken Van Noy. I don't know. It's hard to say right now. What do you got in the secondary here? You got Marlon Humphrey, the 6. There you go. And then you got Tracy Walker. There you go. The guy in your team you mentioned. 4th round in the league. That's a 5. Then you got to add some other stuff. It looks like. Okay. I was thinking that maybe your team was going to be stacked.
My S28.
It seemed like there's a number of players. Well, okay. There you go. We're not struggling too much in either of those leagues. You're right. I had Bryce Hager on my team. 0-0-0. Okay. Jalen Ramsey gets a 6. Troy Hill gets the 5. Taylor Rapp gets only a 4. I thought he might get a 5.
Yeah, Taylor Rapp is another guy I could see getting one of those combo inside linebacker strong safety ratings in the future.
Okay. All right. That's some good scouting to share with the league. I think he was a 2nd-round NFL pick. I feel like I read good things about him last year. So he could be one of those guys who, ends up going like late 2nd round, 3rd round in our league and then becomes a good player. I mean, or not, but I'm just saying, so we'll see if we hear more from him in future years. Eric Weddle has finally dropped off. He is still playing, though, isn't he?
No, I think he retired.
He retired, okay. He saw the 4. Glenn gave him the heads up. It's all right, time to hang it up. Samson Ebucom is a 048, Michael, so in case you were wondering. It was one of your guys. If Michael's there, along with anyone else. I had to imagine that Bob Franklin left a long time ago. So, I added Michael to the stream.
Ebucom is still worth hanging on to.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And the edge rushers sometimes take time, and he's shown enough to feel like he's been pretty decent so far, I would say.
Well, this is a sink or swim year for him. I mean, now that Clay Matthews is gone. So,
and Dante Fowler.
Mm-hmm.
Fowler is where the hell did he sign? AFC, I want to say.
Atlanta.
Okay, not the AFC.
They did bring in Leonard Floyd.
Leonard Floyd, that's right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's underwhelming, though. We'll see. And they fired Wade Phillips. Minnesota Vikings offensive line from Kyle Rudolph gets a 4. Zach Ertz got a 4 too. I wonder if I know Ertz was a 0 last year. I'm not certain. I wonder if we're having fewer tight end zeros this year. If they're giving some of these guys 4s, who knows? Brian O'Neill is the Michael Reeves guy, 5'7", Michael, for Brian O'Neill.
Yes,
Josh Klein, 5. Garrett Bradbury, 4'2". Zeb says, whether or not he is center, maybe this guy slips somewhere late in the draft and I take him. You have a good young center, though. You have Kelsey, and then who's the other guy?
Ryan Kelly.
Yeah, he qualifies in my book. But I know your book might be stricter than mine when it comes to offensive linemen. So Bradbury only a 4.2, so he's going to be slipping in the draft. Elfline 5'3", Riley Reed 4'7", hoping a 5'7". Very greedy, not because Riley Reed is a 5'7" type of player. I think his run block was decent, and they didn't give a lot of sacks. So let me get greedy, something like that. Who knows? But it's okay. Defensively, Daniil Hunter 5'12", I like that. He's on my SSFA team. Shamar Stephen 42, Linval Joseph 54, Evans Griffin 49. That's not too bad for where he is now in his career. Anthony Barr 40 for 3. Eric Kendricks 66-2. He's in my SSFA team. Eric Wilson, 40-5. Trey Wayne's 4. Xavier Rhodes down to a 0. How the mighty have fallen. Safety 6s, Harrison Smith and Anthony Harris. Sounds similar when you say it like that. Okay. New Orleans Saints, Josh Hill, tight end 6, Zeb.
Nice.
You were heating up the trade wires, the trade talks for that one. He wasn't a rookie. He's been around a couple of years, right?
Yes.
Yes, he's 30. Okay, he's not a rookie. He did not go the Brandon Whedon route. So, Ramchick 6'7", Larry Warford 55 got cut. I think he's still on the street. Jets don't want him because he's not agile like Greg Van Roten. Eric McCoy, also something to be said. They say, well, hey, look, the Saints have had the guy in the building. He's only saved $7 million cutting him, and they cut him. What do they know? But they also drafted a guard like high second round or something. So Eric McCoy, 5'7", first round pick, I think, no doubt. And SOMIFA, seriously, you agree, Zeb?
Yeah, he won't make it past 24.
There you go. Trade up to 23 guys. Eric McCoy. So that's how I lost Ronnie Stanley, Zeb. You got to watch out when you joke around about on these things. Andres Pete, 04, Teron Armstead, and the Zeb Lyman, 5'7".
The one thing with Eric McCoy is it's kind of up in the air whether he's going to be moving to guard or center. He's kind of in a little bit of the same boat as Cody Whitehair, although, I mean, he's obviously higher rated. But this new guy that the Saints drafted, Cesar Ruiz, I think, they're talking that his more natural position is center, so they may try to slide McCoy out over to guard.
I see. Now, Zeb, from what I understand in the NFL, teams are sometimes accused of sending out false information so that a player might slip further in the draft. And then perhaps they can grab the guy for their own team.
Well, in this case, I'm sending out true information, but maybe with the same intent.
There you go. Okay, which is better. Okay. Jared Cook, Nathan was glad he got the blocking back rating because he can put him at blocking back. And for
Jared Cook might be one of the most lethal weapons in this set, I think. He's going to have a great card, and you can put him on either outside linebacker. And you know how the outside linebackers are rated. You're going to be able to find a weak one.
Match him up with Chandler Jones?
Yeah, keep him from blitz. Well, I mean, he's going to have to blitz, but, he's going to get burned a lot. They're going to leave him there and double the whole time.
43 catches, 705 yards, 16.4 averages, Gordy. 9 touchdowns, 15 big receptions on ESPN's. And I know that Nathan looks at these things and is perhaps goes deepest with his tight end analysis than anyone else in the online community.
On 43 receptions of 20 yards or more is huge for tight ends.
Wow.
1 and 2 is a really good number.
Mm-hmm.
Any concern that he'll only be a 16-22 short, or you think the 9 touchdowns will override that, or even if he is 16-22?
Well, what were his stats last year?
I don't know. Okay. You make me click. That's a lot of work.
I can pull it up.
No, I'm teasing. I think I tried to get him from you. I tried to get Ronnie Davis from you 2 years ago, and the Jared Cook this year, and you're like, no.
No, I traded for Jared Cook in SSFA, specifically looking towards next year because I thought next year would be my best chance at a good run, although I'm doing pretty good in the playoffs so far. But with Cook, he had 68 catches last year, and he's like a 6'6", I want to say. So with 9 touchdowns, I think there's a pretty good chance he gets when I say 6, max on flat and short.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Pretty good chance that he gets something like that again.
Or 55 with a lot of yardage.
Either way, it's like I posted in the thing when you were asking about players that didn't have a lot of games in, but they had real good cards, like those Rob Gronkowski cards.
Yep.
His stats remind me of one of those 2 seasons.
Okay. You go in the O.J. Howard model with the touchdowns, bumping up the short pass. Of course, Howard only had like 28 catches in that stupid card. We got maxed out short. Well, George
is a decent number for a tight end, too. So
what?
48 catches is still a decent number for a tight end.
Yes, sure. So okay, so we'll look for that. So it's good now. So what you have him in SOMIFA?
SSFA. So I've got
Jared
Kittle
Cook,
and Mahomes.
So Patrick Mahomes to Jared Cook. You always have plenty of good receiving targets, so we can't really sit on.
I just think that blocking back option where you can match him up either to prevent a pass rusher or to take advantage of one that's coming a lot or just to get on the guy that you want him on. And also that 3 receiver, setup where you can have the blocking back in there as well is pretty nice.
Yeah, yes, I always see. Yeah, 3 wide fullback.
And you have 5 true passing options on 3rd down and 10. It's a lot better that way.
You just don't want to roll a 10 on the defensive card when you're running the ball.
Yeah, well, with the right kind of offense, it's very useful.
Sure.
I think he could be useful in any kind of offense.
Yeah.
I think Zeb says the right kind of offense is, Kyle Juszczyk and Robert Tonyan last year with those 6s.
That's a good option too.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm upset, Zeb, because I saw the light too late. The SSFA trading and everything. We were already 2 games into the season. I was 0-2. I said, it's not working. Well, I emailed you about all this, and I've got plenty of run blocking, but I would have had more if I had made an off-season commitment. I wouldn't have lived with a set of 4, and I would have lived with like a blocking back 4. So we're limping along, but it's working. So we'll see what happens. And Nathan, I don't know if you know this, but running the ball actually works pretty well.
I actually run the
you're playing on Monday?
My league.
What'd you say, Zeb?
Your game is on Monday?
Monday at 3:30. Oh, you can't watch the game. That'd be too much pressure for me to run linebucks.
I've got to work Monday anyways, unfortunately.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, my son is only 4. You're not going to get the linebacker. No, I know you know the ball, Nathan. I was just kind of joking, so. All right, New Orleans, Cameron Jordan, 6-12-5. That's pretty damn nice. Malcolm Brown, 4-2. David Onyemata, get set, go, 4-3. Marcus Davenport, 5-6. We don't have Tim Bollier in the audience. And now I know that they're in lockdown in Tennessee in some places. In Texas, rather, in some places. Tim's going stir crazy. He posted that he was thinking that Davenport might get a 6 against the run. And I don't know why someone would think that. And let's see. Did he get it? He had 82 run grade, which is pretty good. But as someone with Brandon Graham, I can tell you that's not always going to get you a 6. But anyway, possibly big things in his future, though. He's a lot of talent coming from a small school. He's got to get consistent, and it looks like he's heading that way. Demario Davis, 6'6".
Well,
Mark of the
I
beast.
can guarantee you, Tim did not draft him for his run defense.
You're right. You're right about that. But he would like it to be a two-way player, and he's got the run part down. He's an interesting guy. He might be one of those guys who really blows up in a year or two, or not. Who knows? Demario Davis, 66'6".
What did he weigh coming into the NFL? I mean, he's not that big of a guy. He's not
He might have been like a 6'8", 275, something like that. Or is he 6'8", I think?
Mm-hmm.
But some of those tall guys, they can use their leverage and like play pretty well in the run game as defensive ends.
Yeah,
he's got long arms. I think he's got ability against the run. And he showed it. To me, his big problem was inconsistency in college. Even the places he gets sacks, like he went to a small school, so
he was a small school guy.
Yeah, he was beating guys who weren't, like he was beating guys with stuff. Like to me on the tape, it didn't look like that's probably not beating an NFL guy right there. Yeah. And there were other plays where it seemed like he should have made something happen more easily than he did. But I can be pretty critical. So, but if you get consistency and he's got talent, you have the coaching now, and you're adding some weight as you're filling out. There's a lot of good reasons to like the guy, and he could become really, really good. So we'll see. He's got a lot of talent, so we'll see. Eli Apple gets a 0. They're going to get a 4. I heard good things about him down there. Lattimore with the 6 we discussed already. Marcus Williams had a high rating, got 6. Put that Minnesota thing behind him. Von Bell with the 46. I liked Von Bell a lot back in the day. as a rangy free safety, but he's become more of a run stopping safety. Fred Hendrickson was a guy I always kind of liked a little bit. He's still hanging in there, 4-5. Sheldon Rankins was hurt most of the year. Alex Anzalone is always hurt. Manti Te'o is looking for his girlfriend. Whitney Gardner-Johnson, some people like, I think he was a second or third round pick. I heard good thing about him, 45. Janoris Jenkins, how the mighty have fallen. New York Football Giants, I have Evan Ingram with a 4. There's another guy. I talked about Zach Ertz and Kyle Rudolph, guys who might have been zeros in the recent years. Evan Ingram, and now he gets a 4. So it's a bonanza for my SSFA teams now because I have him and Max Williams. I have actually receiving. He can receive, and at least he's on a 0. Okay. The Giant offensive line, not very good. Will Hernandez is a big disappointment as a 0-5 if you drafted him high last year, which is where you had to draft him to get him. Saquon Barkley gets a 5 pass block for second year in a row, I believe. That helps. Fred Elson gets a 5 at tight end. That helps a little bit if you're a guy looking to get run blocking, which I now am, Zeb. I'm in the camp now. So no more quarter. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens the next time there's a good receiver sitting there at number 26 in the draft. I know this guy's going to be good. I know he's going to be good. I'm pretty good with the receivers. So, Giants, Dexter Lawrence, David Dalvin Tomlinson, Leonard Williams. Tomlinson gets a nose tackle 5 as we thought he probably would. Well, Lawrence is the bigger man. So that's an interesting situation. Could be shades of the Baltimore Ravens in the future. Marcus Golden, defensive end 0-4-12-5, bouncing back. He was a 4-5 defensive end last year, getting his best pass rushing rating in several years. Alec Ogletree. I talked about the Blake Martinez signing. Ogletree was like a bad trade or signing, whatever the hell the Giants did to get him. I think that was under Gettleman's watch. I'm not sure. David Hold the Mayo is, I think, on one of Michael Reeves' teams. I don't know if Michael's listening. It's 06. I'll be in the ring, everyone. Lorenzo Carter, here you go, is a guy that I didn't like that much in the draft last year. And he was supposed to be a great athlete coming out of high school, I believe. Didn't put together the performance in college that people thought he would. And then look at this, 64-7. Now Nathan's got him. So people have to be ecstatic if they've got Lorenzo Carter on the team, right, Nathan?
Third round pick, yeah. I was pretty, and I took him having guys like Anthony Barr and Van Der Esch on my team already. So I like
there you go. Sam Beal is a 0. I think he's in the draft. Jabril Peppers down to a 44, disappointing. DeAndre Baker still a free man. That's about the best you could say, I believe, about that potential selection. So read carefully before maybe investing in Mr. Baker. This John Boy. The Giants is just investing in like run-stopping defensive linemen. I'm not sure what the philosophy is. This is the modern NFL, Zeb, not STRAT. So don't get upset about me saying that. But I don't know. I need some players in the back 7. Philadelphia Eagles. We've talked about the Cowboys' offensive line. Zach Ertz is a 4. Lane Johnson 6'5". Brandon Brooks 6'7". Those are 2 SOMIFA Cowboys, are they not?
No. Brandon Brooks and Jason Kelsey.
Okay, Jason Kelsey 6'7", close enough. Hey Zeb, Brandon Brooks and Jason Kelsey, those are 2 SOMIFA Cowboys, are they not? Isaac Seumalo, where's Dennis Crowley? Get him on the phone. You see, Dennis, I took Isaiah Seumalo in like the 16th round. I think the inaugural Strat 28 draft like 3 years ago. And they did nothing for 2 years. I was like, Dennis, sometimes these guys, eventually come around and play. And what do you know? Only 3 years later, he's a 5'4". Okay, that's the most exciting, but it helps. Jason Peters down to a 5'5", but he's like 57 years old or something, so he's almost done. How about this?
Spelled his name.
Jason Peters?
No, Isaac Seumalo.
Oh no! I hope he's the same guy on my team. I know that he is.
No, it's ISAAC.
Yes, no, absolutely. Because that is Isaac.
I'm going to send you an email so you can remind Glenn of that.
Okay. Or you could email Ed directly because he's got a more direct error reporting line. He'll give you a very polite response about it as well. Dallas Goddard. How about this, Ed? Blocking back 4-3, but tight end 6. You don't like that? He's a talented player as well. Yeah. There is Halapulavati Vatai. Zeb.
Who's on my S28 team?
Oh, I'm sorry. Who is?
You say that name one more time. HB.
It's right here on the screen. What do you mean? Got the glasses on. You should be able to see that. Halapulabati Vaitai is a 4-4 tackling guard. I'm doing pretty good with that. Andre Dillard, first round pick last year, only a 0-2. See where he goes in this draft. JZ Arcega Whiteside drafted over DK Metcalf. I know a couple of those receivers that you look that went like 4 to 6 spots ahead of like DK Metcalf in the draft. They look like, oh, this guy looks like maybe he'll be a slot receiver at best. So let me like not take this 6'5", 240-pound specimen who can run in a straight line really, really well. Let me take these other guys who are like a dime a dozen in the NFL and modern NFL instead, and they didn't even do anything. But anyway, some people had Metcalf as like a top 10 talent going into the draft. I don't know.
Well, I mean, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside isn't playing with Russell Wilson either.
No, he has to settle for Carson Wentz. I mean, I think he has enough.
When Wentz is healthy.
Yeah, well, yeah. How much did Wentz play last year? Did he play a lot last year?
I think he did.
He played a lot. He missed some time.
Who did they have out there last year? What was Chase Daniel? Is he on the Eagles? I lose track of the Andy Reid tree.
Carson Wentz played the whole season last year.
Okay, that's because he had Josh McCown advising him.
Work for them, I think, last year.
Had to preserve himself. So, JJ also played every game, 10 catches, 16.9. He was languishing behind Greg Ward Jr. So anyway, I'm not saying I haven't scouted the guy, so I'm not saying he can't play. I might even like him a lot. I'm just saying. I mean, Metcalf. You knew that Metcalf at a minimum was going to be like he could do some things that other guys can't do.
Yeah.
It's a late second round anyway. Why not take a chance that maybe this guy? I don't know. This guy be great. I don't know. Who knows?
I'm just trying to talk him up. Just trying to.
Chase,
hopefully for the draft.
Oh, you're right. I forgot to mention that. JJ, he looks great. I don't know why anyone would pass on him. First round pick, Michael. You need a receiver. Balonic. Look into that. Our Brandon Graham 5'9". There he goes. Gets a nice solid rating for him. I thought he only had like 6 sacks, so that's nice. Fletcher Cox 6'4". I think wasn't he only a 5 last year? Surprisingly, Timmy Jernigan 0'3". That was a guy that we all thought was going to be pretty good back in the day, and kind of hasn't worked out.
Fletcher Cox was a 6'10" last year.
Okay, was he a 5'1" the last couple of years, or am I wrong about that?
6'5", 6'8", 6'9", 6'4".
Okay,
it's been a while since he's been a 5.
He's known as a great player, so I don't know what I was thinking.
Maybe his first good rating.
Yeah, yes. Derek Barnett 5. You hear that, Dennis? Another guy drafted
in the autumn win, don't you, Tom? I think
I have him in Strat 28, autumn win, and SOMIFA.
Yep.
I was high on the player. and plus, he was the type of guy that you could get without having to draft him like incredibly highly. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's all those words are subjective, I know, but I mean, he's a late first round pick, but we'll see. He's a little undersized, kind of, it seems like to me, but I don't know. He had good motor, good technique. I thought we'll see if he does something. Same with him. The 5'7", I'm surprised. I think that's good. That's better than I thought he was going to get. I think both him and Brandon Graham better than I thought they were going to do. Yeah, but I got him a Strat 22. It was him and another guy that we drafted who didn't do much for a couple of years, but now is going to come on. Nathan Jerry 40-5. He seems to be playing pretty well for them. Nigel Bradham, who Dave Scott would not trade me last year. They had like 3 guys with the exact identical. But Dave, you can only play like one of these guys. Yeah, you're not offering me enough. So let's see the guys there. I don't know. Anyway, Camus Grugier Hill, 040. He was an interesting player when he was in the draft. He looked very athletic, but didn't have really a position, I thought. Someone signed him. This is a bad sign. Corner zeros for your stock replay. Jalen Mills and Ronald Darby. Darby's been injured all the time. That's unfortunate for a guy who's a good-looking young player. He got a nice contract from somebody also, I think. Malcolm Jenkins, 55, before heading back to New Orleans. Rodney McLeod, 54.
He was injured last year. Didn't even have a rating. Nice to see
Rodney?
him. Yeah.
Yeah, the former Ram. I was wondering what happened. He still disappeared for a little while there. Rasul Douglas was one of my favorites, but he's also injured all the time. Sidney Jones is also injured all the time. The Eagles, they need a new defensive back conditioning coach or something. I don't know. Fonte Max has got some ability. Even Cravon, fill in LeBlanc. He's got some nice slot corner ability. George Kittle is he's for real, certainly. Great run blocker, great receiver. What else can you say? He's the new Gronkowski in Stratomatic. Different build in the NFL, but great performance. Mike McGlinchey, 54. Mike, I am a person, 4-3. Weston Richburg, 44. Weston Richburg is disappointed me. Didn't he have a projecting him for a 7 potentially as a sophomore? And the Giants, I thought he might become a solid center. Hasn't really done that. Hasn't really become that. Laken Tomlinson.
You look at this offensive line here. I mean, this is the opposite of the Cowboys. And then, the 49ers ran the ball so well last year. Just based on that, I expect them to have their running backs to be, their backups are going to be way better than Ezekiel Elliott is as a starter. They're not going to have the same number of carries.
Well, Mick's been singing the praises of Raheem Mostert since late in the regular season last year. 137 carries, 5.6. You got Matt Breida, 123, 5.1. You got a team with 514 backs.
They ran the ball a lot. They don't have good run blocking.
Yes. And now everyone hates Jimmy Garoppolo, even though before the playoffs started, he's whatever. It's crazy how the narrative can change so quickly, which doesn't make the narrative right. I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is considerably better or worse right now than he was at the end of Week 17 last year, but because he didn't do the great in the world in the Super Bowl, and because they wouldn't let him throw the ball in the other games because they're running so great, people seem to view him differently. I don't know. It's weird. It's interesting is that they've got excellent outside blocking.
They do.
They got the right. They got the tight end 6, the right tackle 5. And of course, the key is that blocking back who shows up on your offensive onside end. When you run to the left, shows up when you're blocking back on both sides. So their interior blocking not good. They're going to run those stretch plays to the outside, and so kind of misleading there to some degree. Yeah. But I know what you're saying. Laken Tomlinson seemed like a bust, 4-4. So not a lot to get excited about. Joe Staley, 5-7. Now, he did retire, and now they got Trent Williams over there, right?
Yep.
Okay. Daniel Brunskill, I thought, is in the mix for playing sometime this year. I'm not sure. Defense, talk about good ratings. Oh, boy. They got 1, 2, 3. They got 6 sixes against the pass on defense. 3 in the defensive line. You go 6'5", 6'6". Arik Armstead, 6'12", 1. I didn't like him that much when he was in the draft. DeForest Buckner, 6'10". Nick Bosa, 6'11". Some people are speculating that Nick Bosa
5'4". He was available in the supplemental draft this last season.
Was he really?
Yeah, and he was I think he was the second one on my list, and I traded my first round supplemental pick to Tim, and I could have had him.
I had
let me see who he went to.
I had read some decent things about him, and I got him in a throw-in in a deal with Michael Reeves at Autumn Wind, where you need bodies. Michael texted me earlier. Oh, DJ Jones. Yeah. I need somebody, Michael. Don't worry, Michael. I'll trade you Cooper Kupp this year. How'd you like that?
Dan Moran took him in the second round of the supplemental draft this past season.
Oh, very nice for Dan. Okay. But hold on, Zeb. I was negotiating a trade. What do you think, Michael? You want Cooper Kupp over there?
I'll take him.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I got Autumn Wind. It's hard to tell. It just depends on who's going to be there at 10.
That's Michael really liking a player and not wanting to tell me it. You know, I'm going to have him on the spot because he likes Cooper Kupp, I think.
I like him. I'll take him.
Yeah, but you're not gonna, you won't give me anything.
How do you know? What I offer you last year for Hill?
That was Tyreek Hill. That wasn't Cooper Kupp. What are you going to offer me for Cooper Kupp?
More for receivers than most people.
So, all right, what do you give me for Cooper Kupp?
Well, I want to see his card.
Let's pretend it's good.
Like really good?
What do you mean? Like, well, you're a big yardage guy.
Yeah.
I don't. You're not getting Tyreek Hill yardage at a Cooper Cup.
Well, yeah, obviously.
What you talking about? What you're talking about? Maxed out short and deep? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, he only had a 12.4 average.
He's got to have long gains for sure on there. It can't just be all 30-yard catches on his long pass, or like a 28-yarder on his short pass somewhere. They got to have.
What if you get max flat, max short, 12-18 deep, couple long gains, but only a 12.4 average, so it's not like it's laden with long gains.
What, you're talking Julian Edelman?
No, he didn't get long gain on a card.
Well, I have Cooper at SFA. I like him. We'll have to see.
I like him too, but I've also got DJ Moore and Tyreek Hill. So
I think I might actually need a receiver in autumn wind. I might probably need a lot of things in autumn wind.
So it doesn't sound like you're going to give me even a hint of what you're going to.
Well, I can't make you an offer when I don't have. I got to at least see my team, and if it's realistic to make an offer like that,
you can make me a meaningless offer. I just want an offer. You make a meaningless offer that you are in no way beholden to. What do you say?
A second-round pick.
Oh, come on! Don't go Dennis Crowley on me.
I'll offer you a fourth and a backup lineman.
A fourth and a lineman, Jesus. I remember when I didn't know Dennis that well yet, and it was early in SSFA, and I had drafted Marshawn Lynch in the first round, like 16 overall, after he was a rookie with Buffalo. Okay, and like his first 2 years there were all right. They weren't like great. Okay, and then whenever he went to Seattle, whatever year 3, year 4, I remember it's SSFA, it's a spring league, right? So he goes to Seattle and he does his 1,400 yards, big average, all kinds of things. Blah, 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 blah. And I think it was even pre-Russell, so the passing game wasn't even good. So I'm like, okay, this guy's playing a really good card. And then Dennis is like, oh, hey, I know you, and I like good running backs. I like C.J. Spiller and like Jonathan Stewart or whatever.
I remember
and Dennis is like, hey, I see you've got a lot of running backs there. You know what? What do you want from Marshawn Lynch? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know. What do you give me? He's like, he just this is back in like the AOL Instant Messenger days. He just types in $2, and I was like, and I didn't know him. And I was like, this fucking guy. I was like, it's a spring league. It's a spring league. Obviously Lynch has got a really good card. He's offering me a second-round pick for this guy. Are you serious? And he was like okay for Buffalo, and he was a first-round pick. Now it's like, yeah, and he was like young. He's like 24, 25. I think he came into the league young. I could really noted that. I don't know if that's why I remember that, but I remember it. I got a long memory for these things. Dre Greenlaw. So anyway, so some people think that Nick Bosa might be the first pick in the draft, Nathan.
Have you heard that? I'm really glad I got a 6. That's making me. I'm hearing a lot of good things about Murray lately, but I'm weary, and I love Bosa.
Well, I can see both of those viewpoints. We have discussed this privately, and a lot of people do get concerned about the running quarterbacks. I read an article where the ESPN was asking, is Lamar Jackson taking too many hits? How long will he be able to play at a high level? So you got RG3, you got Cam Newton. Andrew Luck wasn't running except for his life, but
my team sucks. I have a lot of picks. I'm gonna have a lot of picks probably next year. I can trade for a quarterback. I'm never like. I don't like a guy that much in the draft. I'm not just going to take one just to have a quarterback, at least in the top 5 most of the time.
You did mention something like that somewhere, either on the forum or in conversation with me, and it's a very interesting approach. Very interesting approach because a lot of guys, if the quarterback looks pretty decent and he was drafted very highly, they're not going to pass on him. But you're like, hey, no, I need to like this guy. So I can see where you're coming from, and I respect the cojones. And
part of it, there's a lot of quarterbacks available. It seems like in the last several years, not just for draft, but just for trade. There seems to be more quarterbacks than I remember there being a while ago.
Yeah, and also one thing about you and me, we don't mind losing. So we don't mind losing and building for a few years. So,
and I don't mind trading for one that I feel good about and paying the price if I need to do that.
I hear you. And it does come out looking good on the other side sometimes. That's for sure. I paid the price for Peyton Manning. I paid a price for Andrew Luck when he was in the draft. Well, Peyton Manning was later in his career, but you know what I'm saying. He still had enough football left, seemingly to be worth a good pick at that time. And it worked out okay, until Mike Glennon came along. And now I paid for it. And the Sam Darnold price was pretty reasonable. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I had a bad feeling with that from the moment it happened. But you're a Jet fan. How could you feel like, oh, yeah, this is going to work out well? I'm going to trade for the Jets franchise quarterback because my guy retired because they can't figure out you need to draft line and develop linemen in front of your $25 million quarterback, whatever you're paying him at the time. He's going to retire at age 29. Mr. Everyone loves him. Can't
they
miss.
Figured out how to draft linemen now.
Yeah, a little too late.
Darnold actually looked pretty decent, didn't he, when he was in last year?
Say what?
Didn't Darnold actually play pretty decently last year when he was playing?
Yeah. I mean, what that's. I don't know. It's hard to say. As a Jet fan,
that's like.
Well, it's hard. Look, they had no offensive line at all. They had no run. Their run blocking was horrible, and their pass blocking was like a little better than that. Darnold.
He looked okay. He was no Trubisky.
Yeah, that's right. Darnold to me, like last year, he was a guy like when they gave him, he was a guy like when he saw something right away, right, and pulled the trigger, good things happened. When he held the ball for a long time, okay, and the pressure started coming at him, sometimes he made a really good play. Like he does have some talent for extending the play, but that's also when like all of his bad plays were happening. Like he made some decisions like late in the play where you're like, oh my God, what are you doing? So it's like, I think if they give him time, I think he's a quarterback, and all quarterbacks need time. He might be a quarterback that is even more dependent on pass protection than most, and he's still young. And he had the mono, and he missed that all that time, which hurt him, I think. So I think he really is just a big question mark right now. But again, it's very hard as a lifelong Jet fan to be objective about Darnold, or to think that this is going to work out in any way, particularly for my STRAT team.
Well, it won't work out if they don't give him some better players.
Yeah, they still don't have any. I mean, like right now, like the line was really bad last year. Now it's like hopefully mediocre. It's like hopefully below average. With Becton, he's only a rookie, and he's supposed to be a little raw himself. Maybe Becton is going to be that anchor for the future, And I know Joe Douglas is going to invest in line, which is what the Philly did and what he seems to be interested in doing over here. So I'm hopeful that the line will eventually. But I mean, let's face it. How long until Sam Darnold has the coronavirus? I mean, it just doesn't work out for Jet fans. If you're a Jet fan and you hook your Stratomatic team's fortunes to your starting quarterback, you deserve misery. I mean, there's no reason to do that. I wanted Saquon Barkley.
You can trade him. I might make you an offer for him.
I'm getting a lot of might make it offers here. What's the offer you're going to give me?
Well, I got to look. There are a lot of quarterbacks in this draft.
Third
with extra quarterbacks on their teams.
I already don't like the initial negotiating positions that are being established. Hey, I'll take that on hand, but there's a lot of quarterbacks out there. That doesn't sound like I'm going to get a good deal.
One team has Dak Prescott and Patrick Mahomes on it. So if I'm that one's probably going to be first on the list.
Yeah, good luck with that, by the way. Let me know how those negotiations go.
Like I said, that's why there's a lot of different things to consider.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that particular team is owned by a Cowboys fan.
What's that?
I said that particular team is owned by a Cowboys fan. So his valuation on Dak Prescott may not be the same as yours or mine.
I don't think you're getting Mahomes. I don't think you can get Mahomes from him.
It's not. I'm just saying that I don't sit around thinking of what I would trade for Sam Darnold until I've explored, a bunch of other things, obviously.
I got you. Okay.
But
Well, yeah, I don't know. I should probably trade him.
Well,
Just
I don't sit here and really think about what I would trade for a quarterback until the cards come out and I can actually see the card with my own eyes, anyways.
well, this one won't be that good. But
what I will say, Tom, is what you'd have in your favor as far as whether I'd be interested, whether that matters to you or not. I do like trading for a young quarterback that doesn't necessarily have a great card yet, if I like him, because that's one where you're looking, so I can get another high draft pick.
Well, it's funny because I'm in sort of a lose-lose situation there, because like if I trade Darnold, it increases the chances to do better with the Jets. But if it does better with the Jets, it's like I just traded Darnold away and now I still don't have a quarterback.
And he's your favorite team. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so, and I'm using, Jared Stidham's lousy claw with 138 attempts or whatever, because Cam Newton broke his leg or something in week 12. So I don't know, so Darnold is available. I'm not like, I wouldn't say I'm shopping him, but Darnold can be had. He's available, just because it's like, if you're a Jet fan, it's like, this can't possibly work out. And I said it from the time I drafted him. I wrote like the day in my draft recap that day, well, this should work out well. And then he had mono like by the end of the week. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is 2 weeks after Andrew Luck retired. I traded up to 3 to draft Barkley, or if Barkley goes 2, I'll draft Darnold as the fallback, injury insurance for Luck in the future, ha ha ha. Or I can trade one of them, right? Or I could trade Darnold for a whole bunch right there, because the price to go from like 15 to 3 wasn't that bad, and at the time I had good talent for the future. But then Luck retired, so Dan didn't want much to move from 3 to 2. So we know the story. Someone's coming on very lousy. Oh, Tony's there. Okay, he's listening. Unless that was the feedback for me.
Surprised that Quan Alexander got a 6.
Yeah, let's go left to right, though, so we don't overlook Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw, 50-4. He was like a 4th or 5th round pick. That's a good thing. So he could be now. He's got the 50-4. No one can play outside linebacker with pass coverage. Do you think he'll be a SOMIFA first round pick?
No, maybe.
Nathan?
I don't know. It seemed like there might. When I first looked, it seemed like there wasn't as many. That there was not very many good outside linebackers, but there were 5, 6s at least, which is more, I think, than either of the last 2 years.
I think there's also fewer zeros.
It seems like all the zeros are big pass rushers.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I honestly don't know a lot about this draft beyond just a couple guys.
I say no, just because I don't think he's got the same pedigree as he was, because he wasn't a high pick.
Sure, and no pass rush here. So okay.
And I think he was actually a college safety. He's really undersized, weaker against the run. I think the first two linebackers are probably going to be the 2 inside linebackers named Devin.
Okay.
Having that 0 at outside is a real pain in the ass too.
Well, I mean,
the containment and
it is. I mean, and having he would match up nice against Jared Cook at left linebacker.
Yeah. He wouldn't do very good if I ran out there the whole time, though.
No, I think he'll go high, but I don't know if he'll be a first round. It's a fair question, though, Tom.
Sure, yeah. That's right. It does not take a village. Okay. Fred Warner gets to the 64-6. That's really nice. Quan Alexander, 60-3. Yeah, I guess I was surprised. It's interesting because Quan Alexander, smaller, faster linebacker. There's not a lot of good things about him in Tampa Bay, but I mean, like his PFF grades, I don't think were ever the best. I think he got a 5 1 year for the Bucks. I was surprised at his contract, but hey, you got these guys up front. These smaller, faster linebackers do pretty good. So whoever's got him is happy. I know Joe Golden in one of these leagues. Richard Sherman gave me the 6 back. I didn't know who was going to start on either side here. Emmanuel Mosley gets the 4. Jaquiski Tart is a 4. Jimmy Ward, 56, kind of finally coming through. Talking about guys late blooming. Interesting. They got some depth on the bench. Ronald Blair was a guy I always kind of liked. He's on one of my teams, like floating around as again, like one of the guys, like he's a backup in the NFL, but he kind of like gets a number. So you kind of like leave him on your team. I don't know. And then like one day he retires when he's like 30.
Here you've actually got a slot cornerback who's higher than a 4.
There you go.
I think there's actually 6 slot corner 5s in this set. I think that's like
nice.
Akello Witherspoon surprisingly got something that's not a 0.
There you go. I kind of like this guy. No, I think Marcel Harris was the guy I liked. This kind of hard hitting, strong safety type, but not yet. Who knows? I think he was the guy. I have to check my notes. Is this the guy who traded to me, Elijah Lee, last year? Or was that Eli Harold? I think it was Eli Harold.
It was Eli Harold.
Yeah.
I don't think he's in the league anymore, but he was like a 008 or something.
He was 0.8. They gave like a 7 or 8 or something like that. Since I mentioned not liking that Giants outside linebacker who got the 6, I'll say I didn't like Solomon Thomas either, and he didn't do well. So screw you, Solomon. Okay. Will Disley on the Seahawks. I'll hit on guys. I don't miss on guys. I don't mind saying it either way. Will Disley gets a 5. Dennis will be happy about that. Plus, he might have a pretty good receiving card. A Fetty 4.3. That's where the Seahawks just keep churning out useless liners. A Fetty 4.3. DJ Fluker 4.2.
Better than the Bengals.
Justin Britt, one of their better linemen who now left the team, 5.2. Mike Ayupati 4.3. Says I was much better before the Seahawks got me. Dwayne Brown, he's saying, I see. You can do it if you're really good enough. 5.7. George Fant is 0.2. That'll get you $10 million for 1 year. Ethan Poachage, 0.0. We're supposed to be in the mix to start this year. Some of these guys are supposed to have talent. Ethan Poachage and Joey Jones and Joey Hunt and Jamarco Jones. But
you remember that draft when Dwayne Brown came out with Jake Long and Ryan Clady, and everyone was like in love with those guys. And Dwayne Brown has lasted so long with so many good ratings.
Yes. Now that you say that, I do remember that. I would not. I couldn't tell you. Yes, those are definitely the 3. But you know what I'm saying. But Ryan
Clady and Jake Long were definitely the top 2 in every single draft, and then Brown was the next one, I think, in most drafts.
Third guy. Well, Jake Long would be like the first pick in the draft, and Clady was like I think a 5.7, maybe a top 10 pick, I think. And with Brown might have only been like a 4 or 5 or something like that. Is that possible?
I think Dwayne Brown had a decent initial rating. I know I drafted him in several leagues, but I had also there were a lot of good linemen in that draft.
Yeah, I told Dennis that as a
he was a 5.5 the first year Ed has him listed.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
He was just kind of underrated because those other guys, I think.
Yeah.
He was a rookie.
He was also a first-round pick, but I think the other 2 guys might have gone before him, and they had at least as good a rating, I think. But I don't know if Jake Long's rating was really much better, but he had been the first pick overall. So, I told Dennis as a Seahawks fan, I can't remember what I'm going to say now. I didn't mind that. But anyway, I told him as a Seahawks fan, when they traded for Dwayne Brown, I was like, he's at that age. He's had some injuries the last couple of years. He could be one of those guys who retires in a hurry. And now it's like, no, never mind. He's going to play. He'll probably play forever.
Well, when you don't have to be the prettiest girl, but, basically when you're playing next to all those other guys, it makes you look pretty good.
That's right. But he's doing a fine job in reality. So it's those Cooper Cup stats, Nathan.
Where are they at?
So let's see. Right here. So I'm still stretching. I'm still sharing. Okay. Seattle, J. Davion Clowney, 6'4", Jerron Reed, 4'3", Puna Ford, 5'1". I told Dennis. Yes. I told Dennis that was a bad pick in the 5th round last year, and now he's a 5. Quentin Jefferson, 5'4". KJ Wright, 4.40. Thank you. After last year's travesty, he had a 6 for playing like 5 games. Bobby, it wasn't even like KJ Wright is a very good player, but that was crazy to me. Sorry, Glenn. Bobby Wagner, middle linebacker, 6'5", of course. Michael Kendricks, 44.5. Shaq Griffin with a 5, flirting with a 6 for a lot of the year. Then his PFF grades really came down the last half of the season. Trey Flowers, one of the more well-deserved zeros in the set. He's awful. He's like a converted college safety. He is so slow moving his feet to get going. It's crazy. But now they've got Quentin Dunbar, also currently a free man. He's the other one, right? It's him and DeAndre Baker, right? Those are the two?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So interesting to see if Quentin Dunbar gets traded in this offseason and what those deals look like. Bradley McDougall gets the 40. Quandre Diggs went trigger the 54. I do like this safety 40 Murky's player, second-round pick. He looked pretty good in some tape I saw. Dennis will hopefully
I wasn't sure Quandre Diggs was going to get a 5 or a 6 because he played really well for the Seahawks after he came over.
Amazing. The trades they made for Diggs, Clowney, and I guess maybe that was 2 years ago for Dwayne Brown. Those have all panned out really well. They've all made it.
I mean, Diggs was a guy I thought could have gotten a 6.
Those are good points, and of course, Clowney might be walking away from the team now. And
I told my buddies because I live up here in the Seattle area. I told them, they're not going to be able to resign that guy. He's leaving because he wants money like he's, like Frank Clark, and you guys just got rid of Frank Clark.
That sounds sort of like the Rams with Jalen Ramsey, huh?
Well, they're probably going to pay him, though.
I don't know where they're going to find it.
They've been cutting everyone. I don't know.
I hope they figure it out.
If they're going to get rid of everyone else,
Yeah. They still got to pay Goff. They still got to pay Gurley, even though he's not there.
Doesn't seem like they're going to pay Gurley. They're just going to let that one go.
Oh, that's right.
Well, that's them they want to go to court. But I mean, I think that's why they had to let Corey Littleton go.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, they've done some weird things over there. I mean, they looked so good, 2 years ago from a roster standpoint, but the salary cap and some of the deals they did, I don't know.
They've really thrown some money. They've got themselves painted into a corner.
I do really like Ashawn Robinson. That's the only part of all the off-season moves that I've actually been pretty excited about.
Do they have any pass rush besides Aaron Donald? Or you said they put in Leonard Floyd. I'm not a big fan of his.
Well, then they've got Samson Ebukam. Maybe they can put something up internally.
Did Whitworth retire, or is he still playing?
Whitworth's still playing.
And they jettisoned Brandon Cooks at least, and Reynolds. Oh, they had another receiver over there who looked decent.
I think they're actually they're going to use their tight ends a lot. I think a lot more. They already did start doing that, but they've got some good talent.
But unfortunately, they still have Jared Goff, I believe.
Yeah, Goff can be good, but he's kind of one of those guys that you have to give him time and you have to run the ball.
I can see Sam Darnold becoming like Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Kind of like but kind of like all right, but you know what I'm saying?
Well, there's Mahomes or Brady, where you're like, go ahead and try anything you want. You're not gonna stop them. And then there's guys that you put a team around them. You look at Jeff Fisher's last couple of years there, and then you look at Sean McVay's first couple of years, and you see the difference. But that's not just the personnel in that case. Well,
in general, I agree with you, but the scheme and the coaching there.
Coaching that was part of my point. Is mainly with coaching, and then just a little bit of protection. A little bit of like creative play calling for those guys, and they're killing it. When you look at the quarterbacks that left Jeff Fisher within a 1 year period, Case Keenum takes the Vikings almost to the Super Bowl. Nick Foles wins the Super Bowl, and Jared Goff is like the best, most improved player the next year.
So you talk with the coaching,
almost MVP from like 3-point-something yards a carry.
So when you talk about the impact of the coaching and the young quarterbacks, how excited should he be about Adam Gase?
I don't know.
You know that Adam Gase.
So that's a plus.
At some point during the regular season last year, I think it was the middle of the season, Adam Gase had lost more games by 10 points. He lost more NFL games by double digits as a head coach than he had flat out won games.
That's pretty good.
You know, he had like 16 wins and like 17 losses of 10 points or more.
It could get rough for the Jets. I mean, because I think Miami's building something pretty special too. You know, you could be looking at the Patriots in Miami, kicking the hell out of them. But maybe I shouldn't trade for Darnold.
You see, Zeb, the negotiating stance of the starting for him. You know, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, Josh Allen. He's fun to watch. He's got a lot of talent. That guy has got a ton of work to do to become like a decent NFL quarterback. And that defense carried the team last year. And the defense is what all that team was about so far, as far as I'm concerned. Look, the Jets stink. The Jets always stink. And then, they might get okay. Miami? I don't know. Miami always finds a way to shoot themselves in the foot. We don't know for sure about Tua yet. Miami's got a ways to go. I know they're building a lot. They got a lot
about Tua either.
They got a way.
And they were playing really good football all the way down the stretch.
Well, they have Fitzpatrick.
Well, yeah, maybe that's what it is.
So we'll see. But believe me, you're not going to find me. Look, you're not going to find me telling you how good the Jets are unless they just actually become good. And I know but the Jets, if Darnold is decent, the Jets are building something themselves that can be pretty good. I mean, if Darnold is decent, they got to start on the offensive line. Maybe one more offensive lineman and stuff like that. The offensive line won't be bad. You got to build a receiving core some. They have some talent defense. Greg Williams is doing a great job with them. We'll see what happens with the Jamal Adams thing. The Jets are still controlling the situation with the contract, but
on the one hand, Darnold definitely could be the best quarterback in that whole division this year. But on the other hand, like you're talking about the coach, I mean, I'm not impressed. He's the one that came from Miami, right?
Yes.
So he sucked there. Obviously, it's how.
Just pour it on, Nathan. Pour it on.
With or for either. He sounds like he's kind of a nightmare. And this is all just what I've seen from national. I don't follow him, like I said, that closely, but
you don't have to.
Would you say that's Tom?
I would say that. I would say that these are feelings that many Jet fans share.
Maybe it's your owner. What's your owner like?
He's currently the ambassador to Great Britain, actually.
He's kind of hands off right now.
His little brother's running the team.
Oh. I just remember when the Rams owner was what's her name? There were years and years of just
Georgia Frontier.
It felt that way all the time. I don't know.
You don't sound very impressed.
The Rams won a Super Bowl with her.
Yeah, well, you got a good coach. You got the most innovative offensive assistant coach in a long, long time. And then you had Kurt Warner out of nowhere. And the one trade they made, Marshall Faulk, pretty much set all that up.
You didn't sound like you were very impressed with the Jets' current ownership situation.
I don't know. Just every time I hear anything about Jets GMs, Jets coaches, I mean, the last one, Rex Ryan, was at least amusing and had a good defensive system and knew what he was going to do on offense. Everyone else is just everyone feels like it's going to change within 2 years. You
didn't feel motivated by the Brooks Bollinger era?
Well, Brett Favre was there for a year.
We picked up Tim Tebow that time.
Yeah.
And then we put him then we made him the punt protector.
Good move.
No. Adam Gase inspires no confidence in me. He had from the beginning. Do you remember the Crazy Eyes press conference? Have you seen that?
I've just seen rumors of not getting along with people, not getting along with GMs, and they had weird, didn't they fire their GM at some weird moment this offseason?
You mean after the draft?
Was it right after the draft?
It was last year. It was last year. Last year after the draft, like a month after the draft, they fired the GM.
It's just, yeah, it just seems like
the GM who hired the coach.
Why would the players or why would the fans be optimistic other than Sam Darnold? That's about it. I mean, they got
and Mekhi Becton.
Yeah, there you go.
So you're saying you might need more than those two guys?
Yeah.
Hey, I got to go to something to eat, go to bed. I'm working tomorrow, Tom.
Okay.
Nathan.
All right, Zeb.
Yeah.
Anybody else there? I don't know if you're going to make it through this. If you decide to chop it up in 2 segments and talk AFC tomorrow night, I'll pop back on.
I can't do it. I have a Dungeons and Dragons game.
Okay.
I'll probably power through in speed mode. All right, Zeb.
Okay. Good night.
See ya.
No, I'm not an optimistic Jets fan. As you can probably tell, I'm not a believer in Gase, but I like Joe Douglas. I'm open. I like Joe Douglas. Darnold might be pretty good. I don't know yet, and I'm trying to tell myself, well, just because Gase seems kind of like an asshole doesn't mean that he's definitely a lousy coach. Maybe he'll be okay.
It's just odd that he sucked so bad in Miami and then came straight to the Jets, and then they did all that stuff, whether it was GM, that he got him fired, or I don't know. It just
power play, and he got the GM fired. I'm not a believer in Adam Gase.
Why?
But I will say that,
why have a GM hire a coach and then fire the GM? What sense does that make?
Yeah, it's not a good system.
Hire a GM, hire a coach, get a guy that, better to have a guy that's unproven or that's totally proven than someone that's so far proven to suck,
Yeah, but they're all coaches who have done a lot better with their second opportunity, But
second opportunity the week after they get fired, unless they're a good coach,
Usually not. That's correct. Peyton Manning spoke highly of him. Look, you don't have to convince me. I don't like Adam Gase.
Yeah, I don't actually know. I don't know him probably as well as you even know him. It's just from the outside looking in. Nothing about it looks good.
No, you'd rather have taken somebody's offensive coordinator or whatever, Kevin Stefanski, that type of guy, whatever. But the only thing I can say is, Miami. Tannehill was injured most of the time he was down there. Their roster quality was going down. I don't know how much of that was on him or how much of that was on the GM. So it's possible he'll be okay. I don't know. I have a lot of worries about him. I didn't like the hiring, but I try and tell myself, you know what? You don't know for sure about these guys. So we'll see what happens.
Well, last year his first year.
Say what?
It was his first year in New York last year, right?
Yeah, Darnold missed quite a bit of time, and even when he first came back, he was.
You may not know, right? It may be hard to tell this season too with all the COVID crap, but if they play by the end of the season, you should have a decent idea. If the guy is going to be decent, because even if they start off slow, you'd expect to see some good improvement at the end of the year.
Yeah, but then again, this is still a roster that's offensive line still developing. They don't have much at receiver. The corner situation is not good. They got the Jamal Adams thing hanging over the team. The pass rush generally has to be more manufactured as opposed to coming from talent. So, the roster is just not that great. It's like Darnold has to play really good for this team to go 8-8 or 9-7 possibly in a weak division. That was before Cam Newton, but
they don't have a winning record, but they get look at Miami. If I'm a Miami fan, I'm excited. They closed the season playing well. They got all these draft picks. They were turning over their roster.
Miami tanked harder and was more aggressive in getting all the picks. The Jets did go 7-9 last year, but most people feel like it's a fool's gold 7-9, and they did play a little better down the stretch as well.
Well, they had Darnold too, so that part, that's what I was saying.
But I'll tell you this: I like Brian Flores a hell of a lot better than Adam Gase right now.
I do too.
because that Miami roster was awful.
That was the
And
only
I agree
reason
with
I made the comment that they might be getting their ass kicked by everyone in the division is because of the other coaches, not because of necessarily the quarterbacks.
Well, that could be. That could be. McDermott seems pretty decent as well. So,
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Let's go. Let's go some more of Strat instead of my depressing football Jets. Oh well, Tampa. Well, maybe next year. Maybe there'll be no season. That could be a good move for the Jets. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. O.J. Howard gets a 4. DeMar Dotson 54. We have to go lightning right here because it's late here. Alex 5 Beta Kappa 43. Ryan Jensen 55. Ali Marpet 47 down to a 4. Donovan Smith 45. Cameron Brate blocking back 0. Tight end 4. Nothing too exciting to talk about here. Go down to the defense. And Dominican Sue gets a 5-3. He'll be one of those guys who traded in a lot of leagues this year. You know what I'm saying? Like a guy, veteran team needs a guy. He's only at 5-3 though. So, maybe he won't get traded because the pass rush doesn't do much for people. And the owner's not going to give him away too
Anyone that
cheaply because
wants
he's
to run a 4-1-6, he's a good guy to pick up.
there. You go. Vita Vea, nose tackle 5. There's a chance at a 6, but I'll live with it. I've got him and Kenny Clark in SFA. Jason Pierre-Paul surprised me right in 5'9". I didn't think he was going to get that 5. Shaq Barrett, the great Shaq Barrett, 46-12-12, naturally. Levante David should be on my SFA team, but Jeff Evier trading him too quickly, even though I told him I was interested. Well, I didn't know I was interested. Trading too quickly, I think I contacted like 4 days before the trading opened, and you know how that goes sometimes. Levante David is 66-2. Devin White, 40-4.
Well, you see David the inside backer here now, right?
I see what?
You see Levante David's the inside linebacker there.
Yeah, I know, which I thought might be the case, and I thought about that before.
Because that's a big drop off in quality as far as what you're paying for.
Absolutely, but I want him so much on my SFA team this year. You've seen that team.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You see all 6 secondaries. Daniil Hunter, Kenny Clark, and Myles Garrett on the defensive line. Lorenzo Alexander at 1 outside, a 55-3 at 1 inside, and then you put a 6 at the other outside linebacker.
It's going to cost you in one of these games.
Well, there's not that many games left now. So
just 2.
We'll see. I'm playing on Monday, so we'll see what happens. But what did I? Hold on a second. Let me try to find. Oh, I see. I don't have my. I wasn't using my. Should I look at my draft profile already? This is really sorted too well. Oh, he was saying, Zeb was saying that the first 2 linebackers would be like, the 2 inside linebackers, Devin White and Devin Bush. A possibility here. He's not really a possibility. Dre Greenlaw with that 50. Who's going to go higher, Dre Greenlaw at the 50 or Devin White with the 40-4? Dre Greenlaw on the outside.
You'd think just rating alone, yeah, you'd rather have that 5-0 on the outside, I guess.
Who do you think is going to go higher?
I have not studied either of these guys, so I wouldn't even bother saying at this point.
Who's going to go higher? Montez, the edge rushers. Montez Sweat 0011, Brian Burns 00121, or Devin White 40-4 ILB.
Unless it's one of those things where if you really like those guys, it takes like a certain type of person to take those outside linebackers that are 0-0, because what are you going to do with them? They're situational, or you have to be like, you have to be a psycho with the blitz to use them. Otherwise, there's no point in having them.
Well, what Devin White's going to make a big difference to your defense as a 40-4 inside linebacker? I think these guys are getting picked for their future speculation. Well, Devin White and the 2 outsides.
What you're seeing now is probably a preview of what you're going to see in the future, though, when they're 0-0, a 12 asterisk, though. You know what I mean?
Maybe 0-4.
Why would you think that you're going to get 5s out of those guys? I don't think you would. You'd be happy getting 4s.
Yeah, you're shooting for like a 44-12 whatever, or a 45-12 whatever.
But you're probably going to get a 0-5-12 something.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It depends on how good the guy is. Who knows? You know,
We've
TJ
had
Watt.
this conversation a couple times, and basically, if you're not using them, you have to have a 3-4. I almost for sure have to have a 3-4 to use them, and then you have to be willing and want to blitz them all the time.
Yeah, a lot.
And
We'll do it. Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah. If you have a good secondary, you can make that stuff work. You know, I know what you're saying. But we're not talking about whether it's right or wrong. We're talking about where they're gonna go. We're not saying that you and I are going to draft them necessarily. I don't even have a first round pick. I traded it the Darnold deal last year.
Well, what I was getting at by all that is that there's a lot less of those types of guys that use those types of players than there is the other type of player, I think.
I'd rather have a 40. Yeah, guys who say, I don't want you want the 5, or you know what, I'd rather live with a 44-3 out there than play this 0. Guys don't want to play the 0. I know what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, okay. So you believe that for that reason, from what we know right now, Devin White would probably go ahead of the other 2 guys.
Well, yeah, unless, you know, it depends on where, like, a guy like Dan Morin's picking, or even where I might be picking, because I'll use those guys, you know, especially if my defense is already weak. Those are the perfect, you know, cheap things to use to try to get by.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, okay. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. So, I think Carl Nassib, actually, an outside linebacker. That's a horrifying vision. 45-6. That's so crazy with these 3-4. He's like a 4-3 defensive end if I ever saw one.
I thought he was the outside linebacker, and his sacks were like he had something like, didn't he have like 8 or 9 sacks in only like 8 or 9 games? I thought he was the outside linebacker. JPP? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get rated as the outside linebacker too. So there's another one to ask Glenn. All right, now the interesting, the corners. Carlton Davis played well. 2nd round pick. I thought he was going to get a 5. I'll tell you, I like this Tampa Bay defense stuff for the future. You know, I know they got the receivers, and people tend to focus on the offense, casual fans, but Brady, I don't think, was a fool choosing what team to go to over there. You know, that defense got quite a bit of talent on it, you know, and could definitely do some good things. What the hell was I trying to look at? What were we looking at just now? I was trying to look at Davis's PFF career. That's what I was trying to do, I think. This is not the right file.
JPP played 10 games and he had 8.5 sacks. I was expecting him to have like one of those, you know, 0, 5, 12, 12 type things, 12, 8, something like that.
Yeah, or at least 12-5 or something.
Something. I mean, playing in 10 games that's pretty good to get 8.5 sacks.
Yeah, there's like a linebacker. Some people think doubling formula or whatever. What am I looking at? I'm looking at. I was upset that I was eyeing Carlton Davis and I didn't get to draft him. Now, Jamal Dean had a 78.9 coverage grade. This is not sort of a coverage grade, or is it? It is not. Let me sort of a coverage grade. Jamal Dean was 11th in the NFL, 78.9. Like there's like a grade, not a grade, like a rating suppression. PFF in certain positions, like the numbers don't seem as high as they used to be. Carlton Davis 72.1 only, but 27 in the NFL. Then he might get a 5, but he only gets a 4. Jamal Dean only gets a 4. I did express my view to Mark Lepage. I didn't think he would get it. I shouldn't. I'm picking up Mark. I mean, he does a lot of work and does a real good job. So he should probably pick on the one that he didn't get. But the guy didn't play that much. But who's the guy in Buffalo in the corner? Levi Wallace was in a similar situation last year, and he got the 5. So there's reason to think he would get it. But he'll get the 4. So he's a guy, like I think I mentioned in my mock draft, like Jamal Dean. He gets the 5. Yeah, maybe he'll be a first-round pick. He doesn't get it, and he plummets because he was only like a 3rd-round pick in the NFL. So now it's like he'll probably be like a 3rd-round pick in all league, you know, or something like that. So this guy, Sean Murphy Bunting, I think was an NFL 2nd-round pick. So he may easily nickel corner, but just a name to throw out there. I like Justin Evans a lot. This guy's goes in injury reserve every year with a different injury. And none of them are like the ones that you'd be like, oh no, like a torn Achilles or an ACL. It's like ankle, foot, like broken forearm, like just something like, it's like, okay, so who knows? The Washington Football Club, the Redskins, Jeremy Sprinkles at 4, Morgan Moses 44, Brandon Scherf 65, Chase Roulier 43, Eric Flowers 43, Donald Penn 43. TJ's not going to get the return of Donald Penn with those trades now. I just felt not live right now. I am live right now. Okay. Vernon Davis, tight end 4. Hale Hinktus. I don't know him. For some reason, Nathan, every now and then I find these like offensive linemen. I had this thing like offensive linemen like who get drafted in like the 3rd or 4th round of the NFL. They're not starting as rookies. And like I'll like draft them sometimes like the 8th or 9th round. Like, this guy, especially if he's got like 2 good players starting in front of him. It's like, he's not, he's gonna be a free agent in a couple of years, or maybe someone else gets injured or whatever. This guy might have a chance like a couple of years down the line to develop as a starter. I think Jerron Christian on Washington and the guy on Oakland, and maybe it's Brandon Parker. And those are my 2 current candidates for that type of thing. I think I've got Brandon Parker on like 2 of my teams. I think someone kept taking Jerron Christian because of the Trent Williams holdout last year, so I couldn't get my hands on him. So, but
heartbreak.
The last guy that I was like that with was Eric Larebius. Do you remember him?
Oh yeah.
He was like a 3rd round like backup center for Washington. I was like, oh okay. I drafted him like 8th round. He was on my team for like 7 years, and he retired. But he never did anything. He was like 0-0-0-0-2. But if sometimes they pan out. Matt Ioannidis gets a 4.9. Finally doesn't get a 0. Deron Payne a 5.3. He was borderline, I thought, 4.5. So that's good for his owners. Jonathan Allen 0.7. The 0 hurts. Interesting player. I still think he can come along. It's only 2 years. We'll see if he can get it done or not. But it's about time to put up or shut up for him. I like him more as a 4.3 tackle. Are they going 4.3 now with Ron Rivera? I think they are. They need to be 4.3. I mean, you get Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, and Chase Young.
Yeah.
Chase Young with their hands in the dirt. Then they got Matt Ioannidis, and you still have like Tim Settle, and you can move Allen out if you need to. Ryan Kerrigan could play defensive end. Montez Sweat could play some defensive end. Well, then again, I don't know. They can do a lot of things over there. They got a lot of talent. Kerrigan 0.09. Jonathan Bostic 40-5. Cole Holcomb. It's weird. Like you're so used to looking at the projections, I'm forgetting that these are the actual STRAT ratings. Cole Holcomb, if you got him, 44.5. Montez Sweat 0.011. Gun to your head. Montez Sweat, 1st round pick, yes or no? SOMIFA.
I have no idea.
I'm going to say yes.
Maybe
also, I already know that.
Second.
Well, I already know that the 1st round. Well, from what I had looked at before these ratings, didn't look that strong. So I think it's more likely for
this draft isn't like. There's not a lot of guys in it that I'm real excited about.
Yeah, exactly.
The very top.
Yeah, at least next year you get all the offensive tackles. Let's see. Fabian Moreau is a 0. Quinton Dunbar the 6th, former receiver. Dan's got him in at least 1 league. Landon Collins 40. Landon Collins, talk about a guy's career changed. I told him this with Dennis. Remember I took Byron Jones over him, and I was like, oh, maybe I made the wrong move here. Collins looks like the next big thing in safety. Like 2 big years, and then it's been like thud, like 46 every year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Byron Jones always looked pretty good. I think that he could have gone either way at that point.
Yeah, I know what he's saying.
Actually, I do remember doing a spring draft though, where a guy took. You're not in this league, but a guy took Byron Jones over Landon Collins, and I did. The guys was there like, how in the world can Landon
I did that? I did that. I did that in the spring league. I did that in SFA.
No, this was spring fever. So.
Oh, okay. I did it in SFA as well. So.
We got together and did a draft. Some of us was down in California. Dennis was actually there too. I was on vacation and timed it to go do the draft with a couple of guys I hadn't seen in a while too.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, but no, in SFA, I took Byron Jones over Landon Collins. Even it was a spring league. and I wasn't sure. And, like for years, I was like, yeah, I messed up. But then after I was like, okay, now it looks more palatable. Cody Sensabaugh was a guy I always thought might do something. He hasn't. This Troy Apka guy is supposed to be a good, really good athlete. I think the other guy gets injured a lot. Ryan Anderson, I think he signed elsewhere finally. I'm not sure. Let's see the Ravens. How do you like this setup? Hey, Nathan, who's the starting tight end for the Baltimore Ravens?
Starting what?
Tight end.
It's not Mark Andrews.
Of course not. It's Nick Boyle.
They drafted the two of them at the same time, right? He's got to be the other one because
Hayden Hurst.
They traded Hurst. Who the other one they draft?
Well, Hurst and Andrews were the ones that they drafted, but it's Nick. It's Nick Boyle here in Stratomatic land. I was teasing because Andrews is the guy you would think of as, the big tight end for Baltimore. He's listed as the backup here.
I was trying to see if he was getting a blocking back rating because I've got him in some leagues. So
yeah, he got a tight end 5 though this year. That was a big surprise to me. Well, actually, I mean Baltimore is so good at running the ball, but what I've read about Andrews the previous year is another guy. Zeb talked about Robert Tonyan, converted wide receiver, and so maybe a little more focused on the route running than on the blocking. So then having a good year receiving, so he'll probably get a 0. Didn't think about Baltimore. I forgot how well Baltimore runs the ball, of course, but he got a 5. I was surprised at that in a positive way.
I'd rather have a 0-0 blocking back rating on any of my tight ends than a 6 tight end. But
okay, I'm changing my tune. I'm liking the run blocking now.
I know.
So I'm going for the run blocking now.
I like seeing Kittle and Kelsey getting these ratings, and I've got
Well, I know what you're saying, but yeah, we all would like the Kittle or Kelsey, but if you're not getting that, then it's like, all right, what if I have to choose between these other things? I know what you're saying. Ronnie Stanley 6'7", Bradley Bones only 4'2". Patrick Ricard gets to 6'5". Beat me up.
Is he rated at defensive end too? That was an interesting one.
Yes, defensive end 0-0. I think he was a nose tackle last year and blocking back, or something like that. Let's see. Justice Hill's got some juice. Well, they got Ingram. They still have Ingram though, and no Edwards. Oh, and they drafted the guy from Ohio State, second round. The guy. I forgot the guy's name. This year's NFL draft. Let's see. Patrick McCarry was supposed to be pretty good. He was back up 4-0. And they've got some playing time for them. Defense is the first AFC team I got to go through. Warmly 4-2. Michael Pierce 5-1. Brandon Williams 5-1. It would just have to drive you crazy if you owned Michael Pierce. If you had Michael Pierce or Brandon Williams on your team.
He's for sale here in SOMIFA. I held on to him build, thinking he'd probably get a 5 nose tackle.
Oh, Michael Pierce?
Yeah.
He'd be third string for me.
Well, I won't trade him.
I have one good position. Yeah, I have one good position. Matt Judon, 46-12-1. Dennis likes that. One of his good picks from recent years.
Okay.
Patrick Aluwasar, 44-6. I kind of liked. I hate when I kind of like a guy and I'm not drafting when someone else drafts him and then he does well. Chuck, especially when they were there late and just whatever reason I didn't pull the trigger or didn't have a pick or needed something for the year. Chuck Clark was in that category, and he gets a 54-4 linebacker, although he's primarily safety. We think of him that way. He gets a safety 44. Here you go. Forgot about Jalen Ferguson. Outside linebacker, 54-6. I think he was a 3rd-round pick. He's in the draft. Who goes first, Jalen Ferguson or Dwight or Dwight?
Jalen overall.
Devin White. Well, not over the Pittsburgh. Oh yeah, over the guys we talk about, but not over the Pittsburgh guy.
He's gonna go. He's on Baltimore. He's a 5'4" with some pass rush. People are gonna take him first.
Yeah, but the Pittsburgh guys, I think, also a 54, and he was a top 10 pick, even though he's an inside linebacker. So he'll go over Ferguson. Don't you think?
I don't know that outside linebacker. People make a lot of offers for even 4s at outside linebacker. All the trading I've done in the last couple of years, I've had a ton of that. You never used to get offers for 4 outside linebackers.
Yeah, they're not great offers. You're getting 4th and 5th round picks.
Well, I mean, at the time, I could say it now, but Shaq Barrett, when I traded him for an early second, I was like, man, I totally got a steal of a deal here.
I was doing the same thing.
Maybe not so much.
Well, Devin Bush is a 54-4, and it's inside linebacker on the Steelers, 10th pick in the draft, versus Jalen Ferguson, 54-6, outside linebacker, Baltimore, maybe a third rounder or something like that, I think.
Yeah, it obviously is going to come down to who you like more as far as who's better prospect long term. But those ratings, I mean, if you're going to compare the inside versus outside, they're going to take the outside if it's even close.
No, I know, but I think with the I think with the draft pedigree, and people do like taking Ravens. They don't mind. They certainly don't mind taking Steeler defensive players either. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely same. It's the same kind of thought process, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that though Bush definitely goes ahead of Ferguson. Let me try and find. Yeah, you see the spreadsheet here?
Hold on. Okay.
This is every player who was in last year's NFL draft, or who I think played in the NFL last year, and is not on a SOMIFA roster. And it is all their PFF grades, their age at the time of the draft, where they were drafted in NFL, not only the round, but what number overall, their NFL.com pre-draft grade. And Dennis and I work on this together at the end of the NFL season. We've had this since like late January. We've had this since before the SSFA draft, because I'm like a Nazi about it, So
I thought you were supposed to send that to me. So I was going to save it for you in case you lost it again.
You're breaking up. Let's see. Outside linebacker, Ferguson. He was a third round pick. He was 86th, 85th overall. 82 coverage grade with 287 snaps. No, only 18. Is that right? Only 18 units in coverage. 18 snaps in coverage, 54-6. But again, part of that could be the team. Maybe they played great. Maybe they played great flat pass defense or whatever. Who knows? Alrighty. Well, Humphrey get to 6. Marcus Peters, great, tremendously talented guy. Came into the league looking good, then sucked. Then it's he was like a roller coaster up and down. People were kind of laughing at the Rams when they got him a little bit. He goes to Baltimore and he's playing great again.
Well, that's the thing about the Rams is you want to make this big move for Ramsey, but why trade Peters off and just dump him? Why get rid of Talib? I mean, I think he might have been injured, but it's I don't know. It seemed like they were having problems coaching their guys when someone like Peters leaves and just kills it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, maybe that's part of why they got rid of Wade Phillips. I don't know. Maybe it was too easy on the players, or maybe they felt the time had passed it by, or who knows. And Peters had some reputation of being a pin in the neck, but didn't seem to hurt him in Baltimore.
No.
Chris Boyd, 0-0-0. He was a guy I liked last year just to do something. Anthony Averett, undersized guy that might do something but didn't.
Yeah, I think I've seen a couple of these. That name sounds familiar.
Yeah. Ferguson in SOMIFA. I bet you Ferguson goes top 12 in SOMIFA. What do you think?
But you think the other guy will go ahead of him?
Yeah. I think.
Literally, all it takes is one guy that's got a couple zeros at the end.
I'm not betting the house on it. I'm just, I'm not betting the house on it. I'm just saying I think the other guy goes first.
That would not surprise me at all. Linebacker's the hardest spot to fill right now. It seems like outside anyway.
Sure, just get the blitzers and go ahead and blitz. Make sure we get secondary. Buffalo, Dawson Knox gets a 5. He's an interesting guy.
Why do you have to have a secondary?
To blitz?
No, that's the whole point.
Well, I'm not Zeb Strong. I'm not Zeb Strong. I can't, just throw zeros out there and win the title.
You get a 5 at one corner, and you get all 4s, and you blitz like hell. Until you run into the wrong team, then your ass kicked.
Yeah, I like the good secondary because I can bring the safety up and
yeah, but what you're saying is you like to have everything be good. Everyone likes that.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that. I was saying you play the outside linebackers who are good blitzers, but not good in coverage. But if I do that, I want to have a good secondary. Like I could blitz some linebackers and bring a safety into the flats sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Even though you want to do the safety blitz, I understand that.
That free safety fix with a weak linebacker group is a really big deal. I think I've underrated that until recently.
Yeah.
Of course, you haven't needed it as much until recently either, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, Jamal Adams is tremendous to me over there in SSFA. Imagine if I had Levante David. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like I had David on one side and Alexander on the other, and I'm playing 3-4.
Safety next year, so maybe I'll trade you one.
Say what?
In SSFA? So you're talking about?
I said I have Jamal Adams over there.
Oh, okay. I thought you needed another safety.
I got Adrian Phillips. He's at 54 this year, so
maybe that's good enough.
Yeah, and they got Byron Jones, Patrick Peterson, and Darkazy Denard. He's been on my team forever. Then I got Eric Kendricks, middle linebacker, although I'm playing a 3-4.
And you got a throw in, right? For
Joey Bosa.
You get Myles Garrett and Eric Kendricks. Is that what it was for? Or no, Jamal Adams and Eric Kendricks for Joey Bosa.
When I say it like that, I believe
having a trade go your way. I mean, some of them go.
I believe that's correct. So yeah, so technically I got 4 6s in that deal. But Joey Bosa is a 6 too, so
that's good. You gotta hope the other guy gets good, deal too.
Sure. Well, Strat's just lazy. They said, we keep, I don't know which we should give these votes. Let's give them all 6s. We don't have to worry about who's Joey and who's Nick. But yeah, but on the outside, I mean, I got Anthony Barrs at 44-3, but I got Marcus Golden, it was like a 0-4-12-5 or something, and I got Jordan Jenkins like a 0-4-10. So you might see me fly with those guys and blitz a lot. We'll see what happens. All right, Dawson Knox 5, Cody Ford. I had very good things, but I guess didn't do much as a rookie. 0-3. John Feliciano is another guy from that school. Nathan, he's from the Eric Larebius school that is now being occupied by Jaron Christian and Brandon Parker. I'm like backup lineman, played a little bit as a rookie, like 150 snaps, got a decent grade, might have been like a 3rd or 4th round pick. I think the Raiders had him like, well, they don't have the best interior line at the time. He might have a chance. I think I popped him up on one of my teams that never did anything. Or I didn't get him, and he still didn't do anything, so never mind. Mitch Morris 4-7, Quentin Spain 0-5. What a catastrophic drop-off he had. He had like 2 really good ratings and nothing. Dan Dawkins 4-5. Mark had him as a 7, which I was optimistic for. I don't think he deserved it, but I was like, hey, why not?
Your quarterback might not work out that well for the O-line or whatever his name is, Josh Allen.
Say what?
I said I think the quarterback's going to screw these guys in the long run on their pass block ratings.
Yeah, I don't think Dawkins is that great anyway with the pass blocking. So, but he's fine, but he's not, rock solid 7 or whatever. I know what you're saying. With the running, you get more sacks, blah, blah, blah. Singletary has a chance to have a really good card. We'll see where he goes if that's the case because he's running backs king of anywhere. Frank Gore hanging in there with the 0-4. He's just a veteran, knows how to get it done. He's not going to get steamrolled by those guys. Going to give you a chance. Defense, Trent Murphy with a 5 against the run. I didn't see that before. Wow. Trent Murphy at 56. Okay. Jerry Hughes on the other side, 45. If only Jerry Hughes was a better player last year, then Shaq Lawson might have got a 4. And then I could use him because he's on 2 of my teams. See if he does anything finally. He came on strong last year. You don't see it in this rating, but he did come on strong for them, and now he's signed elsewhere. So let's see if he can kind of maybe establish himself as a pretty good defensive end. He doesn't be great, but I don't know. I liked him quite a bit, as you know, when I drafted him. Again, another guy you didn't have to draft super high at the time. Jordan Phillips, 4-10. Star Latulele, 4-3. Matt Milano was another one of my favorites. He's on my W team, 64-4. Joe Golden told me that he pretty much just looks over who I drafted in autumn wind and S28, and that's who he focuses on in SOMIFA.
You might have to make a sacrifice. You might have to pick a bunch of crummy guys in S28, throw over 5%, you know?
You're not in the SFFDL, are you?
No.
I was secretly kind of drafting for a guy over there last year to try to thwart a certain individual over there, not Dennis, who's in that league also. But it was hard to Dennis too. I can't tell, like he was complaining at last year's draft show that he asked me, like, what do you think of these 5 guys? He's like, oh, I knew you were holding back, because that's what happened. We were doing the SOMIFA draft recap show, and I was waxing prolific with Mark Andrews. I was like, oh, I love this guy, blah, 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 blah. And he was one of the 5 guys Dennis had asked me about. And I given Dennis kind of like evasive answers on those 5 guys. And he was like, oh, I knew you're holding on. I'm like, well, Dennis, what do you want to do? You're drafting like 8 spots ahead of me in SOMIFA. You're drafting like 23. I'm drafting like 31 or whatever, and like Andrews could easily go like 23. I'm going to say, oh, yeah. And I really want to say, oh, yeah, this guy's great. What am I supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? So,
you're extremely lucky that I was doing that rebuild, and that if Andrews hadn't had such a good card already, I mean, there's no way I could have passed him up in that spot. That was a really good spot that you drafted him at.
Yeah, but you're going long term. You did the right thing. You still have a quarterback, so
I don't know though. I mean, he's still a great long-term player.
Yeah, I know, but maybe by the time you get a quarterback, he'll like dislocate his head or something. You have concussion problems. Who knows?
It only takes 2 to 3 years. It doesn't take 7 or 8.
I know, but it doesn't kill you. You got picks, you got players. You know, right? I think you guys will be pretty decent there in the 3rd round.
One of the big tight ends. That's going to be like a top 5 guy for 10 years,
We'll see. We'll see. I like him a lot. I can't believe the 5, so we'll see. Matt Milano, 64. Trey Edmonds got a nice rating, 46.4. It's not too bad for him. 44.4, young player, developing. Tre'Davious White, 6. Levi Wallace, 5. That surprised me. Jordan Poirier, 55. I don't think his grade was that great. So, Corey Liggett, back up 40. Kevin Johnson, back from the dead with a cornerback 4. As a backup, okay. I don't know. It's that Buffalo team. They have a really good defense. No doubt about it. I don't know. Josh Allen, he's got all the talent in the world, but let's see if he gets a little more efficient. You know what I'm saying? It's fun to watch. I like watching him play, but let's see if he gets a little more efficient. It's funny that New England's got Cam Newton because that's the guy that Josh Allen is always compared to, and that comparison makes so much sense to me. Just this big, strong guy with a lot of talent. Cam, I think, was a better quarterback, though, right off the bat. Josh has got a still steeper.
Cam had some crazy games of the year. He was on fire at it.
Yeah, Cam Newton, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. He had a pretty good rookie year, absolutely. Allen was kind of lost as a rookie, but coming out of Wyoming. Cincinnati, tight end 4. As Ed was saying, all these zeros here. Oh, who's that offensive line? Didn't get a card. There he is, Billy Price, backup.
No. I was excited about
Say what?
The 0-7 for Trey Hopkins. That was my highlight for this group. I actually think I have him in 2 leagues.
Michael Jordan, no relation. This guy should change his name just to honor the goat, as they say. How long until I get an email from Mark Lepage? I offered you a 3 last year for Cordy Glenn. Only 3.
I got offered Cordy Glenn for one of my safeties. That's a 6 now. Glad I didn't do that.
From me in autumn win or no?
No. In I think it was SSFA for that one.
Cordy, I think Cordy was a 4.7 last year. Mark offered me a late 3, which is not with the late 3 for next year, which is not a bad offer. But I was just like, you know what? I'm always trading these guys for stuff that's not that good. I didn't have Colton Miller yet. I was like, let me just keep Glenn. If Mayfield has a good year, ha ha ha. I don't want to see him get sacked to death next year. No, he sucks anyway.
Or before Andrew Luck or after.
No, this is post Andrew Luck.
Okay. That would make a little sense. But like you said, Mayfield still had a decent card.
Well, I thought that Mayfield probably have another good year. I was expecting a disastrous second season, and I figured, Glenn might hang around another year or 2. late 3 in that league doesn't always get you much. You know what I'm saying, in the draft.
That's true.
So
Three
I was like, let me just
that league actually are really tough.
say what?
Third round picks in that league are actually real tough.
I don't mind the first half of the third round over there. I've done pretty well with that. But like that second half of that third round, I feel like is especially late. Like the last 10 of the third round, you're talking 80 to 90. I mean, that's like your early to mid swimming for 4, and that's kind of like it's got a little sketchy neighborhood. It's like you can get some guys there, but it's not nearly as palatable.
That pays up a little bit. I think your players are generally you're gonna get more on the open market for them than something like that, I would say.
Yeah, not that I've always traded the best in that league, but it's fun. I finally have some defensive players, some defensive ratings, I guess I should say, in order to win. And of course, I have no quarterback again because Mayfield's going to be awful. And even the offensive line. What do I got? Not that I have a great defense, but I got a 5-7. My defense has always been awful. I've always been like poor at best. With some very poor sprinkled in. Usually gets passed. I don't like the idea of being very poor against the run, so I've managed to avoid that. But Derek Barnett's a 5-7 at defensive end. DJ Jones is a 5. I'm playing a 4-3. Nathan, my other defensive tackle's a 4. I got Shaq Lawson as a 0-7, but I could maybe pick up somebody. I got Matt Milano's a 64 on one outside. Unfortunately, Rashaan Evans is like a 0-4 or 0-5 or something like that. Dante Fowler's a 0-5, 12-5. Okay. And then in the secondary, I got Shaq Griffin and Kevin King are corner 5s, with Darryl Worley as an extra corner 4. Demarius Randall is a safety 5, free safety 5. And I don't have a strong safety, but for me, that's like the best defense I've had by far ever in that league. Yeah. which is not saying a lot. And then off of the blocking, I got Travis Frederick at center, Graham Glasgow at guard. Norwell's a 4-7. Conklin is an unusual 6-2. And then I got Cordy Glenn and Cordy Glenn and Colton Miller, 0-5 and 4-4. So for a team that sucked every year, it's like, it's like actually, and of course they've got the receivers with Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, and DJ Moore. It's like if I had like a decent quarterback card, it's like, yeah, you can go 9-7 with this team and maybe make a couple moves and do better. You know what I'm saying? But I got Mayfield, who will be awful. So Justin Jackson did get a card though. Did you see that?
No.
Oh yeah, well he's limited by that stupid rule, but he had a 6.9 rushing average, so that's not too bad for guys limited by the rule. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, and there are things about that rule that there are situations we use them still.
Oh yeah, I use those guys, especially if they're good average, because first and 10 he's limited to 7 yards. Okay, it's considering I have no quarterback, and the guys that might get past anyway. I don't know, who knows. I'm not saying go anywhere with that team, but I was 8-8 last year. I don't know if you realize that. I was 8-8 last year. I think I was poor, very poor.
These bigger leagues, I feel like, are a lot easier to compete in, even if you're not great of a squad.
Yeah, to try to BS compete. But you know me, if I don't think I can go anywhere, I don't do anything to help the team for the year. So we'll see. But I've also got like 3 second-round picks. We'll see what happens. I'll probably end up trading Travis Frederick and take it and beating. We'll see. But I don't know. I've been now into this running thing, and actually that team has Max Williams also. I liked him a lot coming in before he spent 3 years getting injured every single year and ruining whatever athleticism he formerly had. But I got 3 second-round picks. Of course, I'm drafting 17th or something like that because I went 8-8 with a lousy team, unfortunately. But
that's what's going to happen though in those leagues.
Yeah,
it's not just winning; it's also the winning when you have a good team is easier, but winning when you have a bad team is easier too.
Yeah, but I had a good time. I enjoyed the season, and also, like I said, I felt like the team was starting to get some talent. Like if Mayfield had like a similar year to the previous year, I'm like, I might get in the players with this team. You know what I'm saying? Maybe pick up a middle linebacker or something. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't. So completed under 60% of his passes with interceptions. But I got some blocking. I got Max Williams at tight end 6, and Jack Conklin's at 6, and I got a guard 5 I can throw over there, and Travis Frederick's at 6. So maybe I could run. We'll see. You only get 4 running backs, and I got one guy who's got subjected to the low carry rule, and then I got Rashad Penny's the other guy. So I would be getting 4-1-6 by. I'd be getting dimed by certain coaches, I think. So right now, we'll see what happens. But I don't know. We'll see. I need Mayfield to come around. I'll put me. I'll keep going future, and we'll see what happens. Cincinnati Bengals. Carlos Dunlap 6'10". He's been a great player. Aria Billings is on my AW team 42. Geno Atkins 65. Sam Hubbard a really nice 59. And then it's all downhill. Preston Brown 0-0. Jermaine Pratt, never heard of this guy. 0-0-0. Nick Vigil, never liked him 40-4. BW West 0. William Jackson III, only a 4, but did not play that well last year. So he was one of those guys like, maybe he gets a 5 because, I don't know, he was a first-round pick and has been pretty good the last couple of years, but his grade wasn't great, and they gave him only a 4. Jesse Bates falls down to a 4. People hoping for a bounce back there. Let's see. Occasion Denard back at 5. Nothing else to talk about. Clayton Fitzgerald down to a 0. Cleveland Browns, Demetrius Harris, the converted basketball player. I always kind of liked him a little bit. See if he does anything. Chris Hubbard 0-2. Wyatt Teller 0-2. J.C. Treader 4-7. Head of the NFLPA, I believe. Joel Batonio 5-7. Greg Robinson 4-3. That was a good move they made. Who did they get? Who did they get over there at tackle now? Well, they drafted that guy. The guy from Iowa, I think they drafted. Supposed to be good. I think they drafted him to play left tackle. I think they got talent. I mean, Beckham, Jarvis Landry, Nick Chubb, some pretty good linemen. Now that the left tackle is good, I do think they signed someone else also. I could be wrong. I think that Mayfield will be all right. I mean, they were just a disaster last year with Hitchens. I think you talked about the coaching. With Stefanski, I mean, Minnesota ran a pretty efficient offense with Keenum and Cousins, and I think he can get Mayfield to do the same thing. I don't think Mayfield. I think is very coachable, and he wants to win. I think he wants to go out there and suck. You know what I'm saying? And he has abilities. So,
hard worker.
Yeah, exactly. So, the defense, Myles Garrett 4'10" got nerfed down to a 4, but his run grade wasn't the best. So hey, that's all right. Well, we have some of these young players, like we all know Myles Garrett is really good. So if he gets a 4, a 4'10", especially as a defensive end, as a fairly young player, it's like, all right, I'll live with it. He'll probably be back with a 5 or a 6 next year. You know what I'm saying? Sheldon Richardson.
You'd think he'd be a 6 most of the time.
Yeah, and if he ends up being like a 5-12-3 every year, you're like, all right, I'll take that. You know what I'm saying? Sheldon's a 53, a little bounce back for him. Larry Ogunjobi a 46. I probably would have predicted him to get the better rating. I think he's a better pass rusher than Richardson, but who knows? Olivia Vernon for 54, the 4 hurts. Chad Thompson, Joe Sherbert down to a 55. Mac Wilson, the 003, supposedly has some ability. Down to Ward of 5. I should have, if I'd woken up in time, he'd probably be on my SSFA team.
No.
Instead, you have him.
Yeah, he's off on Iowa.
There you go. But I least got 3 5s this year, so but they're getting older, so I could have used Denzel. Greedy Williams is 0, but see, it's interesting. There were some corners in this draft who I wonder if Dennis is going to pop on in 10 minutes and say, "You're still on?" He gives me that after a few hours every now and then. There's some corners who are like second-round guys and who don't really have good ratings. Like Rock Yassin, I think, is a 0. So these guys will be going like, who knows, late second round, early third round. Maybe somebody falls to late third round, and that's where. And they're the better corners in this draft, so who knows where they're gonna. See, I put all this in a certain order. That was correct, and then I sorted it and saved over it. Now it's like I got to go back and do the whole thing. So I still did alphabetical by the corners.
Well, you're send it to me so I could save the original one for you.
That's right.
Won't have that
That's
problem.
DeAndre Murphy. I think it's sorted by where they get traded in the NFL. There's DeAndre Baker on top. But Byron Murphy, Rock Yassin, Sean Murphy Bunting, Trayvon Mullen, Rudy Williams, Lonnie Johnson, Jamel Dean. So, had a bunch of guys who were like NFL second round picks, and like a lot of them are zeros. The zeros with maybe a 4 sprinkled in there, and that's where those are the best corners of the draft. So they'll be going second and third round, and maybe one or two of these guys turns out to being really good. Who knows? So you screenshotting my thing. It's not in order. It's just But,
I can't really see here. I can barely see this, so there won't be any
okay.
going on. Sorry.
Is this too low?
No,
It's
it's
too small?
since it's in the StreamYard, it basically puts the square. It's like I don't know what the percentage would be. Maybe like 25% of my screen at most is where this big is what I'm looking at.
This thing over here.
Basically, your whole screen is. It's just really small on my screen because off to the left it's got like a picture of me and it's got like a bunch of white space around it. Off to the right, it's got room for people to chat and
It's something I do. I thought, okay, we'll see. So I blew up this thing and I moved one thing over. So who knows? Only 4 I was in. So Denver, Jeff Hoyman's a 4. Elijah Wilkinson is 0-3. I had some hope for him with Mike Munchak over there. Ronald Leary 0-5. Connor McGovern 4-7-8. Now the Jets. Dalton Risner could be the first guard taken. He's a 45. He was a second round pick. So I should bother closing there. I don't have any first round picks anyway. May as well talk about all the young players. Like Chris Lindstrom, Dalton Risner, and Elgin Jenkins with the 3 before the ratings came out. Lindstrom drafted 14th overall, Risner 41, Jenkins 44. But Lindstrom's only a 4-3, I believe. Jenkins a 4-4, Risner a 45. So Risner will probably be the first guard taken. You never know. Someone might go for Lindstrom instead. I think Lindstrom's the guy who played the game with he broke something and played anyway. And they missed a whole bunch of games. But he played. I might have broken his foot and played like most of the game with a broken foot. Like he broke it in the second quarter and just kept playing. Noah Fant got the blocking of 0, tight end 4. He has a good average. He'll be interesting. I can see him as a Nathan Baylor target. Don't feel like you have to comment.
I don't look at it a lot, but I think as a rookie or coming out of the draft, he was known as sort of one of the downfield threats, wasn't he?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that was his reputation coming in as a receiving tight end, and he had a very good average. I'm pretty sure he topped 14 yards reception, maybe around 16. Let's take a look. $40 catches, 14.1 as a rookie, 10 receptions. There you go. I think I have him mocked going to Dennis in the mock I did way back when. I have not scouted Austin Schlottman. Guard 0-2. I don't know anything about him. Okay. Andy Janovich, 5'4". The Denver defense, Derek Wolf, 5'7". Dennis got him on one of his teams. He's happy about that. He's had him for a while. Mike Purcell, 6'0". Shelby Harris, 4'6". Von Miller, 46'11". So there's Nathan saying, yeah, there's your upside with your blitzing outside linebackers of 4. And you have to be Von Miller or Khalil Mack to get it, Tom. Otherwise, you're getting a Marcus Golden 0. Right? It's not inaccurate. Alexander Johnson, 46'4". And he will no longer go top 10. With his coverage grades, I thought he would get a 5. That's what Mark projected him at. So now he probably won't even be a first-round pick unless someone makes a bad move. Veteran Todd Davis, a little bit of a bounce back, 45-0. Jeremiah Adoachu was a guy that I kind of liked when he was a young player with the Chargers, and he never got the job done. Now he's bouncing around. The Jets had him, I think, the year before. Now Denver's got him. Chris Harris, did they finally get rid of him?
I don't remember.
Me neither. Quinn Jackson. Kareem Jackson, 55. The big story here, Justin Simmons, 66. I didn't really care for him either when he was in the draft, and now a few years later, he had a great year. Dennis and I have Kareem Jackson in STRAT 28. We traded for him last year. Adam Gottsefs is back. Josie Jewell
went to the Chargers.
Okay. Josie Jewell disappointing people with a 0.54. You took him the year before, thought he might do better. Some people liked Will Parks. I'm not a big fan of Will Parks. Houston, Taron Fells, tight end 0. Titus Howard, 4.3. Zach Fulton, 0.4. Nick Martin, 4.5. Max Sharping, 0.4. Mark had him pegged as a 0.2. I just saw his name here. He was a second-round pick. Maybe he did as well, but much like Seattle, I don't know how much faith people have in drafting those Texans offensive linemen. Larry Tunsil against a 6.5. I think if you trade practically 3 first-round picks for the guy, maybe get a 6.7. And again, I don't know. And they've been burning through assets like a drunken sailor. But we'll see what happens.
It might have been good to sign him to a contract too when you were going to make that trade.
Yeah.
All the spot type.
But I understand O'Brien's never been a GM before. He's still learning. So like the new guy you get in the Strat League. That's why I said his trade would be overturned in our league. JJ Watt, 44. DJ Easy Reader, 6'3". Angela Blackson, 4.0. Brendan Spanner Scarlett, 0.06. Bernardrick McKinney, 44.3. Zach Cunningham, 0.64. Whitney Merciless, 44.10. That's a nice rating for the veteran. Jonathan Joseph, 4. Bradley Roby, 5. That was a nice surprise. I did pretty well with my team. My team's not going anywhere, but they did pretty well with the ratings as well. You talked about your team doing well. Not that anyone wants to hear about my team incessantly. As Jay Villiers is always telling me. What is this? Andrew Luck is on that roster. Well, I'm not cutting him yet, but I mean, I mean, he still had like attempts there. You know what I'm saying?
You just want the painful reminder.
Yeah. Well.
Or he decides to unretire and you got rid of him already.
Well, I'm probably going to have the IR slots, so
I IR him for about 4 years.
Yeah.
Till you get some third string tight end that you're really hoping gets a 6 for you, and you cut Andrew Luck.
That's right. When he's still 33.
5 years.
Yeah. So this is How did I do? DeCastro got a 5.7. He could have done worse, but he's a Pro Bowler. Mark Andrews got a 5 blocking, of course. Rodney Hudson got a 5.7. Could have been worse, but he's a Pro Bowler. Leaf got a 4.7. Thought Mike got a 5, but that's okay. Dawkins got a 4.5. That's not bad. Like I heard the guard spot. Billy Turner got a 4.2. I was like, maybe give like a 0.4 or something, You can pick up a cheap guard theoretically. I doubt I'll go for the year anyway, unless Fitzpatrick's going better than I. Not that I'll go all out for the year anyway, because I never do. But in terms of thinking I could maybe make the playoffs or whatever, maybe if Fitzpatrick's got a decent, I'll try. Because I do have McCaffrey, of course, and some blocking. Melvin Ingram's like a 4.8. That's not bad. DJ Reader's a 6.3. Kenny Clark's a 5.6. I got options there. John Simon, believe it or not, is a 5.5. So that helps. Outside the linebacking core, Deion Jones is a 6.4. I wish I could play a 4.3 actually. But that's like I got to make Reader a 5, and then I got to pick up another trade for a 5. So I could
Reader for 6 DT, and then you keep Clark and just pick up a cheap 5 DT.
Well, Reader would be a 5. Reader would be a 5 DT.
You trade Reader for a 6 DT.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure I think you can find someone for a 6 more often around.
I don't want to trade Reader.
Okay, well,
that's
so
right.
You can't run a 4.3.
Sure, I can. I play Reader as a 5.
Well, what's the point of that?
Like a Deion Jones is 6 in the flat pass with more effect. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying,
Got it.
That's 6. I'm starting to believe that 6 nose tackle is overrated.
No.
There's not too many nose tackle readings on there.
There's
4.
There's 2 6s in this set. I think that are nose tackles.
Yeah, but there's not too many nose tackle readings in terms of in the game when you're playing. And on that 3-4, You know, I mean, I'd rather play a 3-4 with like a 4 or 5 and like some good inside linebackers. You know, but anyway, Dean Jones is 64. I'm a little surprised at the 6, but not terribly. McKinney down to a 44-3. That's fine. He's getting into veteran status. Maybe he'll bounce back. I think Damian Wilson might be like a 40-something. They have nothing at the other outside linebacker, as you were talking about other people having problems. Then I've got Joe Hayden, Malcolm Butler, and Bradley Roby as all 5s at corner. I'll probably trade one of those guys. And then my safety's a little weak. I've got Bradley McDougald, Jeff Heath, and Ronnie Harrison, all as 4s. And that sounds like a non-playoff team to me when you put it together, but we'll see. I mean, you do have McCaffrey. There's no pass rush on this team. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I can say no pass rush, but not enough. But we'll see. I mean, if Fitzpatrick's card is pretty good, maybe, and McCaffrey is real good, maybe I'll try to make a couple of cheap moves. Who I'm going to put on the block is Julio Jones. It's time for Julio to go. Don't you think?
Yeah, but the problem with that, it's hard to trade. It's hard to trade receivers for value.
It is. It is. But if you're, that's why you got to be. Look, there is a market. There is a market price for them, and if you are willing to accept that, then you can make a deal. If you're not, you can't. But look, I got Julio Jones, and then I got DJ Moore, Cooper Kupp, and Allen Robinson, and I even like DeMarcus Robinson. So we'll see. I was thinking I might do a mini rebuild. I might trade Julio. I might trade Rodney Hudson. Dave. I probably won't trade Rodney Reed because there'd be a 5 set. I might trade him.
Who are your outside linebackers?
Dumb and Dumber. It's Damian Wilson and no one.
You need to trade. You need to trade for one of my guys.
Who do you got?
I got Anthony Barr, and I've got Leighton Vander Esch, and I've got the 6'4" Lorenzo.
Who's the first guy? Anthony Barr. Ugh.
Oh, you don't like him? You were in love with him a couple years ago. Like Anthony Barr, Leighton Vander Esch, and Lorenzo Carter.
That was before he started sucking. I don't have a first-round pick, so I'm not looking to trade other picks, really. Yeah, I'll find some bum to throw out there. Don't worry about it.
I'd probably get a better deal from someone else anyway.
Yes. You and I get a lot of that. We do better. We'd probably do better with bigger names. We make a bigger deal. We're both giving each other a lot of good stuff. I don't know. We make trades, but we'll see.
Well, yeah, but we got to be in the right time frame with our team to make the big ones.
You picked up that receiver off me a couple years ago. I don't remember his name.
He's not on my roster. I don't remember either.
That's right. Let's see. Justin Reed got a 5. Bradley Roby got the 5. I was glad for that. Tayshaun Gibson got the 4. Interception specials as a rookie. I think I traded Michael Borcavius Mingo in AW. We were just talking about it. He's probably sleeping. It's sound asleep now. He works. I think I traded Mingo for DJ Jones in like a 5 or a 6. And DJ Jones got the 5 this year. Here's a guy I didn't like. I didn't like Vernon Hargreaves. He sucked. Good. So, Lonnie Johnson Jr. second-round pick. I haven't scouted him, but Gary and Kyle, the Texans like these recently drafted, doing very poorly prospects. Vernon Hargreaves the third and Gary and Conley are both on the team. Indianapolis, Andrew Luck never saw this. Jack Doyle's the 5. Braden's 6'4", 4'3", 5'4", 6'7", 5'7". Zach Pascal. Marlon Mack. Wiley Cox has got some ability. Jabal Sheard. I thought he was one of those like 0.49 linebackers or whatever. But 4'3" is where he belongs, 5'6". Then you go Autry 4'5", Grover Stewart 4'4". I think he's one of a true nose tackle. I think that this system that the Colts run, and when the guy came from Dallas, I think Matt Floorhouse, something like FLEUR or something like that. I think they play a 4-3. They play kind of like a nose tackle guy and like an undersized, like quicker guy next to him. I think Grover Stewart is like their big nose tackle guy, and Danico Autry is their undersized guy. Justin Houston at defensive end, no problem. 5-1, Darius Leonard, that's beautiful, 66-7. Anthony Walker, 50-5. I was surprised at a 5. Here's another one. Bobby Okara, third-round pick, I believe. High third round, played pretty well as a rookie. Got a 54-3. He'll be a first-round pick.
He might be. Who's the other 5-4 that was on Baltimore? That outside?
Yeah, that was Jalen. Yeah, Jalen Ferguson.
Third
round, 86 overall for Jalen Ferguson. And then you're looking at, I think Bobby was a high third round pick.
See, they're even close. If they're close to the same, I would think that you'd rather have a Colts linebacker.
The Colts or the Ravens?
The Colts, because of the defensive system, if you're looking for that rating.
Okay, because the Ravens blitz all the time. Yeah. Okereke was drafted 89th overall. Ferguson 85th overall. Interesting. According to this, neither one of them spent a lot of snaps in coverage. I'm not sure that this is accurate. I have to look at I've got another thing to look at to double check.
A lot of snaps, like less than 100, right?
In coverage?
Yeah.
In coverage, it says here 18 for Ferguson, 16 for Okereke. But I'm not sure that's accurate. I'd have to double check that.
Even some of the guys are, around 50. It seems like, so it's possible.
Yeah, but the way we organize the files, edge players and linebackers, sometimes we have a mix-up, and so there's some place I would go to don't confirm that, so it might not be accurate. They both had about 500 snaps, so it's interesting. I think most guys would go for the Baltimore guy because it's the Ravens, but I understand what you're saying. Defensive system, the Colts guys, the Colts guys has to stay out there and actually
play the ball. Too. I mean, the only downside I'd see of the Colts is that you got to share ratings with, Darius Leonard. Yeah,
the Colts do have a pretty good team. I mean, Rivers another guy picked a good spot to go to. With that offensive line and pretty some talent on defense. So Pierre Desir's on the Jets now. I like that pickup. He was a 0 last year. Rock Ya-Sin is 0. A lot of people liked him, but he's a 0. Kerry Willis, I think, is a young player, might be a rookie, I don't recall. Lee Cooker, only a 45, but he can still come around. There's some of the names here. Kamiko Toure, Taquan Lewis got some ability. Kenny Moore's a good slot corner, tough guy. Quincy Wilson on the Jets now. The Jets have made some good, cheap pickups like over the last few months, Quincy Williams, Pierre Desir. At least those two. I mean, it's late. I can't remember, but okay, this guy's cheap. He's not that bad. At least he's like at least he's like kind of like supposed to be playing the NFL. So when you have a bad team, it's
championship.
If you can fill championship of what? I would take bidding better than I don't know. And they might go 7-9 again, but actually be a better team on the field. We'll see. Jacksonville, Ben Koyak's a 4. Jawan Taylor's a 4-3. He's a rookie, I think. I think he's a second-round pick. AJ Can 0-2, Brandon Linder 5-7, Andrew Noah. I think I offered Bradley Miller like a late 2 or maybe even an early 3 for Brandon Linder after he got a really good rating for the SFA, like after second or third year in the league, and he got like, don't you think I know he had a good rating? I was like, all right, you got to annoy me. I was being a little too aggressive with my offer. Andrew Noble 4-7, Cam Robinson 0-4. The great Chris Conley, he was like a 5th round pick for me in like 3 leagues. I think he had his best year. I think he had like 48 catches. A decent average, I think, too. What did he do? Demarcus Robinson is the new guy for my backup receiver who maybe has a chance to be good. Josh Reynolds was another guy that I liked in that role. 47 catches, 16.5 for Conley. Even my lousy backup receivers aren't too bad. We just have the quarterback. Seth the Valve, that hurts. When you're Seth the Valve, you're a 0-4. Isn't blocking is supposed to be like part of his thing? Like, He can't be very. I think he's a very good receiver. So what happened to James O'Shaughnessy? He was always getting all the blocking done. And the great Nick O'Leary still hanging around. Cedric Ogbuehi, refugee from the Bengals. Jacksonville, Calais Campbell, 6'8". Avery Jones, 4'4". Taven Bryan did well, 54. Yannick Ngakoue, you got to be happy if you're at Yannick. You got a 4 instead of a 0. 4'10".
Taven Bryan a couple leagues. I was pretty happy that he got that 5.
Yeah, he's got some ability. No wonder Yannick wants to be traded. I mean, 0 all these years, I got a 4. You got to pay me. Leon Jacobs, 44.5. Miles Jack, 43. Quincy Williams, 40-0. Quincy, like one of these guys is like the quintessential third linebacker on a 4-3 defense that never plays 3 linebackers. The Ben Weber treatment. It's either Quincy Williams or Leon Jacobs. Trey Herndon is 0. AJ Bouye all the way down to a 4. Gerald Williams with a nice 5. Ronnie Harrison with a free city 4. I thought they might have a reversal of position, but Ronnie at the strong and Jared at the free. I think of Ronnie as more of a strong safety. I don't know Jared that well. Josh Allen, 0-12-1. He'll be a first-round pick. He could be the first of those 3. Josh Allen, Montez Sweat, and Brian Burns. I think he was drafted the highest, top 10. J.J. Hayden with a nickel 5. The Chiefs, Travis Kelce's a 5. That's good. Mitchell Schwartz, 6'7". Devontae Tardif, 0-4. Austin Reeder, 0-7. Andrew Wiley, 4-4. Eric Fisher, 4-7. Oh, okay. They're built to play the 3 wide. I was like, where's Tyreek Hill? You're listing these guys. Okay. They're getting a default 3 wide treatment. Okay. Blake Bell, I always thought he had some ability, but now it's too late, I think. Stefan Wisniewski was one of those guys you kept thinking was going to develop as a solid starter. Didn't really happen. He had a cup of coffee. Cole Hardman will be an interesting guy in the draft. Like, how much can you do with McCole Hardman? You already have Tyreek. Well, I don't know. They'll figure it out. Okafor, 4'6". Chris Jones, 6'10". He wants to be paid. Derek Nanati, 4'2". Frank Clark, 6'9". I just had 6 coming in for Frank. Damian Wilson, he's a guy on my team, 44-4. There you go. Problem solved. I have 1 linebacker on the outside. Anthony Hitchens, Mr. Pass Interference, 40-4. Reggie Ragland, 45-4. That's good for him. Travarius Ward, I thought might get a 5. Doesn't. Only gets the 4. He was one of my sleeper guys last year. We picked him up, I think, in Strat 28 late. The Honey Badger, 65. I saw what you wrote to Dennis about that. Juan Thornhill, 54. Barshad Breeland's a 4. The former Washington football player. Kendall Fuller's a slot corner 4. Maurice Claiborne is still in the NFL. Okay. He was on the Jets for a couple of years, not doing very well. I got a 5 one of those years, though. The Chargers, Hunter Henry's a 4 when he's on the field. Sam Tevye, 4'7". Michael Schofield, 0'7". He recovered an onside kick in a recent Strat game for the receiving team. Should not have been on the field.
He's not on your hands team?
It wouldn't be on my hands team, but yeah. Scott Quisenberry, 4'5". Dan Feeney, 0'5", though he'd be good. Trent Scott, 0'4". A lot of people loved Forrest Lamb coming into the draft. He's been nonstop, like horrible injuries. He's probably just body's not in the shape to ever become the player that he might have been. Justin Jackson, 0-0. There he is. Derek Watt, the bad Watt brother. LA AFC defense. Joey Bosa, 6'12", Justin Jones, 4'0", got a little ability. Brendan Meebane, 4'2", hanging around, cashing a paycheck. Melvin Ingram, 4'8". Kazir White, 4'0". Heard some decent things about him. Thomas Davis, 0.54. No one lasts forever. Denzel Perriman, 45-0. You'll take it because he's been a bust before that. Michael Davis, UFA with no highlights, become a decent player, but him in Strat 28. Casey Hayward Jr., 6. Adrian Phillips got money from someone, and no one knows why. I actually liked him. He was a sleeper for a long time. I took him late. He was originally UFA, but it was been a 4 every year. They gave him a 5 with like 280 snaps. We were talking about that earlier. It's crazy. Rayshon Jenkins, 40. Jerry Tillery is 0-3 in the bench. See, Jerry Tillery is that guy that'll go in the fourth or fifth round. You know what I'm saying? Late first round pick, defensive tackle, not known for his pass rush ability.
I'll take him.
He'll go in the 4th round. Well, yeah, look at the name right above him, Sylvester Williams. That's how I got Sylvester Williams. He was late first round NFL nose tackle. It was a 0, and I got him like the 4th round, and he sucked his whole career. He got like a 4 twice, I think.
Oh yeah, he has 6, didn't he?
Sylvester Williams, I don't think so. He might have got a 5 once.
Did he
But he was mostly
Oh,
what?
I don't think it's someone else. I gotta look now.
Yeah. Chinna Wosu was 0.44. Desmond King down to a 4. That hurts those coaches who have him. Miami, if they were doing good things down the stretch, it wasn't with these ratings. Jerome Smith is a 4. Jerome Smythe. Jesse Davis 0.4. Shaq Calhoun 0.2. Daniel Kilgore 4.7. Michael Dita 0.2. Julian Davenport 0.4. No wonder they rebuilt the whole line. It's always a bad sign. We have Jamarcus Webb on your team. Talk about busts. Taco Charlton. Taco Tuesday. He's had plenty of Tuesdays to enjoy his tacos because he's probably getting released in the NFL. 0.6. Christian Wilkins, straight defensive tackle, 4.3. You see where he goes. Devon Gaccio, another guy I didn't like who's turned out good, 5.3. Avery Moss, 4.0. Raekwon McMillan, 0.50. Jerome Baker, 40-4. Thought he'd be better. Vince Beagle, 44.5. Nick Needham, I need him now. Corner 4. Ken Webster, 0. Eric Rowe, 4. Bobby McKean for City 40. I always kind of liked him a little bit. Charles Harris still not getting it done. He's better hurry up and get it done. Adrian Colbert, we liked him a little better a couple years ago. Hasn't come through. New England, Watson 0. Cannon 45. I'm going to go super fast if I can now. Cannon 45. Mason 5.7. Oh, Ted Karras is a 5.7. I forgot to look him up. He's on my SSFA team. Do you know what my backup SSFA line looks like?
Better than mine.
My back. Well, okay. All right. I got my backup center is either a 6'4" or a 5'5". I got a backup tackle 4'7". I got another backup tackle 5'4". And I think I might have a backup guard 4'5".
I'll take the 2 tackles in the center.
You want Jake Matthews, DJ Humphries, and Ben Jones. What are you going to give me?
Let's see here. Probably draft pick.
We're talking SSFA.
I know. I got a team. I got Holmes. I got Thielen.
I know. I would just clarify. That's all.
All right. Well, that's the type of team I would trade for things like that, and I'm going to need offensive linemen.
Sure. Look, I also have Colton Miller. I forgot about him. I went overboard with the offensive lineman, perhaps. Look at my offensive. This is my. You probably can't see it, but these are my 13 offensive. Of course, Brandon Parker, who I told you about earlier. I got 13 offensive linemen on this team. Okay. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you the top 9. Okay. Top 9.
Okay.
Shaq Mason, DJ Humphries, Jake Matthews, Trey Turner, Lael Collins, Frank Ragnow, Ronnie Stanley, Ted Karras, Ben Jones, Colton Miller. That's too many guys. Yeah, absolutely. And we play injuries, so I got to keep them all. Quentin Spain. I forgot. See, I thought Ted Karras might get a decent rating. I was thinking 5.7. I was thinking maybe like a 4.4, 4.5. Now I can trade Ben Jones. I can trade Ted Karras too and just play Frank Ragnow. But
I'm either going to have 2 extra DTs or a 6 nose tackle in that league to trade. I don't know if you need any of those.
I got Vita Vea and Kenny Clark. This is that silly SSFA roster. So you got to give me like.
I got 3 safeties.
Who are they?
Kevin Byard, Trey Boston, and Anthony Harris.
I got Jamal Adams and Adrian Phillips, and I got John Johnson hopefully coming back.
We should probably wait till they play the season before we start.
No, it's all right. We'll talk now. Ed said we can make a trade as long as it's before. You can make an SSV trade.
I'll trade
as long as the NFL season didn't even start yet.
Okay.
So on this team, I need I need another running back. I need probably a receiver long term. I need another blocking tight end to go at Max Williams. I need a good block.
But I'm not trading him.
I need a good blocking back. I need Quentin Nelson. I need an outside linebacker who's like good against the pass.
That ain't gonna happen.
And
he's back. You'll get to him soon.
And I need more. And I need like Marlon Humphrey, like a really good young corner,
like Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah, you're too expensive with your good players. I need someone who's.
So are you?
What? DeAndre Hopkins.
I'm cheaper than you on my good young players.
Depends on the position. Non-quarterbacks?
On everything.
Well, I don't trade them unless I have a surplus at the position. Now, if I have a surplus, I'm reasonable. You don't think so?
Oh, if you have a surplus, I'm talking about overall. I'm more like.
I have a surplus
for less.
If I have a surplus, if I don't have a surplus, I'm not. Why am I trading my young player away?
I understand. That's my kind of my point.
Okay, so
it's not a bad thing.
I keep trading Dennis and AW, my old unwanted defensive ends, right before they expire. I think he's on to me. Who was that guy? Who's that guy in the Colts and the Eagles? Cedric Thornton? Was that the guy a couple of years ago?
Oh, that sounds like a good one.
I traded him for like a late 2, a future late 2. He was like a 5. Well, because he needs a.
Going like and winning, it's not so bad. Yeah,
well, he's chasing the goods and the excellence, of course, because because he does a great. He's always. He's got Russell Wilson. He gets the good defense, and away you go. It's a potential championship, and like minimum Final Four appearance. And I'm going the other way. 8 years in. So I think I traded Cedric Thornton for like a late 2 a couple years ago. I think last year I traded Mike Daniels for a late 1. And then like Daniels fell off a cliff right away. Dennis is listening, I'm sure. Well, possibly.
That's what you can get for those guys. I mean, someone's going to pay it. Why wouldn't you're going to ask for it?
Yeah, and if you're going for the year, it's so funny that it's so weird that Dennis and I have just such a different approach, and that he I think he wants to win more than I do. And he's a better coach than I am. I'll be happy to admit it. If you just look at the record, But besides that, I think he enjoys winning more than I do. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're adjusting.
There you go. That's right. You're not supposed to win. The Jets have not made the Super Bowl in my life, and and who knows if they will. Let's see. The page. Good thing I'm speeding up here. Joe Thuney, 6'7". Who knew? Isaiah Wynn, 44. I think I offered you like a whole. Did I offer you? It was either you or Tim that I offered like a whole massive amount for Patrick Mahomes. Like after he was becoming Patrick Mahomes.
Offer for Mahomes. You told me
what?
You told me you might make me an offer for Mahomes. You never did. But it would have happened.
One of you responded saying, "I'm not trading Mahomes."
Wasn't me.
Okay, well then you're not getting him off of Tim.
I would never say I'm not trading so and so.
I would. Like certain guys, you know what? I don't want to trade Danielle Hunter. But you're more on Dennis's school where I think when the time is right, you really want to win and you'll go for it. I don't know. I just don't enjoy trading a bunch of stuff for guys for the year. I don't know. Just not my thing. I don't know.
Well, that's not why, trading for Mahomes isn't trading for the year, or trading him away is. That's like, I don't know. No. But I was just saying in general. When you were saying you would never trade a guy away, you would never say, "I'm not trading a guy away." I was saying part of that is I think you're a lot like you're closer to Dennis. Like when you're ready, you'll go all out for the year, and it's like I am almost like I never want to go out for the year.
Not even almost. I say almost. I never want to go off for the year. I don't enjoy it. I like building the team and having the guys I drafted. Like I like Daniil Hunter a lot. I like having my team. I don't want to trade him. You might offer me. I'll give you 2 1s and a 2. Like that's a pretty good deal. I'm not saying look, no one's offered me, so I'm not saying I would say yes or no. I'm just saying I like having Daniil Hunter, so I'd rather not even try to trade him.
Yeah.
So, all right, the Patriots, Lawrence, friendly guy, 4-4. Danny Shelton, nose tackle. They go 3-4 this year, 4-4. John Simon surprised the heck out of me with a 5-5. Kyle Van Noyce, 55-9 with a defensive end 5-9. Patrick Chung, 44-0 and a strong safety, 44. Dante Hightower, 65-8. Inside linebacker, that's pretty sweet. Outside linebacker, 55-8. Jamie Collins says I should have never left, 54-10. Although he got paid. Jason McCourty's a 5. Stephen Gilmore's a 6. Teron Harmon's a 5.54. Tim McCourty is 64. It's a pretty strong defense.
Might have to trade McCourty and let him win. 6-4.
What's your win team look like this year? That's your Prescott team, right?
Nope. Tom Brady. I traded Prescott.
Oh no.
I've got Prescott in S28.
But you traded a bunch to get Prescott, didn't you?
I traded up and got Prescott, and then I got Brady and several picks for Prescott.
Oh yeah, that was with Tim Bowyer.
Yep.
All right. Are you happy with the current state of your team?
Oh,
is that was like more for last year?
I was definitely going for it last year.
Well, that's what I was talking before. Like that's you guys win this. You guys win. I'm not saying you're always wrong to do it anyway. I'm just saying we talk about how to enjoy the game. Like I just don't enjoy the like. If I had like a Prescott at 25, I'd be like, okay, this guy's my franchise quarterback. Like Derek Carr's a great example. Derek Carr's not great, right? We know that he's pretty good at kind of, he's at certain things. He's good at flat passing and doesn't throw interceptions. Maybe he'll be the next Alex Smith or whatever, right? Without much running. It doesn't sound that great when you say it that way. All right, but it's like I'm kind of like content with him. Like, yeah, all right, he's my franchise quarterback, whatever. I'll ride with him, and I'll just build the rest of my team. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's not a great way to be. It's just how I am. It's like if I get my guy and he's kind of okay, it's like I just ride him out, I don't know.
Yeah, if my team's really good, I'm okay with that around him. But otherwise, I'd be willing to trade anyone, or obviously to either rebuild or improve it, especially a quarterback.
Yeah, rebuild it.
So much around them if they're just sort of that 10 to 15 range. I feel like sometimes.
Yeah, but I have that with Masters of A team, so I kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's a better competitive thing. It's just kind of neat. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like you're going to make the playoffs all the time, and you might get on a good run, but it's really tough to win it all.
Yeah. But now that I'm running the ball, we could run blocking. Who knows? I do have Max Williams on my team, Nathan.
Well, I mean, that team is like the epitome of everything is good.
Say it again. The team is the epitome of what?
Of everything around that quarterback is good.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's like when Flacco to the Super Bowl in SSFA, everything around him was really good. And then he threw like 40-some touchdowns, I think, in that season. So,
nice.
But everything was awesome that he had to throw to.
Yeah, my second receiver is not that great. That's my only. Kenny Stills, he's not bad, but he's a certain way. But that team needs a few. That team, it's weird. It's like I'm so good at drafting receivers. It's like it feels weird to look at that team before this draft when I got DJ Moore and just be like, boy, how do they end up with a receiver slot where the guy's not really good? How did that happen? Because I'm always I don't mind drafting them in the past anyway. Before I became now I'm going offensive line. But yeah, but that's it. No, it's interesting with that team. What's interesting is now that I'm getting to running the ball, I've got like the 5th pick in the draft. Did you know that?
From Vegas.
Yes.
Yeah, you had mentioned that. I think
I brought it up.
Maybe I saw it in your show. You were talking about midway point or something.
I probably mentioned it. Let's see what happened. I think there was supposed to be a California lottery.
Yeah, Vegas lost. He actually has the 12th pick now. It's weird.
Yeah, hardy har. Let's see what we got here. This is. I could never be a commissioner like Ed. You know, he is so organized and everything. It's like, oh, I hate being a commissioner, and I'm very bad at it. My distaste for it shows.
It would be a nightmare.
Say what?
It would be a nightmare.
Yeah, let's see what happened here. Looks like they lost. I can't tell if they lost according to us or won. I don't know who they were tied with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like I'm drafting 6th. So it's funny. I've got Christian McCaffrey, but I want to run the ball a lot now. I would have no problem taking if I like the guy, another real good running back. You know, like theoretically, if Nick Chubb was there and I liked him a lot last year, I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll use McCaffrey and Nick Chubb. You know, which would seem like a waste. That team got a lot of talent though, and picks, and I've got my own pick too. So I don't have a 2 though, Nathan. So
What's that?
I don't have a 2nd round pick. So what are you gonna do? Get everything.
Because you're reckless.
Yes, exactly. Who did I trade that for? Oh, I overpaid out the wazoo because I wanted to try to do something really good with this team after my nightmarish SOMIFA 8-8 season. All right. And I traded for that linebacker 55-3 who's not on an NFL team. Inside linebacker 55-3 for Washington. One of the Browns. I always get them confused. Because I was like, the other guy didn't want to trade him. And I was like, you know what? I just don't want to short shrift this team, which looks so good otherwise. You know, and I got so much talent. You saw the backup offensive line. You know, and I was like, screw it. I'm just going to give up this late 2 and just be a little better. Yeah, that's right. And just be like a little better so that, you know, whatever.
So, instead of a number 2, you've got your pick at the very end of the draft, and then you've got an early 1st round pick, and that's your going wild.
That's my mad spending spree, yes.
So basically you're just picking 2 earlier spots than normal.
Basically, I'm picking
your 1st round pick is like at number 5 or 6, and your 2nd round pick is going to be at the end of the 1st round.
Yeah, so basically I'm picking 18 spots higher in the 1st round, and depending on where I go in the playoffs, you know, 20 spots higher from my 2nd round. And that, well, no, but see, the 1st pick I already got that in. That's from the Garoppolo trade.
That doesn't matter.
I got a mid one last year, or a late one. I got like somewhere from between like 12 and 20 last year, and his one this year, and John Johnson, who was a 6, and Zach Zenner for Garoppolo, and I gave him like a 4 or 5 back, something like that.
Did Johnson get rated this year?
I don't think so, no. But I wasn't counting on it.
Was he injured?
Yeah, he got injured like the week 4 or 5 or something.
Okay, that's fine.
Which we already knew. We already knew at the time.
Yeah.
So, all right, but he was a pretty good player and a 2nd round pick, so maybe he can bounce back. He's young and still be good, and he needed safety, so we'll see. The Jets, the actual NFL Jets, who Nathan's becoming a big fan of. Ryan Griffin's a 4, Brandon Shell 0-3, Brian Winters 4-4. I thought he might solidify things, not so much. Jonathan Harrison 0-2. He's terrible. Alex Lewis is hurt all the time. Kelvin Beachum was an unusual signing and a pleasant departure. I think he's. Do we still have him, or did he finally leave? He's been nondescript. We let Robbie Anderson go because we didn't want to. That was actually a controversial one because the Jets claimed they offered him more money than Carolina, and he wanted to go down and play for Matt Rule, who he had played for in college. You know, so, and then it was like he said. Well, Robbie's like, no. They're just like, yes. But to be honest, he has trouble staying healthy all the time. He is very talented, and he's pretty good now. And he has had some off the field problems. I don't mind letting him walk.
If you play for the Jets for a couple extra $1 million, I mean, maybe you just want to be somewhere else.
True. So, and they might have a decent offense this year in Carolina, I think. The defense, they say, might be not very good. Braxton Berrios that the punt returner gets you 8 or 9 yards every time, and that's it. This guy came from nowhere. Kyle Phillips, defensive end, UFA 5'2". Steve McClendon 5'3". Quinton Williams got the 5 I was surprised to get a 5, as Michael Reeves said. So I guess he's going to go. SOMIFA, he's going to go, I'm going to say like 11 to 22, I guess now. Don't you think?
Where was he drafted? He was drafted, right?
3rd overall.
Yeah. I would assume in that range, I suppose. I mean, it doesn't appear to be a real strong draft, but like I said, I have not studied it very much at all.
You know what? Nathan, when I think NFL outside linebacker, I think Henry Anderson. So Henry Anderson is listed as the 3-4 outside linebacker.
Oh, and he's a 4-4. It's actually a really nice surprise. I've got him somewhere, I know.
Yeah. The Jordan Jenkins, the other for 0410 is an upgrade from last year's 0010. James Smokey Burgess, 043. Neville Hewitt, 005. You can see they need some help on linebacker according to Strat. CJ Mosley would help out coming back. We drafted some guy in the 3rd round. Who knows? Arthur Wallet and what a terrible team this looks like. Arthur Wallet and Blessing Austin, 0-4. But hey, then we go. Jamal Adams, 56, and Marcus May, 54. And Brian Poole, the backup, 5. Oakland, now Las Vegas. Darren Waller, 4. He's in the draft. He's going to have a real good card. He does have a history of drug suspensions. And now the team plays in Las Vegas. I'm just saying.
He had some injuries last year, too.
Last year or the year before?
I think last year. Like towards the end
he
of the year.
He may have. I'm not sure. But he's still going to go in the 1st round, don't you think?
I don't know. I mean, I'm curious about the tight ends. I'm not so far off the top of my head. I'm not crazy about any of them, but I haven't looked at them that closely. Usually going into a draft, I've got a guy or two that I'm for sure would take at the back end of the 1st, early into the part of the 2nd. But they last so long. It seems like people don't take them. I mean, Kittle in the spring went, but in the fall, a lot of these guys don't go at all. Like Travis Kelce, I think I drafted in pretty much every league I was in at either the very end of the 1st or the 1st part of the 2nd, wherever I had a draft pick at.
Sure, but most of those guys, I'm looking at the wrong team.
That's how Gronk ESPN. It was that with Gronk. It was that way with Kelce. I think Jimmy Graham in all fall leagues lasted all the way to the ends of the 1st, early 2nd round.
Yeah.
They don't go.
But I was just saying, Waller had 90 catches, 1,145 yards. So I think that guys, I feel like there's a mentality out there that guys will see that and be more interested in it. And I think it's a bit of a weaker 1st round this year. I can't say a bit of. From what I've seen so far, it's a weak 1st round.
A weak round is a factor, but I just don't feel like people like factors very highly at all, or tight ends. I mean.
I think you're right that people generally don't like that, and he's 27 or whatever. But I think one of these guys will see the 90 catches,
you get
45, and grab him.
Going like in the middle of the 2nd round all the time.
Say what?
It seems like you get a lot of really good tight ends going anywhere from the 1st 5 through the middle of the 2nd round.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying it's a good idea, yes or no. I'm not saying either way that someone should take him. I'm saying I think in this case, this particular guy will go in the top 24. You know, it also, I'm factoring in that early it's a weak 1st round. You know,
that's the part that is definitely going to be a factor.
Which helps. Well, it means that the Bobby Okeras and Jalen Ferguson will definitely go. It'll help Quinton Williams go. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It might be.
I don't think Waller's going to have. He'll have a lot of catches, but he's not going to be explosive.
Yeah, but
he'll have like a really good basketball.
I just think that the way that some guys think he'll go, but we'll see. I don't even know if I mocked him to go, but Trent Brown 45, Gabe Jackson 45, Rodney Hudson 5'7", Richie Incognito 5'7", Colt Miller 44, Josh Jacobs 05. Okay, there's Brandon Parker 0-0 tackle. See, but he's backing up Trent Brown and Colton Miller, but he's only a 3rd round pick. One day he might do something. So he's on a couple of my teams. Max Crosby, there you go, 4-12-1. He goes in the first round now? I think so. So maybe Waller won't go in the first round. I'll have to look more when I get closer. But I'm just saying, I think the difference between him and some of the other tight ends, just in the way that I think certain people think. The 90 catches, 1175. I bet you very few of those other guys had even 50 catches. Certainly not 60. I just think some guys get wowed by the gaudy numbers, and the first round is not that great anyway. So like they're sitting there at number 20 or something, and it's like, okay, I can take one of these like corner fours. Oh, this tight end had 1,000 yards and 90 catches. I don't know. We'll see. I think Crosby 4-12-1. I don't know. It'll be interesting.
I think he's a really good flat pass. Probably a lot of receptions on the short, and like maybe how Jared Cook's card is this year. Like not pretty good, but
yeah,
necessarily great.
Yeah. No, again, I'm not arguing that he should be. Like when I do the mocks, I predict whether I think people will, and I think that there'll be at least one guy with that who will be impressed by those numbers enough to take him, even if the card isn't, that exciting or explosive or whatever. Max Crosby, you think first round? 4-12-1 defensive end. It was like a fifth round pick or something. Say what?
Sure. Where is he drafted at?
He was like fourth or fifth round.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the linemen, even with the pass rush. I mean,
but at least he gives you a 4.
If you're like a big pass rush guy, sometimes that one asterisk than just having like a 4-11 or 4-12.
Yeah.
Now you actually lose some pass rush if you've got other pass rushers.
I think he would be more likely to go than Waller, I think.
Yeah.
Hankins 5'3", it's pretty solid. BJ Hall 4'3". Clellan Ferrell, that's an interesting one, 4'6". He was like the third or fourth pick in the NFL draft. One of the rated signs of linebackers, Tarir Whitehead, Will Compton, Nicholas Morrow, all zeros. Trayvon Mullen got a 4, second-round pick. He'll go certainly in the second round, probably. Carl Joseph, 45. Darryl Worley, 4. Eric Harris, 44. Dean Jordan, barely hanging on. The Steelers, Vance McDonald, 4. Matt Filer, 45. David DeCastro, 57. Marquise Pouncey, 64. Ramon Foster, 03. Alejandro Villanueva, 47. He dropped off. There are some interesting receivers in this draft class. And you know that I probably need a receiver, right?
Yeah.
After I trade, someone's got to pick up the slack after I trade you Cooper Kupp in AW as I mix leagues here. But you got, let's see. I got to go over to the bottom here. Well, this is an NFL draft order, which is not obviously the order they're going to go in, but you got AJ Brown from Tennessee, you got DK Metcalf, you got Terry McLaurin from Washington, all right, and then you got guys like Deebo Samuel, Mecole Hardman. Some people like Deonta Johnson. This guy Darius Slayton had a good year for the Giants. So interesting. It'll be an interesting class at receiver.
You know what that means, though? Might be hard to trade Julio this year.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not too worried about it. If I can't trade Julio, I can't trade Julio. I don't mind keeping him.
It might be a good year to trade those corners.
Trade who?
Those corners you were talking about.
What? I got the 3 corner 5s?
Yeah, I think that's what you were saying, right?
Well, I need my corners. What are you taking my corners away for? I might trade one guy. I'm going to trade multiples. So we'll see. I don't have replacements. We'll see. But let's see. Anything? The backup Chuck Okorafor. He's another guy in that mold. Well, he might have been a high third-round pick. I forget. So he might be starting this year, actually. Tyson Lalo came back from the grave to get a 51. Javon Hargrave, 54. Cameron Hayward, 69. TJ Watt, 56, 11, 12. 56, 12, 11. That's nice. Devin Bush 50.
In this set.
Yeah, absolutely. Devin Bush 54-4. I think he'll be a top 12 pick. Mark Barron 44-6. I'm surprised that he would have done worse than that. I think I've still got him on one of my teams probably. But Dupree 0-5-12-7. You love the pass rush. You don't like the 0, of course. It's a problem. Corners Joe Hayden, Steven Nelson are 5s. Surprised kind of that Hayden got the 5. I thought he might. There's borderline. Minka Fitzpatrick 66 at free safety. Terrell Edmonds 0-4. Interesting. They have the makings of a pretty good defense for the near future.
Yep.
I mean, with TJ Watt and if Bush steps up, and with Minka, and those are playmakers right there. Dupree's bringing some pass rush. They still got Hayward for a while and Hargrave.
Hayward,
who cares about your really defensive end?
He's a really good player on the line.
Absolutely. You know, they just need like Joe Hayden to hold up a little bit, a little longer. And I've always
on the bench too. He's ready to go.
Good luck, Artie. So did I cut him yet for this team? I'm gonna cut him. No, he's still on this team. I traded him in Strat 28. So he was my one big miss in the first 36 of a futures draft in the last few years.
Well, you didn't miss that. He had a rating. It's just what happened,
That's all right. You can't have everybody. Alex Mike Hilton has a slot corner. He's been around a couple years already. Look for him to get a 5 again. A tight end Tennessee. That's the last team, I believe. John Smith gets a 4. Jack Conklin 62. Nate Davis 40. Ben Jones 64. Roger Saffold 52. Taylor Lewan 64. So some good run blocking there. AJ Brown will have a sick card. A modern receiver with that type of average. Mecole Pruitt, Derrick Henry, who knows? Dennis Kelly might be getting some time this year. Well, that's who Cleveland signed. They signed Jack Conklin. And they drafted the tight end, I think, from the tackle from Iowa. That's right. Okay. And I think Dennis Kelly's supposed to be battling to start at right tackle for Tennessee. They've always liked him as supposedly like the best backup tackle in the NFL for whatever. But,
I really want to see Mecole Pruitt's receiving card. He's one of those guys that might be up with something silly for what he had. He had 6 catches for 90 yards. And he had a long of 42. But he was a starter. He had a ton of snaps with him. I'm just curious how sometimes they card those guys funny and they end up with like a really good card.
Yeah. I mean, Nick O'Leary had like 13 catches for Buffalo a few years ago. And he didn't get the long gains and stuff like you like, but he had a pretty good average. And he had so like some double-digit yardage. I'm right and wrong and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, okay. It might even be like a blocking 5 or something. I use him on one of my loudly one teams. That's not the same with the explosiveness that you're talking about, but it was like the average is pretty good. The average is pretty good for a low reception guy who didn't have any long gains. You know what I'm saying?
I was trying to cherry pick him. I tried to get him, I think, in a supplemental draft, and it was Jay was picking in front of me. I had the second pick, and I couldn't get him. Jay took him with the first pick.
Mecole Pruitt or Troy O'Leary?
I drafted him in another league. I can't remember. Maybe 2 other leagues.
Which guy?
What's that?
Which player?
Mecole Pruitt.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure.
He had a lot of snaps, and look at his rating. He's a 0-0 and a 0 blocker at tight end. But
14 that runs the ball.
He had only 6 catches. He had a really high average. I feel like that might be a pretty sneaky good little card there.
Well, we'll find out in about 5 weeks, hopefully. Tennessee's kind of interesting. Jeffrey Simmons, 5-0, another first-round pick, was injured for most of the year, then came on. But you look at it, you're saying, I'm going to get 3-4 defensive end with no pass rush. So he could be a 5 who slips into the second round, but he could also become a real good player. I think he's more of a run stopper, though. Daquan Jones, 5-1. I was surprised to see him at the nose tackle. Jarrell Casey, 55, off to Denver. Tim was posting, he was very happy to see Campbell Correa was a guy that I'd liked as a pass rusher years ago and then didn't pan out and did not have a lot of snaps this year. Get a 58. Tim said he was hoping for the 5 and thought he was going to get it, but he wasn't sure. He did not have a lot of snaps. So Tim was then talking about a 6, I think, at some point somewhere on the forum, maybe in Lepage's preview. But he gets a 50-8 that's pretty nice. I don't think he had more than 400 snaps because he's the pass rusher in there too. I think we have him in Strat 28. Jayon Brown gets a 65-4. Rashaan Evans 0.45 was a guy I liked a lot last year. So we'll see if he can get it done. He's not doing it yet. But he's one of those very talented, athletic guys out of Alabama. So maybe it takes another year or so. Harold Landry, 45-12-1, one of Dennis's guys. Did a great job getting him. Adoree Jackson, solid 5. Malcolm Butler's 5. A lot of people are surprised at. Clearly, he should be a 6. Now I'm choosing. A lot of people would have felt 4 or 0. Or maybe Logan Ryan gets the starting nod, whatever. But he got a 5. Could be on the trading block.
A really good. I mean, it was a really good defense too. So that's part of it, probably.
Yeah, they have nice defense at Strat.
And when you get lucky usually on a good defense.
Yeah, that's right.
Bad ones.
Yeah, like on the Jets. Actually, the Jets defense was pretty good last year, but I know what you mean. Adoree Jackson, Malcolm Butler, Kenny Vaccaro, Kevin Byard. You talked about him. Austin Johnson was a guy I liked. Thought he'd be like a good, solid tackle. It never happened. He's a 4-0 now. He's like a cheap contract. He'd be like a rotational guy on the Giants. Ty Smith, I think, is the guy. I knew a girl. I'm pretty sure he's the guy. You can tell me Ty Smith went to Towson State. I knew a girl who went to college with him and was friends with him in college. Like she ran track or whatever, and he was on the football team. I think that's the guy.
You didn't talk about Sharif Finch. It's my starting outside linebacker in SSFA.
Oh, that's right.
Awesome too.
I think I was maligning him during a broadcast.
Yeah, you were.
Recently.
I listened to it.
Okay. So Sharif Finch. He's a dime specialist, I believe.
Sure.
And that's about what he's worth. A double meaning there. LaShawn Sims, I think, once upon a time was a deep sleeper. I get these like deep AW sleepers, like it's like, oh, this guy, I'm in the AW supplemental. Maybe he might do something one day,
That's scraping the bottom barrel if you're in the middle of that draft.
But I've got highlights in everybody, so we'll see. But so let me ask you a question. Let's say Ryan Fitzpatrick has got the 18th best. Do you think Ryan Fitzpatrick could get the 18th best quarterback card in this set?
I don't see why not. I haven't looked at his stats, but I mean, he came in and they were winning, and he didn't have anything around him. And that's a lot of,
I don't see
with Strat. They're going to run.
I don't see why not, but I haven't looked at his stats. That doesn't work in Strat. So
based on what he did as far as wins and losses, and based on when he came in and what they had around him is what I'm basing on, even without having looked at stats.
Yeah, well, like you said, about not having anything around him, the offensive line was awful, both in the NFL and in Strat.
If everything on the skill card was based on stats, guys like Ezekiel Elliott would be dominant. Instead, they're like,
I understand context. I'm just saying. I'm looking deeper into his situation. So the offensive line was awful, both in the NFL and in the Strat. They averaged 3.3 yards per carry as a team. They had under 1,200 yards rushing as a team. You know who the leading rusher was?
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
That's correct. 243 yards and a 4.5 average. And rushing. They did have Devontae Parker and Mike Gesicki, but so no blocking, no running game. Okay. Fitzmagic completed 62% of his. They tried 615 passes as a team. Some even by Josh Rosen.
Only averaged 3.3 yards a carry.
There's 615. They threw 615 passes as a team at 349 carries. Okay. 54 by Fitzpatrick. Okay. Led the team in carries. No. He was third in the team in carries. Patrick Laird card is not going to be too good. Oh, I forgot the sacks. So they had 673 dropbacks, not including must runs. 673 dropbacks, 349 carries, 3.3 average. He completed 62% of his passes, 7-yard average gain. He played 15 games, 20 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. He might not be that bad.
I mean, could be good.
Only if, well, I don't feel it'll be good. 4.5 average. Like Strat usually gives a guy like this like a pretty similar right and wrong, even though no one ever calls run for some reason. That's what I've noticed. Like these quarterbacks on losing teams, like you're like, oh, these stats might not be too bad. I wish his rushing average is better because he's gonna have some must runs. This is so desperate. He's gonna have some must runs. It's only a 4.5. That's not gonna be that good, you know. Because I've got McCaffrey. Who knows? We'll see what happens. I'll probably wait again. I don't mind using Fitzpatrick. It's really a matter of what I do. Well, you know me. I'm not going all out for the year. It's a matter of how much of a mini rebuild to do. Because it's like, I don't know how good McCaffrey's card is going to be, right? They threw the ball a lot as well. They threw the ball. They dropped back to pass 691 times. Only 386 carries.
What about Gardner Minshew?
Nick's going to draft him.
Huh?
So I don't think I'm going to. I have to trade up to get him. I have no first round pick.
Trade up and get Gardner Minshew.
No, that's not no. McCaffrey 1387, 4.8. They threw the ball so much there, but they weren't good at it. They threw the ball a lot, but they weren't good at it, so that helps. So who knows? 17 TDs, 21 interceptions as a team. Kyle Allen. Will Greer complete 53.8. I don't know. I wonder if McCaffrey's name helps him. Like that, he's got a big name back. Everyone knows that he's really good. They can't throw the ball anyway. I don't know. Well, you think McCaffrey's going to get a good card?
You got
similar.
This year.
So what?
This year's card's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It seems to disappoint me at times, but that might be my expectation. May have been. He really disappointed me. SOMIFA, I didn't coach well, but he also had like this uncanny knack for being anti-clutch. It's like I'd have like second 8 off tackle wrong, like 2 yards, like every time.
You can't. I'd have players to be clutch when they're wearing a Jets uniform.
Hey, my team has had some success. It's like I would get like 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4 off tackle wrong. He would never get that. Like I get like 3rd and 4, like off tackle wrong, no in the zone. He would like never get the first down. I'm like, it's like he'd roll a +2, he'd roll a +1, he'd roll a dreaded 5, roll a defensive tackle +3 or +7. I'm like, can't you just run for the fucking 4 yards? I'm wrong. It was uncanny. I didn't coach the team well. I threw the ball way too much. I didn't commit to the run. I understand all those things, but he also just had like an uncanny knack for just not being able to do the normal things. Not being able to make the normal plays. It was crazy. It was crazy. He's doing much better for me in SSFA.
Look awfully damn good. I mean, he had a pretty good card this year, and next year he's got. I mean, going from 7 touchdowns to 15 usually helps those guessed right yards pile up. He
has good guessed right cards this year. Yeah, and I like the 8.7 receiving average, 116 catches.
Well, that might be the best part about a guy like that is that he gives you one extra real receiving option.
Yeah,
we only have one.
Because I can do a little bit of on offense anyway. I can do a little bit of the run blocking thing because I got what do I got here. By the way, so we're done with going through all the teams at least in terms of the ratings preview. 5.5 hours. Zeb should be happy. No complaints about only a 2-hour show. Let's see. Miko Pruitt, that's you, right? Miami. Oh, Dan still got Derek Barnett. Okay. You can trade it to me. Like I've still got. I mean, I've got Mark Andrews at tight end 5, right? Zach Ertz is a tight end 4 who can catch. Rodney Hudson's a 5'7". David Castro's a 5'7". My offensive tackles really 4s. I don't know. Still his linebacker is. I'm gonna go linebacker happy. Get another running back. I don't know. I'm not planning going for the year, but I got to do my 4-year roster analysis anyway. But it's
so
like
building from the ground up, starting over again. You'd build around run blocking and as a priority over, for instance, I don't know, a really, really strong passing game.
If I'm building from scratch,
I'm still going
to
a better
quarterback,
short passing and receivers over and tight ends, for instance, over the run blockers.
Well, the quarterback is different. Okay, I would say no. I would say that in certain spots, I might take an offensive lineman where otherwise I would not. Where previously I would not. Okay, but I would. But you know me. You've seen the SFA team. I want good players everywhere. Okay, so
but you can't always afford to have them everywhere. So, like for instance, if you have, way I should ask, if you've got your quarterback and it's Patrick Mahomes, for instance, would you still focus heavily on the run blocking?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. I just feel like I find it so much easier to pass and move the offense. When you're forcing guys to have to respect the run. When you're blocking and you're running, when your blocking is so good and your running backs are good enough that if they really don't respect your run game, you're going to keep popping offensive onside tackle and, +4 here and +6 there. And it's like you're never going to throw the ball. I think I'm throwing the ball I think I'm about even passing and throwing, but you get so many more of those of the wrong calls if you're really kind of stick to it, So I think it plays well, and if you're throwing too much, you are going to run into some interceptions, and you're definitely going to run into some interceptions. You might run into some sacks, even if you have 7s and stuff like that. And and then the flat pass wrong is like an automatic first down practically. So I am liking it right now. I would not. But really, it's more. I think it's more of a coaching change than a roster building change, because, like the team I had that went 8-8 in SOMIFA, Luck had a certainly good enough card. McCaffrey had a pretty good card. Frank Gore had a decent card, although he was also awful. I was throwing the ball like way more than running it, and Frank Gore has that decent card, and he averaged 3.8 yards a carry for me. And I was not only using him down near the goal line or in short yardage. You know what I'm saying? It's like. So it's like, how does that even happen? It's like every other season I've ever played, if I've thrown the ball a lot more than I ran it, like my backs are all averaging like 5 yards a carry or better, or a 4.8 is like a down year if the guy's got a halfway decent card. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't know why he couldn't do anything either. So it was a weird year running the ball, But I had good blocking on that team. Hey, look, it's the same guys I've got here. I had Jawan James, I think was a 5'5". Here it is. This is the line from last year. I had a 6'7". I had a center 5'7", a guard 6'7". I had a guard 4'5". I had a tackle 5'7", a tackle 5'5". I didn't have a good blocking tight end, or blocking. I had a blocking back 5. I didn't have a good blocking tight end, But there was good blocking here, enough to try and run the ball a lot more and make guys respect the run. And my defense actually played pretty well, better than I could have expected. But, I'm like, hey, Luck's got a good card. I got all this pass blocking. I got Julio Jones and Cooper Kupp and Mark Andrews and Zach Ertz and Christian McCaffrey. And it's going to be hard to stop that with flat, if I'm even guessed correctly, and also I've lost in the playoffs with teams that have done well in the regular season. and it's usually been the same thing with throwing the ball too much and not sustaining offense. And I see what Zeb does when you play Zeb, you have no choice. He will make you respect the run eventually. You know what I'm saying? He mixed it up a little bit in the second half of the last year of SOMIFA, but for the most part, he's going to make you respect the run. And I just feel like, in a lot of ways, it's like an easier way to play, as well. But you cut down the turnovers. You can maybe get by the quarterback who's not as good. I could build the same team. I could build. I built that team was good enough. I could if I really wanted to, I could have picked up like a tight end 5. I could have picked up the Robert Tanyans of the world. You know what I'm saying? So that in certain situations, if I really want to push the blocking, I can push it. But I still like having the really good receivers because they get more opportunities. To hit something sexy on their card on a short pass wrong or a long pass wrong. Because I'm running the ball enough. So I don't know. That's how I feel right now.
I just pulled up the third. They only have the stats here through the third quarter for SSFA, but I pulled it up. And the top 4 teams for rushing yards are Seattle, Minnesota, Kansas City, and then my team. And then you are a couple spots below at number 8. But I don't know what the final stats were on that. And obviously, you were playing more ball control, so there's probably lower turnover on the passing, I would assume.
Yeah, Well, also the first 2 games of the year, I was passing a lot more than running. That's when I changed it up. I started off 0-2.
Just interesting.
But I think the final is different. I think because I'm not certain, but let me see. Well, my offense didn't do. Also, in this team, like I have a great defense in this team, and I kind of fell into this thing where I'm gonna not put my defense in bad positions. I'm gonna play like I'm gonna play like an older style, and if I give my defense every opportunity to really limit the other guy, they're probably gonna do it. So why? So let me do that and just be patient and feel like the offense eventually comes around. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's the right way to go, but that was the way that I decided to go.
I've used both ways for sure. I mean, and even with the same team. I mean, I got I ran.
Yeah.
And I like the running game, and it takes what it does. It stops the pass rush to an extent, stops all this triple, double team stuff, and flooding flat, never putting anyone up on the line, and all kinds of things like that. It's really
And let me say, this is going to sound great. The team was 11-5. From the luck standpoint, they should have been better than 11-5. Like I lost this game to Dan in the first quarter of the season. I had some of the worst luck imaginable in that game, and then I lost this game to Tony in the last block of the season, where I was winning. And that's not to say these guys are good coaches. Every game is different, of course. You know what I'm saying? You can lose for different reasons, but I was winning. I was winning 14-13. Okay. A back and forth game, tight game. Fourth quarter, I'm driving about 9 minutes left. I'm at his 18-yard line. I get a flat pass wrong. McCaffrey 14 yards, wide receiver fumble at his 4-yard line. So he recovers. Okay. He goes on a long drive. He kicks a field goal. He takes a 16-14 lead. A minute 37 seconds left. I drive down. I get into field goal range. 2-10 field goal. Last play of the game, blocked. So it's that game, the Dan game, I definitely should have won one of those games. So it's I started off 0-2, and then changed my coaching style, and really I should have ended up 12-4. I mean, I would have been 12-2 after changing that coaching style. And I'm not sure that, and I don't think there's a game that I won that I should have lost. Now there was a game like this game against you where I had tremendous luck all game and I won. Like you didn't really have much of a chance. But I can't say, I should have lost that game. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, okay, yeah, that game should have been a lot more competitive. But I didn't have a game that, well, look at the scores of these games. I didn't have a game that I won that like I should have lost. Where usually you have those, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like I definitely should have won that Kansas City game, not because of the talent or because of the coaching or anything like that, just the way the game unfolded. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I definitely won the Kansas City game. I definitely should have won the Minnesota game. All right. I don't think there's a game that I won that I should have lost. So and I started off 0-2. So I feel like it was working well for me. It's not like nothing's foolproof. It's not going to work well all the time. Nothing works all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it is a good system to keep turnovers low even if it's not as explosive, not turning the ball over is a huge deal, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a million ways to win. There's a million ways to skin a cat and stuff like that. And I'm not saying like, oh, this is like the greatest thing ever done by a football coach. Zeb's way of doing it and running the ball more, whatever. But I don't know. I found that it works really well, and then a lot of guys have a hard time with it. But look, we're also talking about, what are you talking about? This team has got like more talent than almost any team you're going to see practically. With all the sixes on defense and the offensive line, and Carr's really good flat, no turnover. McCaffrey's pretty good. I mean, there's other stuff that they're weak at, but maybe not as much. Maybe not more talent than you're going to see. They certainly got plenty of talent. You know what I'm saying? And they probably should have been better than 11-5. So I mean, a lot of people, it's easy to say it's working when you have the horses, right?
I'm curious about your mindset as far as like the best example I could give is if you've got Patrick Mahomes and you're going to build around him, you would prefer probably still to build a lot more run blockers over the pass receiving threats, for instance, or.
Well, you see, I feel like I'm still going to take the DJ Moores. I'm still going to take the receiver I think is really good, because I want to have good receivers. You know what I'm saying?
You want to have everything, but the question.
But I did have almost everything on that SOMIFA team to an extent.
Well,
I had Andrew Luck, I had Christian McCaffrey, I had run blocking, I had pass blocking, I had Julio Jones, Cooper Kupp, Mark Andrews, and Zach Ertz. You know what I'm saying? I did have almost everything.
But
I even have Frank Gore to put a card.
Probably is you've got Evan Ingram not even really playing right now. You've got Max Williams in there. It
depends on the matchup, but most of the time I would say yes.
Most of the time, any of the time, and that pretty much answers my question right there. Because that Evan Ingram card is really good.
Well, he could be really good on the bench.
I know. And that's a matter. I mean,
no, for the tight ends. For the tight ends, I will probably be less. I would probably be a lot less interested in Evan Ingram type of tight end. The receiver, the all catch no block tight end, I probably have much less interest in. And I'll have interest in guys who are like fives that can't even catch that well.
And you play like a 6'5" fullback over a second tight end, like similar to Evan Ingram.
I want to. Well, first of all, if Ingram and Max Williams are on the field, Ingram has to play right tight end, right, because of the rules in the league.
No, just hypothetical.
Well, I can't go hypothetical because the rules are a factor. It depends upon the matchups. Depends upon what the other guys got. It depends upon my running backs. But if he's got a weak right end, and I've got good run blocking on the left side, I'll play that. I still want to have
explosiveness.
I still want to have. I don't want to play with only like my 2 receivers and my running back as my only receivers. Okay,
That's
it's like
I would hate.
like I've got Rhett Ellison. It was only a 4-5 because again, it was after the season started. So I'm going to play this way, but he's like kind of a decent flat pass wrong receiver, and he can kind of catch a short pass. Okay, but I don't really like having Rhett Ellison in the game over like Chris Herndon, for example. Okay, but if the guy is weak at left end, the guy's weak at like left end and left tackle. Let's say he's in a 4-3. I will play Max Williams at tight end. I will play DJ Humphries at right tackle 6-3 over 4-7, right? And but I will often go 2 tight end. But if I want Max Williams at right tight end, then I'll go blocking back. So I do, but Ellison can at least catch a little bit in the flat. I do that sometimes. I go blocking back, halfback, and I play Max Williams at tight end, and I play Rhett Ellison at blocking back.
So they're weak on the one side line, and you like go in the running. But what if they're also weak at like strong safety or outside linebacker? Does that factor in for you on your matchups? On playing.
If they're all I might do things where maybe I'll go 2 tight end and I'll play Ingram on the right side and Williams on the left side. And let them worry about Ingram and try to run more guess wrong to the left side. You know what I'm saying? So I'll still play some of those matchup games. I've got McCaffrey in the backfield, so one of those outside linebackers got to worry about him. You know what I'm saying? Chris Herndon's floating around. Sometimes he plays. Sometimes I believe that's sometimes I play with Ingram because he's a 4 instead of 0. And Herndon actually catches more short passes, even though Ingram's got the yardage. And Herndon actually has more, I think, flat pass right yards and completions than Ingram, I believe. And Ingram's got more wrong. By the final stats, I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm 9th in the league in rushing yards, but I'm 2nd in attempts. So it's like, I'm just saying I'm running the ball a lot. I'm not, now you'd probably say, well, look, Tom, if you're 9th in yards, 2nd attempts, you're probably running too much, it might can even that off. If you run less, you might get more yards. But also, like my defense, look, I gave up 231 points. I gave up under 15 points a game. I almost broke the league record. I think it was 230 by Ed. I gave him a touchdown in the final 90 seconds of the final game, which I was winning handily. That was to Miami, I think. Yeah, it was to Miami. I was flitzing. I was trying to stop. He wanted Josh Allen. I was trying to stop him, and because I didn't know what the record was, but I was like, oh, I want to keep my points as low as I can. It's kind of a cool thing to have, So like there's times in the fourth quarter, if I've been up like 9 points and there's like 9 minutes left or 9 minutes, I'm like, I'm literally going to run the ball 3 times and punt it. I don't care, and I'm going to try to play defense with these guys. Now that wouldn't, that's not going to work with a lot of teams I have. But I look, but the defensive personnel here is pretty crazy. I've got all 6 in the secondary. I got Myles Garrett, Kenny Clark, and Danielle Hunter on the line. I got Lorenzo Alexander, one outside linebacker. And then I got Zach Brown, an inside linebacker, and I got a 4 outside linebacker and a 4 at the other inside linebacker. But that's very strong. You know what I'm saying? So, and they've done a good job for me. I really gave a lot of points in the last. But I was disappointed. I didn't know what the record was for points allowed, but before the last block of games, I had given up. All right, I gave up 160. I think math. Hold on. 57. If my quick math is right, that's not right. Hold on. If my quick math is right, I gave up only 157 points through the first 12 games. 157 points. Then it gave up an unsightly like 73 points in the last quarter of the season. I had one of the games against Green Bay where he was unusual. Say what?
That's not a very good sign going into the playoffs.
Believe me, I like it better than going 16-0 and getting my ass handed to me in the first round. I'll tell you. So I'm not. Hey, look. I mean, I'm playing a good team, playing a good coach. I'm not too worried, but I really don't worry about the playoff games. Really, I mean, it's like I do my best, and whatever happens, happens. And I feel like I'm playing the team a decent way. Also, look, who's my quarterback? I got Derek Carr. He's not the best short pass long quarterback out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If I had Patrick Mahomes on this team, maybe I would use Evan Ingram more. I don't know. I can't answer that. But I can tell you that in the future, I will definitely draft like offensive lineman over an Evan Ingram type in the future.
And that's why the tight ends are always available.
Well, this is new for me, though.
I know.
So, but I know the tight ends always slip. Now, Mark Andrews, but if I like the guy enough, I'll take it. Mark Andrews, I liked enough, I still would have taken him. If I like the guy enough,
round,
and Mark Andrews
trading a future first-round pick to get that draft spot.
If I like the guy enough, I might do something like that. But I probably wouldn't because I usually find someone.
Who, if not someone like? I mean, you say you would, but like for who? Because I haven't seen anyone ever do it. I seem to be the only one that ever trades up for tight ends. It seems, outside of Kittle after his record-breaking year.
Yeah, I don't know. You asked me if I would. Is that what you asked me?
Well, theoretically, but like for which player? I mean,
the way that my roster was, there's and I didn't have a first-round pick for the next year. There's a chance that I might have traded that first-round pick for Mark Andrews. There's a chance of it. I liked him enough that there was a chance of it, because I'm also like in the last, it's been a while now for many years. It's like I'm trusting my evaluations of the young players. If I really like the guy, I'm going to go for him. I'm not going to pussyfoot around. Sometimes I do pussyfoot around and miss out on a guy, but for the most part, I'm trying to be a little more aggressive if I really like the guy. That was before all this run blocking stuff happened. So, but I don't know. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, I feel like it's easier.
This is an extreme swing because you were like all about passing not too long ago. I feel like. Yeah, but I've been playing this game for 43 years. Yeah, I remember you saying how much you used to run. I just mean for the first. Talked about how much you love the passing game and how I run and. Yeah, sure. Well, that's all right. Well, you can be wrong about things, right? Oh yeah. Who is the guy? Who is the Greenspan? Remember Greenspan, the economist? What's his first name again? Alan Greenspan. Yeah. He was Mr. Conservative Economics, everything, blah 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 blah. And then, like after the housing crisis, and he was like, in his like 70s. After everyone was like, "Oh, well, what did Greenspan say?" Right? Then after the housing crisis, he was like, I think I was wrong. Oh, okay. It's like he did like a 180. So I used to be all about the pass rush and the 3-4, and now I'm changing that up pretty drastically. So, well, I wouldn't say. Well, I am appreciating. I am wanting pass rush now, right? I'm not saying I got to go crazy, but the pass rush is much more a part of what I want to do now than it ever was before. And that's also something that'll change with my team building. I still want the secondary guys. Don't get me wrong. But I also do like the 4-3 more now. And that's a big change for me. Although minor league, I'll probably still stay with 3-4. I'm like inside linebackers a little bit against the run. I think like what changed for me also was like not just like watching what Zeb did, but also like getting into the cards more, because my spreadsheets were, I told this to Zeb, we've exchanged emails about this. My spreadsheets all show like the average play. All right, but that's not what's sustaining your offense necessarily. You know what I'm saying? So I started like looking at the cards more and looking at like, I don't have a spreadsheet for this, just kind of counting some quick raw units and being like, okay, like how many units of a good play for me versus a bad play? Oh yeah. And how many units, how many units for the other guy when he's got the ball in a good play versus a bad play, if it's like a linebuck no man right versus a linebuck one man right or versus a linebuck one man wrong, or things like that. And then trying to, and saying, well, look, I've got to create some bad plays if I'm going to stop this guy. Otherwise, he's going to do what Zeb does when people stand there in the 4-3 and he runs almost every play,
So that has been more of a change where instead of relying upon this mathematical average, I'm thinking more about which I still look at. Don't get me wrong. I'm thinking more about increasing my percentage of good plays versus bad plays, and vice versa for the other guy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, that's how it works. You've talked about it before in the passing game. That's what you gotta make stops. Sometimes you have to do different. As far as on defense, is the same thing on offense. You have to be able to consistently, get your plays. Like that's why people hate the chunky cards, is because they may have the same amount of yards.
Right,
but,
yeah. I've always hated the chunky cards like everyone else as well. But I'm just saying, I don't think I tailored my play calling, and I would use those cards at a good team. I don't think I tailored my play calling on either side of the ball as much with that theory in mind of the percentage of good plays versus bad plays, And I still throw bombs. It's not like I don't throw bombs. Sometimes I probably still throw too many bombs. You know what I'm saying?
Several against me, I remember.
And part of that is like, okay, well, it's only hitting this percentage of the time, but every single time it's a good play. Like, and like those long pass wrongs, those max receivers, if they got a decent average, those can be pretty strong, even if your quarterback's only got 11 units or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
That's one of the things that's kind of interesting. Why I like so many different options over necessarily run blocking. You get enough guys that can catch legitimately threaten short to long, and it's the numbers that you've got guessed right even can be beyond what a lot of teams can get guessed wrong.
Oh yeah, that's how I was before.
Yeah,
you got the pass blocking, you got a good enough card, you got the good receivers, but and maybe look, is it an overreaction to one bad season? I don't know. I've been losing in the playoffs for a couple of years in SOMIFA and in SSFA. When's the last time I had a deep player front in either of those leagues? I do well. I've done well in the old format. I won the Battle Royale Championship this year. I've won the Summer Sprint a few years ago. I think I made the Summer Sprint. All right, I won the Battle Royale Championship this year and made the Super Bowl the year before and should have won. I missed a 2-9 field goal, like 3 minutes left, and still lost in overtime or something. I ended through a pick in the fourth quarter. That was another one where I was like, I shouldn't have thrown the ball. I should have just run and kicked it. I've lost so many big games throwing it like inside the 20 in like the last like 8 minutes instead of being a little more conservative. And I'll lose them again. I'm saying whatever, because I'm not just gonna. It's not like I'm running every single play. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like,
and it's not like I'm passing every play. That's the thing. Is it's basically just a matter of where you want most of your assets. Do you want your main strength to be the extra options receiving, or do you want it to be the extra blockers blocking? And
what's funny is that I'm going to go for the good wideouts, the good two wideouts. I'm going to go for at least one good receiving tight end. You know what I'm saying? That blocking tight end and that blocking back are fairly cheap to pick up. If you say what?
They're dirt cheap.
Yeah, but comparatively. But we talked about drafting tight ends. If I think I see the next Travis Kelce, who I did like a lot when he was in the draft, if I think I see a tight end who can really catch and block, you might see me be even more interested in that guy now. Because I love the blocking. And well, wait a minute. Now I can put like with Mark Andrews this year. I'm like, whoa, he's a 5, and he's gonna have a Mark Andrews card. Wow, that's really surprising and extremely helpful.
I wish I had try to trade you Kittle for a ton.
See, that's the problem with me is when it comes to trading. You know me, I want to draft the guy.
Yeah,
I don't trade.
I know you'll trade. I know if your team's good enough. Kittle's young, and that'd be the kind of guy you'd trade for.
Yeah, no. But I don't. But I don't do that. I like to just use it's like I say, I'm going to use the picks. See, because you're forgetting the overlying factor. Is Tom's number one concern winning? It isn't. Right? For me, it's not that I just want to win. I want to win a certain way, and I would rather lose. Well, losing is harsh. I don't want to lose.
Levante David just to have that extra 6 outside linebacker.
That was one season. Well, no, that team was loaded with that team was that team. No, but that team was loaded with assets.
Your
that team was still
loaded with assets.
Say what?
Your team is loaded with assets.
Which one?
Timing. SSFA.
Well, yeah, that team is loaded with assets. Absolutely.
You got the overall pick coming out.
But that was a special thing. That was like, oh my God, look at this defense. Come on, you played my defense. If I put Levante David on that defense at right linebacker, are you serious?
Your team as a 6th tight end.
Yeah, I want to. I like the. I don't know. That was okay. I'll take a 6th linebacker for 1 year. I'll take the 6th linebacker for that team. It's hard to say, but no, I like the idea of the defense. I don't want to short sell myself on the defense. So Levante David for that team was just perfect. He was just perfect. And I already had at the time. I wasn't thinking that way. At the time, I wasn't yet thinking I'm going to run. Right. This was all in trading season. Okay. But also in general, I don't like to trade for the guys. I'd rather draft the guys, So it's like I'll be worse usually. But this was a special situation with Levante David, I felt. A tight end, I'll draft him with my own 1, but I'm not going to trade a whole lot for him probably. You understand? I like drafting the players and using the players I draft. I'm comfortable with that making me fall short of championships. On the other hand, if you have to me, plugging Levante David into that defense would have been special.
So you have no interest in trading like Evan Ingram and something else for George Kittle?
Sure, I'll do that.
But I thought, didn't you draft Evan Ingram?
Yes, absolutely.
So, you're still willing to trade for guys.
Yeah, I'm willing to trade for guys, but I'm thinking like you asked me about David versus Kittle, right? I'm still going to trade for guys. I mean, a lot of it depends on what that something else is, and depends on when it is. Depends on what the rest of my team looks like. Depends on what I've scouted in the draft. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, if I fall in love with guys in the draft, it's like, well, I'm not trading these picks because I'm going to get this thing I used to do like back in baseball, going back to the 80s and 90s. It's like I always felt like if you're good at drafting, it is cheaper to keep your draft picks and use them, and you're going to get more value than you are trading for guys at a premium. Okay, and back then I was pretty good at drafting baseball back then because not everyone had all the information. And I would do a lot of work and stuff like that. And I got like Mike Piazza and Mo Vaughn, these guys in the draft. Yeah, and I just always like drafting young players in every sport. You know what I'm saying? In baseball, I would trade for guys for the year. It's a little different, though.
Well, that works when there's, a reasonable amount of those types of players. But you don't have any like Gronkowski's or Kelsey's or even George Kittle. Like, are those kinds of with 6 blocking almost every year? So that's
five or 6 blocking, sure.
And it fits your system so well, you might covet them more than other people would.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll come around to coveting. I don't know. For me, like I said, but for me, even then, I just knew from my spreadsheets, everything else, and you need the spreadsheets. Like I said, anyone can look at this team and say that it's got a lot of great players on it on defense. Plugging Levante David in, having all 6 in the secondary. Plugging David in the right linebacker spot with that defensive line, Alexander on the other side, being able to bring Jamal Adams up, I was like, oh my God. I was like, this defense is going to be so difficult for anyone to do anything against. And that was really, really cool to me because it was that was just like a rare thing to do. And David's also a good player, and I need linebackers. I'm good at drafting. I'm better at drafting tight ends than I am at drafting linebackers. So that's another reason why I coveted David more than I probably. Definitely more than it would have coveted George Kittle. If you come to me in SFA and say, all right, I'll give you Kittle for Evan Ingram plus whatever, I got to see what the whatever is. You know what I'm saying? Plus Ingram's a 4. Plus Ingram's a 4 next year. Now you can block a little bit.
Oh God. Isn't he a 4 right now?
Huh?
He's a 4 right now.
No, he's a 0.
Are you sure?
I'm almost positive.
Almost. Now we have to look.
Because I'm almost positive because I sometimes bench him because Christopher Hender's a 4. Say what?
He is a 0.
Yeah.
I have him in some, but he's the only had that I kept really that was worth like that was this year.
I don't mind having him. He plays occasionally. How many catches did he have for me this year? He had 19 catches.
Oh, so
Ouch.
sick. That's ridiculous.
Well, we'll see what happens.
You're
Now-
Jeff Fisher now.
Say what?
I feel like I'm talking to Fisher now. Jesus Christ.
Look, you don't want to jeopardize the field goal. I'm not that bad. I'm not settling for the field goals, but you know, to a degree. But no, it depends. I mean, it really depends. But like I don't know. It depends. I'll tell you that. Like on a win, one of the reasons I went 8-8 this year is because I ran the ball a lot with like adequate run blocking and like guys who weren't that good. And I got some big hits to like Tyreek Hill on the bomb, granted with Baker Mayfield, because guys started guessing some run against me. You know,
Well, you run. I mean, but everyone. I mean, you look at those playoff. Look at all the playoff teams that are left, and all of us have a good amount of running yards. Like,
but part of that is also always running is important, but part of that is also, the old thing where, like teams that are winning run more in the fourth quarter, so like they end up with like better running stats. You know what I'm saying? But
really high averages.
Say what?
I said with really high averages.
I don't know. No, you're right. Most of the better coaches run the ball. Absolutely. So I'm running the ball. So what's wrong?
Yeah. I mean, Dennis runs it all the time in every league.
Well, he's pretty balanced. He's pretty balanced, I think. You don't think so?
He's as close to 50-50 as probably anyone I ever play against.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
And that's pretty consistent across all the leagues, which is why he always wants,
your running card. What's funny that he doesn't want. He likes the running card. We've spoken about this, and I know we're still on the air. He likes the running card over the blocking.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not even close.
I think everything is within a degree. I would say. You know what I'm saying? I think you need to have at least one good running card. But I don't know. I mean, if you're a second running, I mean, you know who's been effective for me this year?
What, running?
Yeah. Well, on a team that runs the ball a lot. Yes.
Don't
Look at my team. Yes, Deion Lewis. His card sucks.
I have Deion Lewis and Fausto. I went to the playoffs with him and Marlon Mack. Neither one of them were exciting.
Yeah, Marlon Mack's not too bad. He's better than Deion Lewis, I think. But
I started Mack over him, but I'd run out and I'd used Lewis, and I didn't mind.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Yeah, but that Lewis card is not good.
No, it's not. Last year it was.
So, he had a great card the other year. I'm talking about this year. I'm not saying every year. But there's losing teams that run the ball well too here. Jacksonville's third in the league in rushing. What's Arizona's record? Arizona's 6th. They were down at 7. Cleveland is 7th. Detroit is 8th. They're Cleveland, Detroit, and Jacksonville all under 500.
What does their passing look like?
Probably very bad.
Maybe they got someone like Evan Ingram on the bench.
That's where he belongs. So he's got to learn. He's got to learn to pick up the blocking.
What do I got to give you to get him next year?
I don't know. Let's see what happens in the NFL season.
Yeah.
Plus Christopher Herndon's out.
I bet he gets more than 19 catches.
In the NFL season, probably.
Yeah, probably in like a NFL quarter.
I hope so. But see, Christopher Herndon's out, so he's my other tight end right now. So we got to see. I might have to hold on to him. But then if we're getting George Kittle, that's a different story. So we'll see.
I'll just trade you like a 6 blocker with stone hands.
That's not going to happen. He still has a certain value.
Yeah, I know. I'm probably more likely to pay it than other people.
Yeah, but like I said, I still like having those guys. There is still a fair amount of time. I like the flexibility of the matchups against certain teams. So there are still times that I've got Ingram and Herndon on the field that I go 2 tight ends with those guys. You know what I'm saying?
But
despite their lack of blocking.
with what the value is of the guys that you're not using, you get that asset in trade, and what could you do with that? You could get yourself.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm not arguing it that I shouldn't trade Evan Ingram for something. But look, next year Evan Ingram would probably be this year's Christopher Herndon, because Christopher Herndon disappears.
I don't want you to say things like that, because I feel like you're diminishing Evan Ingram when you say that. Next year, Evan Ingram could be like Christopher Herndon.
Christopher Herndon this year. I'm saying what I'm saying is that I have a tight end who's decent receiving or better, and a blocking tight end this year. I'm usually using Max Williams and Christopher Herndon. Okay. Next year, Christopher Herndon was not going to have a card. All right. Max Williams, of course. Believe me, I know it's funny to me as well. Next year, Max, and I'm having some fun with it as well. I'm sure, but I am playing this way. So, it's not like I'm lying about it. Christopher Herndon had second on my team, 58 receptions, 8.1 average.
There you go.
So, but you have that blocking floor out there, Nathan. But that was also. But I think he's also. I think he's got more. Christopher Herndon is the 1926 short. And Herndon was Christopher Herndon was a 1926 short, and Ingram was a 1622. All right, and I think Herndon had more flat pass right yardage. So actually and they got the blocking four. So he wasn't on the field because I thought he had a superior receiving card only. But I was playing a little more possession. I don't like a 16-22 receiver as a starting and saying, "Oh, that guy is one of my receiving threats." You know what I'm saying? Maybe he was a 15, maybe he's max deep or something, and like I was gonna take a lot of shots to him. Okay, or take some shots to him, but not like a. Not like a 16-22, 9-15 or 5-10 tight end,
The short pass has so many receiving hits on it that it makes sense to have the higher, if it's close, to have the higher hit guy there.
Yeah. So, and I think the flat pass right yardage was actually better, and possibly the completion was slightly, I don't recall. But you get the one number on the blocking, because that's where Herndon was playing over Ingram. It wasn't just because of 4 versus 0. And I like Ingram. He's a good player. I liked him a lot when I drafted him. I'm saying Herndon's out of the lineup next year. So who will be my receiving tight end? Who will be Max Williams' running partner? And also now you got to realize that next year, if I'm still playing this style, I have an off season to sculpt the team in that, in this way, which basically means getting a blocking back.
That's what I'm talking about. When you go to sculpt, I'm here to help.
Why, you trading George Kittle? You want to trade me George Kittle?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm telling you, Jared Cook's going to be my big guy, and George Kittle is going to be like probably Kelsey for the next decade, but he probably already had his best season he's ever going to have anyway, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know me. I am a stingy. I like to trade a lot for certain types of players, I suppose. And I'm new to the idea of trading. I'm new to the idea of trading a lot for someone like a George Kittle. I don't like trading a lot for anyone, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? David was a special occasion. I don't like trading a lot for anyone in general. I'm usually on the other end. I like trading guys and getting a lot. That's how I do it. But I like the run blocking. Like, I like this offensive line, but you know what? They need the guard. I want to see what's Quentin Nelson be perfect. Sometimes I like doing things that are just fun, that I just think are cool. It's like, you know what? I got this good offensive line, but my one guard spot is kind of weak. I'm talking long term. That'd be cool if I put this All-Pro Hall of Fame guard in like his 3rd season there. So I will do something like in the right deal, in the right situation. I'm not going to go crazy trying to get Quentin Nelson. I'm just saying, why do I have all these backup linemen? I wasn't even planning on running the ball. I was just drafting good players. You know what I'm saying?
All kinds of assets to trade off.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You can make the decision on what you want it to be for.
Yes, exactly. And you know what I want it to be for? I want it to be more young players who are going to become good, so to have even more assets to trade.
Blocking guys. I was just saying it'd be nice if your tight end could block, and he was a great receiver.
All right. So what do you want? All right. So what do you want for George Kittle?
I don't know. I love George Kittle, but I don't know. I feel like you would probably use him more than I would.
Well, certainly, because he would be blocking.
We'll have to see when we see the new tight end cards. Maybe I'll like someone enough that I'll make that kind of trade.
Wasn't there a blocking 6 we saw somewhere?
I don't know.
Blocking 6, and I was
What you're excited about?
I'm like, this is a guy I can probably get. Wasn't Dawson Knox a 5? Instead of trading it like Evan Ingram plus something really good for.
Instead of trading your backup bench warmer.
Instead of trading my second and third string centers
for a guy with double team completions all over his card.
I'm trying to avoid the double team.
Oh well. In case they accidentally call cut pass against you, you'll be covered.
That's right. All right, Nathan, I'm going to run.
All right. See you later.
All right. We've still been broadcasting the entire time, as I think you know.
Yeah.
Mike Reeves is pretending he's here. Bob Franklin's long gone. So 5 hours, 40 minutes. All right, guys, this is Tom. Hope you enjoyed Nathan and I schmoozing for the last hour and a half about George Kittle versus Evan Ingram and Max Williams or whatever. Oh, I have a private chat. Let's see what this is. Gary may move DE. I think it's about Rashawn Gary from Green Bay. This is probably about 4 hours ago.
Yep.
This was sent, but it's in the private chat box, not in the other thing. What happened here? Now I can't get rid of it. There we go. Comments. Okay. All right, guys. Have a good night. Later, Nathan.
See you.
Bye-bye.